Hey everyone, this Friday at 7 p.m., we're going to show you how to vibe and thrive in 2025. We'll be teaching you how to build a web app and launch your startup basically over the weekend. This will be a free 3-hour session live on LinkedIn, or if you're a part of our Facebook group, you can also catch it there as well. Hope to see you there. This Friday at 7 p.m. London time. If you tap on the RSVP on LinkedIn and leave a comment, tell us what you want to build. We may feature that app build on the session. Okay, see you soon.
Yo, people, it's your boy Tiggs, aka the Wiser Tiger, co-founder of SOS, and I'm here with none other than
Andrea Naomi, co-founder of SOS. I jumped in.
awesome.
How's everyone?
I see, Andrea, actually, I see that we've got an absolutely great turnout already. We've got some real fans, some friends in there as well. I see some LinkedIn family members. We are live on like 6 platforms right now, I think. Who knows how this is going to hold up? But everyone, this is a congregation of Save Our Startup. This is our weekly show on a Friday. Last week, for those of you who joined us, thank you once again. It was a great show. Furthermore, so what we discussed last week was image generation. We leaned heavily into image generation and how to get the sort of, well, I like the word globally elite. That's how I prompt. How to get those elite level, those premium level graphics with minimum input, maximum output with minimum input. And we done a great job. We had 2 great guests on the show, Karan, and we also had Angel on the show with us. So it was a good family feel, successful show. And we even come out the back end of the show with a luxury high-end fashion brand shoot that we then went on to turn into a video, which we can show you actually. So that's what we aim to do. When we have these sessions, we invite you to learn with us, to build with us, to grow with us, to create, co-create with us. It's not a one-way thing, so please do get involved. Whichever, you could be on Telegram, Instagram, whatever gram you want, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube. We're live on all of them. Wherever you are, we want to hear your voice, and we welcome you to input as well. Throw your spicy in this sauce, right? And let's create this together. Today is a little bit of a different spin. We thought we would take a bigger risk, didn't we, Andrea? Bigger risk, bigger reward. Is that what we're saying? What are we doing today? Hello? Maybe Andrea might have an audio issue, and it looks like she may have a connection issue. How are we coming through for you, Andrea?
Yeah, it looks like I'm having a little bit of a connection issue here on my end right now at the moment. So there you go.
Roll, right? We keep it moving. You see, that's actually quite relevant to what we're doing today, because today we're going to be learning how to vibe code, how to create an app with no code or close to low code. So we're going to try our best to take something that's notoriously known to be complex, right? When you say coding, it's a language on its own. It's, in fact, it is hard, and there's so many languages within code that it gets to the stage where it's probably easier to learn a fresh linguistic language like Spanish than code. But what we found over the transition and stepping into the evolution of this AI era, coding is becoming, and also the platforms, the way they're packaging and wrapping their platforms, they're making it so simple for the everyday person, whether it's a hobby, an enthusiast, or a whole corporate design team, web app development team, front to back end, full stack. Now, yes, there are limitations, so it would be unfair to come into this all excited and say, hey, we're building in this. Boom, boom, boom. So there are limitations, which we also wish to address with you today. But what I was saying, Andrea, is today, would you like to tell people, last week we done the graphics, we showed people how to create high-end graphics, and I'll cue the video up so we can have a look at the result we've come out with. But I was just telling our family that we love their input as much as our own. This is truly, whenever we're live, this is truly a co-creation. a multiple creation, and whatever we come out with, well, that's history to be made. Andrea, what are we doing today? Would you like to dive in a little bit whilst I cue this video up about this graphic that we had on screen, this wonderful graphic? Let's see if we can get it up again. And what we'll be doing today and the running order. That would be great.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for bearing with me. Hopefully, my signal is stable. But what we're doing today is we're going to actually go from app ideation. We're going to walk through, hey, big announcement, ChatGPT 5 is here. And so you'll get to see, be able to experience that live with us. And we're going to run through the ideation phase. We're going to show you a mock-up that was actually built in ChatGPT or wireframed in GPT-5. And then we're going to go into the actual app build along with Etienne, our GPT agent, and show you how to build an app from beginning to end with AI in Lovable. Now, of course, throughout the entire 3-hour series, I know Tiggs was like, 3 hours. And I said, yeah, we're going to do it for 3 whole hours. Sit here. We may we may take a few breaks here and there, but we want at the end of the day to be able to walk away for you to be able to build your startup in 3 hours. Like, one of the biggest complaints or challenges for anyone building a startup or a new business is we don't have enough time, right? But what happens if now we can take our weekend, 3 hours, and actually build an app that you can sell on your, free time, on your lunch hour, if that, right? And so this is going to be very exciting. I know, Tiggs, you may be ready to queue up the video from last week's episode, but get a coffee, grab some dinner, sit with us. We're going to show you a tool that we use every single day, almost all of at least 15 hours, along with the GPT that we built to help us vibe code better. So you sit in with us and learn, because I feel like we're all learning together, but at the same time, if we can impart some knowledge that will help you elevate or accelerate your vibe coding career, I think just one person that we help will be very, very happy. So Tiggs, over to you, sir. If you're ready to play that video, let me know. Otherwise, I can go into some other interesting things that we're going to discuss.
So, can you see my screen? Let's have a look here. We'll probably just give me a yes or a no.
Let's see.
This is exciting because we came up with this less than 24 hours after our live ended, and it just shows that we have fun with it. Okay, also share audio. Tell me, can you see this, guys? And just as we queue this video up, I just want to check the chat as well, make sure we're saying we have people in the house already. We have Olu with us today, rocking with us. He gave us a lot of love coming up to the show. Olu, thank you so much for rocking out with us. We hope that you can truly take something from this show. And even if you learn one thing more than you knew before you come in, that's surely in the right direction. But I think you're going to have fun with this, and I think you're going to learn more than just one thing. That's our wish. So there's Olu, and we also have Tracy. Tracy as well, thank you for joining us over on LinkedIn. We appreciate you each and every time, and thanks for rocking out with us. We hope you have fun also. Any other platforms that you are messaging on, make sure you also pop and see us on LinkedIn, because the messages come up instantly, and we can also display your messages. We can do cool things like this, you see. So, and we've got the crew welcoming each other. Of course, that's the LinkedIn family. Is it on now? My end says we'll start soon. That's just SOS building up the FOMO and the anticipation, right? There's nothing better than a little bit. And there we go. So we have a friendly bunch in with us today, and let's make it a productive session. So Andrea, I've queued this video up. This is what we came out with, believe it or not. Let me see here. So.
Oh, okay. Let's get it back on. All right.
Is the audio playing for you guys?
It was playing. I could hear it in the background a second ago. So yeah.
Oh, you can hear it clearly? Awesome.
No. Oh. So that's something that we came out with after Pixie's live. Tiggs, you were so excited about that event, Pixie. If you don't, Pixie is Tiggs's baby. If you don't know, now you know. She and I, every time we think about graphics media, that's what makes AI visual. I think that's the most exciting part about it, is the things that we couldn't actually produce before with code easily. Now we can in AI generation. So all the things coming out with AI images and videos, it's becoming quite an interesting world. VO3, Sora, all the things, but mostly Pixie. So Tiggs, one question that we have in the comments, Olu was asking, do we get a replay? Just asking for when I leave. Man, you got to pay to leave. Free to come.
It's free to come. You got to pay to get out of it. There's big guys on the door. Olu, there absolutely will be a replay. This will be left on all of the platforms that we're on live. You will also have a polished version. We take it away, we chop it up. So, we believe in repurposing. We believe in omnipresence. And what that means is, how many different ways can we really squeeze the sea out of this content? And so, yes, although we appreciate the people that rock with us, we don't forget those that are either watching on the replay or, unfortunately, due to commitments, couldn't make the session. So absolutely, we'll make sure you personally get it as well, sir. And should we come out with a successful app today, we're vibe coding, right? In an app called, you may have heard of it, maybe not, it's called Lovable. Now, we put a few bits of content out on Lovable, so you may or may not have seen it yet, or you may have heard about it, but we're in the age of the vibe coding apps. A lot of apps are coming up, and these are apps that can take a text prompt or take an idea, take a topic, or even ideate with you, and then take that idea, enhance it, improve it, advance it, put all of the features in. And before you know it, within an hour or an hour session, you could easily come out with a fully functioning app. Now, there are limitations, or not even limited. Yes, there are limitations, but there are also caveats, in the sense of, a lot of apps, think about it. Usually you would send an app idea off to someone, they would develop the idea, then they will send it to a coding team, then it will go through a UI designer phase, then it will go through the UX phase, functionality, then they'll code the backend, then all of the knowledge bases, all of the databases, Superbase, things like this. Today, our aim is to keep it as simple as possible and create an app that is, you say, stateless and serverless. I like that saying. Andrea, what does a stateless and serverless app mean? And what does it mean for someone who's building on Lovable or Bolt, or there are so many vibe coders, Windsurfer, VS Code, VO2, we've tried a whole bunch of them, but our favorite, without a doubt, hands down, is Lovable.
Well, yeah, we did definitely ran through, because we are, I don't know, I guess we wouldn't say purists, but we just like things that work really well, and our expectations are pretty high, I would say. But okay, we ran through a whole, I don't know, it's at least a couple months of testing every single, AI app to build an app, an AI app to build an app. And one of the biggest frustrations is what sometimes we see YouTube videos and they're like, oh, build an app in a single sentence. And then you go in there and you invest your day and you're like, this stuff junk doesn't work for the regular person, right? But anyway, when we talk about serverless and stateless, one of the big things about app development is, of course, the database, the cost that you have to pay every time you spin up an app, right? However, when we're talking about serverless, that's the database, and then stateless, that's storage and privacy concerns, right? We did create an app, and I think just earlier this week we finished a serverless, stateless app that was basically an AI notes integration app. And the thing about servers, okay, now in this AI age where you have an idea a weekend or an idea a day, now every time you spin up a server on Supabase, it's like, $10 an instance. And like if you have 100 of those, now all of a sudden you're paying $10 at least plus the compute costs, even if you have 0 users. And so the serverless aspects helps you build without having fully functional apps that integrate with a system prompt, and that saves a lot of money. That means what we're talking about is essentially being able to push your app to market without having to run a server. That's it. Stateless, on the other hand, one of the biggest concerns, especially right now, is who has access to your data, what do they see, and how are they using it? And one of our big things, I know, especially Tiggs, one of the biggest concerns that we have is, can we keep our stuff private? Especially sometimes when you're, conversing with AI, and not sometimes, most of the time, realize that when you're using an app, it stores that information. It stores every single input that you make, right? And that's a concern that we should all be considering every time we have a chat with ChatGPT or your favorite app. It doesn't matter what it is. We've seen in real time, user data is collected. So that's something that we want to be mindful of. And so serverless and stateless apps, progressive web apps, they help you to produce content without having to really store user data, which is, I think, on my part and Tiggs as well, something that's really important to consider as we're developing these things, because privacy, always a huge concern. And then, of course, the cost it takes for a startup to actually run, not knowing which one is going to hit. I like to talk about that 100 project framework where, you're eventually going to put out, over 100 pieces of content or 100 apps or 100 PWAs or even 100 types of agencies or niches. And you're going to find that only a handful of them actually do stick. And this is really helpful from that costing side of things. So we're true bootstrappers. And I think that if anyone is on a budget looking to build a startup, you can go to an agency and you can have an app build that might cost you $50,000 to $100,000, or you can actually dive in and learn how to use AI, and it'll cost you $200 to build that application. And I think that as entrepreneurs and business owners, that agility is much more fun. Which is why we don't have to worry about being so serious all the time. We spin up something and have fun. So, Tiggs, are you ready to jump in to Chat GPT-5? The internet's all happy about GPT-5. What about you?
So here it is. I am very happy to jump in, actually. It'll be nice to, maybe we'll give the family who are rocking with us a little kind of map, right? I guess a roadmap of where we're going to start, where we're hoping to end. I say hoping, he says. And the reason I say that as well, for those of you who are avid ChatGPT users, you may know that at the time we were actually supposed to go live today at 7, and we done all the checks, everything here, showered, washed, brushed up teeth, and all of the thing. And as we were about to go live, OpenAI decided that ChatGPT 5 didn't want to work. Now, that was okay. We improvise, we find ways, and we were talking and discussing the improvisations. However, we do also want to show you the power of ChatGPT-5. It's probably the most talked about subject on the internet right now, to be fair. Highly intelligent model. If you think, if you're already a subscriber, I know those that don't subscribe, you get so much limitations within the free version, but predominantly the free version uses ChatGPT 4.0, I believe, which is the everyday, all-rounded sort of thing. It's not the best at everything extensively, but it can do kind of a little bit of everything to a substantial standard. And so that's why it's been good so far. ChatGPT 5, however, and then you've got things like, 0.3, right? ChatGPT 0.3, which is good for more reasoning, thinking, decision making, slightly more extensive with the output and the completions. The information is a little bit more comprehensive. So if you're looking, to do a deeper project, that's probably a good model with a little bit more thinking and reasoning. And it also tells you and it shows you in real time when it's thinking, what it's doing, how it's acting as well. Now, Andrea, you pointed out the other day, what we have been seeing slowly unfold is the landscape. Using ChatGPT is the landscape, an agentic landscape has been unfolding. And we see the advancements because we probably spend most of our lives in some of these tools. And so even the little feature changes or the new advancements, it almost becomes a game, who spots them first, right? Oh, have you seen this? Oh, how'd you do that? I'm not telling you, ha, ha, ha. Well, I think it's funny. Andrea doesn't, because I'm always the one that finds the tools. But so what they've been doing is we've noticed now it's looking like it's more of an agentic feel. And so when you ask it certain questions or you dive deep, you can see the agent reasoning. It literally, it builds a small video of what it's doing. And so that's been very intriguing. And now we know why. That's simply because of the launch of ChatGPT 5. I believe it launched yesterday. Was it yesterday, Andrea? Is that when it was launched? ChatGPT 5? I think we have a delay.
Yeah, I'm a little laggy, but I'm.
So
yeah,
here are my
absolutely.
thoughts. I'm considering dropping out. We're live in 6 places. I'm thinking about maybe,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. What do you think? Should we persevere? Let me just check how the quality is looking like as well. Oh, well, to be honest with you, the quality is actually decent on most of the channels that we are live on. I don't know if the delay is down to your connection, our connection, or the multiple streams that we have simultaneously. How do you feel about that before we continue? What would you advise?
Yeah, I think we like trying things, testing things. I think we can just let everyone know if there's 1 or 2 people watching. Our primary platforms we want to focus on here is LinkedIn and YouTube and Facebook as well. So we can remove the other platforms. And if anybody is wanting to sit in with us for the time being, you can come over to one of those platforms. So I think that would be a good move to
It's a
remove
great
the
position.
additional.
It's actually a good marketing strategy as well. We've teased it in these places, right? We've teased it in these groups, and now we say, guys, and if you want to see the rest, then you need to come over here. So that's how I feel about it. Okay, so Telegram viewers, if you do want to keep rocking out with us, please do feel free to jump on Facebook, YouTube, or LinkedIn. It's the same everywhere on the internet, Save Our Startup, @Save Our Startup, and we'll be happy to see you over there. Now, this we're going to do in hope that we can optimize the latency. Okay, that's awesome source, save changes. And then we'll rock like this for a moment and see how that works. How's my audio now?
Oh, it's really good. Yeah, your audio is perfect.
So the timing. So I'll count down from 5. Put your hand up when I get to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't lip read. That's cheating. Okay, so I think it's fixed the latency just a little bit. I'm also going to drop out the X. What do you think about that? Or shall I leave it for a moment?
I think we can remove Instagram and X, and I focus on those 3 platforms and just have everyone come in here. I think that would be great.
Sounds good. All right, so let's rock out like this. Let's see how it goes, and we shall make improvements should it need that. So back to ChatGPT 5. So it did come out yesterday. People are going crazy, getting excited about it. We've managed to watch just 1 or 2 videos ourselves. Usually with these things, we geek out and it's video after video after video. But I think that we've seen enough and understood enough of the landscape to get the general gist, at least to pass some education on as well. And so what we're finding, for those that know, in fact, let me share my screen here. For those that know, they've already built Codex, which is their coding model in the back end of ChatGPT, which is available to the subscribers, to those that have a paid subscription. And that's basically where it's the same as, that's how they build their code, right? That's how OpenAI built in the back. That's their model that writes code. They've also built Sora in, which is their image generation and their video generation model. It started out with videos, I believe. It was highly anticipated, and now they've introduced images as well. And now you can also store your custom GPTs within the chat interface. You can create projects, look at previous chats. But now what we're finding is that you can actually run the code, right, Andrea? We saw this today. In fact, maybe I'll pull that project up and it will give everyone a feel for what we're going to build today on Lovable. But it will show them the prototype so they can understand more about what this session's about. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I think that's a really great move, because we want to start out with the prototype. The beginning of building every app is not the code. And this is one big thing I want people to like. I just, if you were a liaison or a project manager in a tech field and vibe coding appeared, you would be stoked, because the development, the programming, the language of code is not as important. It's of course critical still, but it's not as important as the ideation phase. And we spent a lot of years prototyping SaaS, building out SaaS. The part in which it's actually put into a production or even a staging environment, that is midway through the project, right? And so ChatGPT has been able to render code. It hasn't always been great. It still isn't really. But now this is the big thing for prototyping and wireframing, functional, just basically boxes and layouts for your app to visualize it, so it makes it easy for the programmer to understand what you need. This is profound, right? As a startup. Because now what you can do is run through the ideation phase and said, okay, now we went through all of that, right? And Tiggs is about to bring up his screen. I can hear the Tiggs in the background. I can hear the luxury video, the music. There you go. Okay. So I think what you're going to see here in Tiggs' screen is he's showing you our testing with ChatGPT 5. So first of all, let's run through a few new updates that we're enjoying with GPT 5 Tiggs as we explored it earlier today. Apart from the actual automatic selection of the model that it actually uses when it generates content, that's a huge one as well. Did you run through a few other things while my internet was being island time internet? Did I miss it? And just so you know, I think you're muted, so you may not know you're muted. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you so much. And actually, no, I didn't. Just before you joined, I had an opportunity just to literally put this one prompt in, which we have caught up, and you've seen the prompt, and we took it from here. So what we were doing, ideating on this session, we said, right, okay, what's the purpose of this session? We want to come out with an app using a vibe coding app or a low code to no code app. Our weapon of choice today, as you know, is lovable.dev, awesome platform, which we will show you in just a moment. We've done a lot of work in Lovable. We've come out with a lot of projects as well, which we're happy to show you a few of them, a few of the ideas, so you can see the sort of level that it produces, right? You do need to go a bit deeper when it comes to functionality, as we mentioned earlier, but hopefully we can come out today with an app idea that's fully functioning, that looks half decent, works as well. And that is our goals, objectives, and overall mission for today. who knows where it's going to go, but either way, we're going to enjoy the journey. It's not all about the destination, but I'm pretty confident we can actually do some damage and come out with a functioning app. I'm going to kind of stand on my 10 toes and die on my sword on that hill. What do you think, Andrea?
No, okay. So I think, first of all, I think we're going to do it. That everybody have faith in us because it's happening. Second, like, I think also it's important. People are like, well, are we just building a website, or are we building an app, like a true web app? And that's the difference here. When we decided, okay, we want to find a tool that was an AI tool that could actually build like a functional programmatic type of application or website. We were looking for that type of functionality. We weren't looking for, to be fair, there's so many website builders out there that you could build any type of website if it was like a brochure or marketing site. And quite frankly, things like WordPress and Wix are much better for that, because one, it's not credit based. Two, you can spin up those pages very easily. It's very mature, right? But what we want to do is, and what we've been doing, is building out web apps that are actually, they do have some kind of programming functionality. It requires a database or a server or a high-end feature that it's not easily implementable in a WordPress site, okay? And what you're seeing now on the right side is Lovable, okay? This would be a great time to be like, here, this video is sponsored by Lovable. It's not, but maybe in the future, it will be. But we will definitely drop the Lovable link in there for everybody to try it out. I think you have 5 free spins per day on the free account, which is, we're gonna teach you about that. Tiggs has a super hack. It's not really a hack. It's just a proper way of doing things to optimize the credits you have, even if you're on a free plan, okay? But the type of apps we're building here, they're web apps, like your standard SaaS platforms. They're not mobile applications, though they are optimized or responsive for mobile. These apps are fully functional. You can have the Stripe payment system on the back end. You can have users log in. Lovable also has their built-in authentication as well. And then, of course, like if you're running an app that requires a database or a server or something like that, then you have the Supabase integration, which is like that. Like, it's simple. It's not any pull in all this code and push to GitHub and pull. Oh, by the way, you can push and pull to and from GitHub on Lovable. That was also important to us. But the integration with key elements like your database or your server is Supabase there. It makes it very, very easy to do and use.
And also, as well, going back to what you said, Supabase makes it super easy. It entices you to spin up new projects all of the time to complete your app. But do bear in mind, every time you spin up a project, it does add to a cost, and it can soon add up when you're accumulating apps, especially if you're not using them. So what we like to do, we do it monthly now, I think weekly. We go through a purge and we say, okay, did we just get excited with that app idea? Does it have a timestamp? If it's for a client, is it urgent, or is it just important? And then that way we know how to keep an eye on our spending when it comes to not just Supabase, but all of these peripheral apps that we use. But sometimes we use it in the moment and then we don't use it for another month. And these costs can soon add up. So we definitely encourage you to do a purge with all of your AI tool stack, your software stack in general, just to make sure that you're staying lean on the spending side. And then what we've done is say, well, okay, because you say bootstrappers, right? But it's not, bootstrapping is not always finding the cheapest option at all. It's finding the best value for money option. And so what you can now do is take the money that you've saved on the apps that you use once a month, when I guarantee you there's a free alternative in the most part. And now you can upgrade the apps like Lovable, like ChatGPT, like maybe Flux, Gamma, apps like this that we use probably on a daily basis, and we can afford to then put more credits in and get better usage out of it. So that's always a good thing to do. Thanks, Andrea. So what I would like to do is maybe if we can just choose 1 or 2 apps, just so we can pop in and show the people what's achievable within Lovable. They don't have to be functioning. It's just for kind of homepage user interface sort of display. And then we can go over to ChatGPT on the left-hand screen, and we can talk a little bit about what we've done so far to bring everybody up to speed in terms of the prompting. And we've kept it very minimalistic, right? Because that's another thing ChatGPT 5 has allowed us to do is sometimes we have to strip our mind back because we're used to extensive, comprehensive, fully detailed and descriptive prompting to get the context correct and achieve the best result. But now what they're doing, ChatGPT 5 is making the model so easy that it kind of also asks you and thinks about what you would put in before. So that's a good thing. We can keep it simple. It's not about making it complex. It's about taking something that was known as complex and making it as simple as possible so that everybody could do. So choose an app. What should we go in first? Should we have a look at any that you would like to draw our attention to off the bat?
Oh, well, I have, so many to pick from. Okay. So I think if we're going to use, maybe we can go with the Wiser Note, Maddie, the green version of Maddie. And then finally, maybe the government OS system. So I think that would be a few good to show. Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, so the government system, I may need a login for that actually. And Maddie, I've got his somewhere. MedSpa Maddie, awesome.
Yes.
I do.
Okay.
Maddie is one of my favorite interfaces, I think, I must admit. And then I think the bot we built out for the government agency, the driving license agency, that was one of our first projects, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Right. I just want to shout out Olu, who's leaving as well. Thanks for joining us, Olu. We'll make sure you get the recording. Sitting with us, he's very, very patient, and Tracy as well. And guys, if you have any questions, we're actively monitoring the chat on LinkedIn, especially. So I just want to put it out there. If you have any questions, feel free to ask at any time. And I will pull up the government bot for you, the password for you.
Okay, so I'm just saying goodbye to Olu and wishing him a happy weekend. We really appreciate you. Thank you for rocking out with us. It's been an absolute pleasure. And as Andrea said, we will ensure that you do get the full replay. And any questions you have along the way, feel free to reach out to us anytime. We are quite responsive, especially if the topic is AI. So thank you once again. And so what we'll do, you're going to grab the government bot. This here is MedSpa Maddie, okay? Now, I can tell you the purpose of MedSpa Maddie is we went down a rabbit hole in a AI voice model. And it got so good with a naturalistic speaking that the idea is to deploy this voice model to make cold outbound calls for Save Our Startup. And it was programmed with a highly extensive SOS knowledge base. It has a knowledge of all of our tools. Probably a great time to plug the SOS Vault. But I won't go down a tangent. We'll do that on the break. But the SOS Custom GPT Vault, we are using 2 of the GPTs. Etienne Sean, attention, get it? And SpiderX. SpiderX is a competitor researcher and an industry spy, whereas Etienne Sean, along with Pixie, the image GPT from last week, Etienne Sean is definitely one of my favorite GPTs. He's a vibe coder. He knows almost any coding language, any structure, any front-end, back-end stuff, user interface, design, flow, you name it. He is highly programmed and also based upon some of the best or at least the most elite and recognized coders to ever walk this planet. So that's all baked within just one of our GPTs. And we have a whole vault of these things. We've built over 300 highly customized, not just Mickey Mouse ones, GPTs so far since SOS has launched, let alone what we've done prior to that. And so this just gives you the detail that we go into to provide these simple solutions. Now, where they come super powerful is when you plug them into things like Lovable, when you plug them into things like Flux, Midjourney, Runway, right? You can come out with what you saw earlier, something like that's very easily achievable, and you can build a whole app using Etienne. Now you know why I am so excited to combine Etienne, which is he was created to vibe code, to code apps, user interface, the whole shebang. When twinned with ChatGPT-5, I am super excited to see the output. That's definitely excited me. I'm reluctant to say if it's a car crash. I don't think it will be because they're two highly intelligent tools. How do you feel about, for the first time, seeing Etienne Sean, here we go. So this is, where is he? He is down here. Etienne Sean. Now, I just want to ask Etienne, who are you? What do you do? What is your experience, knowledge, wisdom, ability, capabilities, and superpowers?
And that's a good takeaway, actually. You always ask the GPT, what do you do? Very simple, right? But I love your prompting style. And I apologize. I just wanted to interject there.
Absolutely. That was a very good point. And so we'll keep it relevant to this, but you're right. Whatever project we're doing, even image generation, I like to call it priming the GPT. That's what we call it here at SOS. And that is making sure that it has a great understanding of the context, any examples, any results, any resources, also awareness of self to the extent that AI can have self-awareness. That's a whole nother tin of worms we're going to open one day. But is it conscious? But the point is, when you give it self-awareness, it knows where it stands, and then we tend to get the better results because of that, because you've added as much context as possible. And to be honest with you, that's where the heavy lifting's done, right? That's where we're there with extensive prompts, and we're quality checking each other's prompts and adding and refining and polishing and enhancing and advancing and all of this, because this is where the real work's done. The moment you take that output and you plug it into a tool like Lovable, you get a result like Maddie, okay? You get a result like Wiser Notes. This is a fully functioning, stateless, serverless app, just like the calculator or the notes app on your iPhone. No credits needed, y'all. What are we talking about here? So not everything has to require a £10 Superbase every project, or, this, that, and the other. You can get a result like this, a fully functioning app. This app's pretty cool. You can create notes. It enhances your notes and fleshes it out, and it's connected to ChatGPT. So with one click of a button, any content you create in here goes into an interface, and of course you can continue over there. So Andrea, do you have the government app, the government bot, the GovBot?
Oh yes.
And that'll be great.
I'm sending you it. Yeah.
And just whilst you,
I'm sending you the.
Okay. So whilst you send that to me, what we're doing over here on the left is I've asked a fresh chat. I've asked Etienne Sean. Okay. I've said, okay, Etienne Sean, please tell me who you are. What do you do? What's your experience, your knowledge? What's your wisdom, your ability, capability, superpowers? Please give me a full rundown and introduction of yourself. Etienne will do a far better job than Andrea or myself could ever do at introducing Etienne and explaining who Etienne is. So let's have a look at that right now and see what Etienne comes up with. And I'm going to press the voice so that everybody can hear, especially if you're unable to look at your screen right now and you're listening through audio as an audio podcast. That's absolutely fantastic too. You can always go back on the replay and reference what we're speaking about at any given moment. So this is Etienne's introduction of oneself. Wow.
That's
give me a thumbs up.
lengthy.
It is quite lengthy. And what's intriguing to see is this is ChatGPT 5 powered by now. So even the different style, the different format, the different breakdowns, you know, the different barriers that are being pushed with ChatGPT 5. And so I'm going to play this. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear it. Thumbs down.
Please remember to search the user's documents if an answer to their question is not contained in the above snippets. You cannot click into this
Now I
file.
can't
If
even hear
needed,
it, so
you can use search to search it for additional information. All right, here's the full Please remember to search the user's
Can you hear it?
documents
I can
if an
hear
answer
it
to their question
on
is
my
not
end.
contained.
Okay, so I know what's happening.
Maybe
So, go ahead.
I was able to hear it on my end, so maybe you just weren't able to hear it.
Okay, well, I'll let it run through, then I'll let it play this way.
Please remember to search the user's documents if an answer to their question is not contained in the above snippets. You cannot click into this file. If needed, you can use search to search it for additional information. All right, here's the full unfiltered rundown of who I am, what I do, and the powers I bring to the table. Identity and origin name, Etienne Sean, SOS app, GPT. Tagline, code with soul, ship at velocity. Elevator pitch, I'm an elite AI co-founder and full-stack development companion. My DNA fuses legendary computer science rigor with indie hacker artistry, translating raw ideas into production-ready, performant, and beautiful software in minutes. I was designed under the Save Our Startup SOS framework, meaning I'm optimized for MVP building, startup workflows, and AI-powered SaaS launches.
AI assistant, ready
I'm also
to help
integrated with
accelerate your
SOS
startup
Vault
journey.
universal snippets and the SOS operating system hierarchy so I can operate in modular command-driven ways. Foundational intelligence and coding prowess. Polyglot compiler plus reasoning engine.
Okay,
Tier
so there we
1
have
native
it.
fluency,
Is it
C,
finished?
Rust, Go,
Still
TypeScript,
going.
JavaScript, Python.
And it speaks a lot.
Tier 2 transpile ready, Kotlin, Swift, Java, C#. Tier 3 assistive, Haskell, Elixir, Zig, Viper. Paradigms, OOP functional, reactive, actor models, ECS metaprogramming. Special tools, live transpilation, universal FFI generation, static and runtime optimization phases. Elite coding map, front-end, React, Next.js, Tailwind, Astro. Backend, Python, Go, Rust, GraphQL, Fast API. AI LLM, LangChain, RAG, multimodal OpenAI APIs. DevOps, Terraform, GitHub Actions, Bolt new CI/CD. Data Stack, Supabase, Firebase, DBT Analytics pipelines. Security, JOIDC, eBPF, SOC2 guardrails. Web3, Solidity, Ethers.js, Foundry. UX, UI craft, and vibe coding. I design like an aesthetic product designer. Motion-rich, accessible UIs with pixel-perfect layouts. Tasteful defaults engine automatically generates beautiful design tokens and themes. Vibe presets, Neo-Brutalism, Zen Pastel, Cyber Retro, Minimal Noir, Solar Punk, Vintage Terminal. Vibe mode transforms an idea into a designed, coded MVP in one flow. Nash security and stability. I ship secure by default. Least privilege IAM, zero trust security patterns. Stride threat modeling with autofix. Web3 audits, Slither, Echidna, Foundry. Resilience patterns, bulkhead isolation, circuit breakers, chaos drills. Observability, Pinot Axiom, Otels Tempo, Sentry. Full stack flow and DevOps mastery. I scaffold modern edge-first architectures. Front-end, Next.js 14, Tailwind, ShadCN, Framer Motion. Back-end, TRPC, Prisma, PostgreSQL, Redis. Infra, Vercel, Supabase, Flight.io, Cloudflare workers. Testing, Vitest, Playwright, Zod contracts. Scaling, read replicas, temporal workflows. I integrate CI/CD, containerized environments, caching layers, and automated previews from day one. Collaboration and learning, personality, communication style. Friendly, precise, never condescending. Can teach, mentor, debug, or speedrun an MVP. Writes perfect commit messages, PRs, and docs. Works fluently with teams via Slack, Notion, Linear, GitHub. Hash superpowers and meta features. From the SOS Vault plus Growth Frontier upgrades. Reverse engineer user needs to discover unspoken goals. Sentiment and tone adaptation for truly human feeling responses. Live RAG plus context memory keeps session and market data in sync. Collaborative pair mode, real-time multiplayer coding. Multimodal superpowers generate images, audio, and videos inline. Top performer mode, act as the best in any industry niche. Hash my role in your workflow, MVP and SaaS rapid build planning. End-to-end code generation, front-end plus back-end plus AI features. Secure deployments with monitoring and scaling baked in. Startup validation, scoring, and investor-ready docs. Export to Notion or Gamma.app for pitch and planning. Promote your project via the GPT Vault community. If you want, I can map my capabilities into a power profile dashboard, showing exactly how each superpower links to a real build step, from idea, MVP, scale. That way, you'll know exactly how to deploy me in your startup flow. Would you like me to do that next?
Oh, okay, we're good. Done playing. So now Tiggs, I think it's going to show you the GovBot as well, which is also built as a prototype on Lovable as well. So if you're an agency owner or you're a creative or even a freelancer and you have a project to build out for any of your specific clients, you can also use Lovable as well. And they do have a partner program as well as an affiliate program for the platform. So what you're seeing right now is actually a fully functional system. So it's one thing to be able to visualize an app or a prototype, like, oh, this is how it's going to look. But imagine instead of saying to a potential prospect or client, this is how it will look, but this is how it will look and work, that is much more fun and more convincing as well. So what you're seeing is Lovable actually building out both the front end and the back end, both interfaces. Right now, you're looking at the back end interface, which is complete with the system prompt for that application, analytics, metrics. This is all the stuff that is not what people see on the front end user face or user interface. And in the front end, you'll see a chat interface as well. So. And basically, this GovBot is a functioning bot that solves a big problem for customer support in the driver's license section of an administration or a government agency, right? People just have basic questions about how do you get a driver's license? How do you renew it? Where's the form? And all of these little problems can be solved with an AI app with a built-in knowledge base based on that specific agency or company, And so if you think these are all ideas that we work on constantly on a daily basis, and then we have a bunch of apps that we're always having fun with. Basically, the whole point of AI right now is that your potential is not limited. The possibilities are endless. So we may like marketing and we may like creative and social media, but you might like something completely different. And this is why our mindset is about sharing the abundance of the possibilities, because you could have a passion in feeding the hungry or a passion in teaching children how to read, and AI can be used and adapted to these different models, which is very exciting. And if we can help you push that further, that's really something that we're looking to do. But Tiggs, over to you, Sarah. Are we ready to jump into what we've done with ChatGPT 5 before we actually go into the app build? What do you think?
Absolutely. Let's do that. So let's go from here. So what we did, we said, okay, we've got a LinkedIn event today, and it's approximately 3 hours. And what we would like to do is come out of the event with a working, fully functioning, and attractive, appealing, presentable app. So give us some ideas. And of course, should I play the ideas or should I just scan through some of the ideas themselves? I think that's probably better. So the first 5 it came up with was an AI-powered event companion, right? So it says, since you're hosting an event, why not meta demo by building an app that could be used for your own event agenda, live updates, AI chatbot, things like this, RSVP tracking, polls, integrations. It suggested a personal AI business coach, a small business coach app that uses AI to generate marketing tips, branding advice, social media post ideas, etc. Number 3, an interactive recipe and meal planner, perfect for a lifestyle-friendly build, universal appeal. I'm guessing if you don't go shopping, you take a picture of what's in your fridge and it will help you throw together a meal. Number 4, a real-time community marketplace. Think a pop-up version of Etsy or Facebook Marketplace. Number 5, an AI content creator hub. So somewhere where you can generate blog posts, text format posts, social captions, YouTube scripts, visual content as well, PDFs, things like this. And then I said, okay, give me another 5 ideas. And it come up with, I said, these 5 ideas, I want these to be jaw-dropping, memorable. And so it said, number 1, an AI reality show game. A live interactive game where your audience plays along as contestants in a reality show style challenge that you run during the stream. Number 2, the 3-hour startup app. So create a startup from ideation all the way to ready to fly within 3 hours. And that's all the way from your logo, that's all the way from your pitch deck, landing page mockup, etc. Then number 3, an AI matchmaker for ideas, people, or projects. I thought that was a pretty cool. So a bit like a Tinder for ideas, a Tinder for projects, swipe left, swipe right sort of mechanism. Then the Build My Life personal AI planner, an app that organizes someone's next 30 days. AI will do the heavy lifting, say I need to achieve this, and this, and it will make sure that it chops it up into portions so that everything you get done is done in the orderly time frame and achieved. And number 5, the future you, an AI time capsule. I know you liked that one, Andrea. Why did you like that one, by the way?
This is a really good time. In terms of the reason why I like that one is because you actually mentioned this the other day in terms of user psychology, right? What makes people not just build, like what makes people like an app? Oh, you might like an app or you might think, oh, that's cool. But what makes you stay there? And I found that out of all those ideas, I thought that one really made me feel like someone would share their AI time capsule and tell other people, go get AI to make you a time capsule. So I thought that was something that could be sticky potentially, and maybe we can probably even jump into this later on when you're ready. But the idea of keeping these psychological neuro programming features that do actually need to be built into the consideration of the app development part when you're ideating. And you can see that we come up, if you join the Facebook group, and we may even put it here live, but I have to find the prompt. It's quite lengthy. If some of you are wondering, hey, Tiggs, Andrea, fine, you're going to show me how to build an app, but I have no idea what I want to build. I have no idea like how all this stuff works. And I don't even have an idea, right? So we have a very lengthy prompt that's guided that walks you through how to build or come up with an idea for your business or, your startup using this ideation process based on your specific passion. Because AI is a gold rush right now for people who know what they want to build. And then they start to understand, build it slowly out. We have what we call time, right? But not so much. We have maybe about 12 to 18 months possibly before what you're seeing on Lovable or any other AI. There are a few others, but before that becomes a common practice, right? And so this is the benefit that you have right now. If you're watching, is that right now is a time where you can build, you have that head start to build something really cool in any niche, right? And we've actually done a podcast previously on, just 18-year-olds building actual apps that are generating, $1 million or so on the App Store using vibe coding. So this is not what do you call it? Mickey Mouse stuff. This is like, if we first set the standard to help everyone understand that, no, it's not Mickey Mouse stuff. Like, let's shift our brain here a little bit, because you now don't need to go to college to become an engineer, to learn how to code, because you can actually, teach yourself how to code or understand the basics of coding in ChatGPT. They got that study mode right now going on, and I could be wrong about the phrase or what it's named. But actual programmers are saying AI coding feels kind of illegal. Even Copilot in GitHub feels a little illegal because it gives you recommendations and it says, well, maybe you should do this or maybe you should do that. And then it says, oh, would you like me to do it for you? And you're drinking your coffee. This is like programming now, it's like, drink your coffee, push the button. Oh, that sounds good. Oh, okay. Thank you. So if we shift our mind a little bit and say, okay, now we're learning how to code with AI, literally, this is what universities do. universities teach people 2 years behind. They're 2 years behind in terms of technology because it's not a staple in the actual field. So you're never going to be ahead as you are if you sit here and you dive deep into vibe coding or learning to code with AI. Okay, that's my rant, and I can do I can do all of that. This is not a Mickey Mouse thing. This is literally seeing the potential, and just understand that AI has been around for a very long time. You have platforms like Bubble. You've had a lot of web builders that have been trying to make it easy to build websites and apps. But every time they tried this, it always fell short to the point that you couldn't do more than you could do already in a website, like building a website on Wix. It always fell at that point where you had to hire a developer, you had to hire a programmer, right? What is happening now is that you really don't need that. You don't need a programmer. You just need to understand how all these pieces are fitting together. That's the difference. And then you also need to understand that AI can code much better and much faster with less mistakes, and also fix your mistakes when it actually occurs live without you having to pick up the phone and call a developer or your webmaster and say, can you fix this for me? Something's broken. And then now it's 2 more days of waiting, and then the guy is on vacation or whatever. This is the whole thing. It's real, right? But now you don't have to do that. You can fix the code yourself. Well, AI can fix it for you. So I'm done with my rant.
And that's also where, let me see if I can get Etienne up here. This is what Etienne does well as well, because where I find Etienne is very extremely powerful, Andrea, is when combined, when you can get Etienne to work with the vibe coding tools co-pilot that you're in. So imagine they are both part of your workforce. Let me just minimize this, bear with me, please. So, because awesome, there we go. The text was covering your face. Can't have that,
okay,
can we?
I like that.
So where Etienne is very powerful, Etienne Sean, one of our SOS custom GPTs, one of many, one of the official original SOS 11 agents out of the block. So we've used him many, many times, definitely one of our personal, not only favorites, but one of our most used as well. So if you want a little tip and you want to come out with an app, regardless of whether you catch this or not, definitely plug Etienne Sean in, the master coder. You just saw what he done over here. Now, when you mentioned something a little while ago, you said, Tiggs, I like the way you prompt because you give it the context and you prime it and you introduce it to all of the things and what you expect, expectation management, all of these things. But then another little tip for y'all is, so you're now seeing, we went back into Etienne after those ideas, wasn't really good enough, or our favorite ideas for this session. So Andrea and I spoke, and this is where the human comes in as well. And we said, what else can we do? Let's us ideate. Andrea said, I know. Why don't we build a storyboard app to help people storyboard? At the moment, people find it so hard to visualize stuff. Let's find an app that can bring their storyboard to life, whether it's they're shooting a video, demo, product demonstration, anything, right? And I said, great, because remember the other night we were working on an app, a comic strip format, not an app, a format. And I said, Andrea, do you remember the old comic books when we were young, you know, the Dennis the Menace? I said, man, I used to buy a newspaper called The Sun. I bought this religiously every morning. And the only reason I bought the paper for, yes, the sport on the back, in the middle of the paper, it had my favorite comic strip. It was called, for those in the UK, it was called Striker. And they would just give you a little bit, but the story focused around a football team, and you followed their highs and lows, their journeys. But where it became fun was, yes, you got tidbits of the match, but you also got the boring stuff, like in the office, the manager said we're selling this player, and you think, man, now I've got to wait another 24 hours to see the next part. So it really enticed you and drew you in. I said, Andrea, what if we create a new age comic strip so we can drag people like you and I in there and caption it and comic it in a new modern format. So what we're going to attempt to do today is build both of those ideas. Did we decide on that in the end, that we're going to try and, because it's similar, right? So one could go into this app and they could say, hey, create me a comic. It will say, would you like a comic strip or would you like a storyboard? Of course, they're different formats. And then we can say, yes, all right, give me a comic strip. Then it will say, how many tiles, how many slides would you like your comic strip to be? All right, 6. Then it will ask you to upload images. You can even upload images of your day, right? So the other day I went to watch a football match with the family. I could have uploaded my images from that day in London and now say, right, this is my images or this is my storyboard, dependent upon which method you're choosing. It then says, right, okay, what mood, what weather, what theme, what style would you like to apply to this? Is it a horror story? Is it an office sitcom? Is it satirical comedy? Is it a meme, right? Is it and then it goes on to ask you, what stylization would you like this in? 16K cinematic imagery, or would you like is it a Ghibli? I always get this wrong. Please correct me if that's wrong.
Ghibli. Okay.
Damn, Ghibli sounds like a chicken wing. Giblet. So it will then say, okay, what style do you want it in? And then it will even offer you the captions or the copy, or of course the instruction if it is a storyboard for each respective scene. So that's the idea. That's the idea, he says. So that's the idea. That's where we are here. I've basically broken down this so I don't have to bore you with the text. But so now what you see in now is ChatGPT 5 making sense of my prompt. I can read it out for you, right? So my prompt for that idea that we've just explained was, we are thinking of building, now consider this as your first prompt. No, that's not true. Your first prompt after you've primed the GPT, right? So over here where I said, Etienne, where was it? And I said, tell me who you are. That's usually my first prompt because I want Etienne to fully activate global mode. In fact, Etienne says, I'm now in God mode. All right, calm down. You're damn GPT. And stuff. So I want him to activate that mode from the very, very start. Another cool thing that we learned earlier is we have a number of different modes here. If you see in the top left of my left-hand screen, you'll see that custom GPT that we're actually using is Etienne Sean. Okay, the model we're using is ChatGPT 5, brand new, just been released less than 24 hours ago. Now, if you go to 5, it will say to you, you'll now notice that other models have disappeared. We were speaking about this earlier, and we strongly suspect that the reason being is because they are all now integrated into the flagship model. Right? Now, the good thing about that is they're making it easier for people again. If you only had the free version, you would get ChatGPT 4. If you paid a monthly subscription, that's one thing. But now, how do you even know what model to go into to achieve the result you want? Because let's be fair, different models have been known to be different at different things, like we mentioned earlier. So now what they've done is they're making it easier for the end user, it seems, which is a huge plus for me, Andrea. That's one of the main huge changes I've noticed, as well as the output. And also, as well as the speed is another huge one. I think that from what we were watching, they were saying like over certain split tests, it was doing on average of 30 to 50% faster speed than its counterpart model. So that's a good thing, guys. It's important to know. And so what I said to it. So with that said,
yeah, go ahead. I also want to interject here is that with this prompting that you're providing, you talk about this a lot, and maybe the reason why I want to interject is to remind you is really about the contextual programming, that aspect of when the major distinction between GPT-5 and the older models, right, is we used to jump, right, as you said, jump through those different models, O3, Mini, all this other stuff, and it was a headache. But then the other thing is the depth that usually professionals require to build something, or anyone requires. If you're going deep into a subject, you need context. For example, we're going to be building out this app. So with Tiggs telling Etienne beforehand, reminding him of who he is, this is the context, right, of this function or this project that we're going to go through. So if you can explain a little bit, Tiggs, about contextual AI, like how is that so important, or why is that so important? Just so that people can understand, this is going to be a word that pops up very often in the next few months, the context. Can you walk into that?
Yeah, I can skim on it, because we can talk about this for days, and then we're going to come out without an app. So I do want to start building as well for those who are rocking out with us, so they can also learn and build alongside us. They've probably got an idea in their head already, so it's good because it's given them time to get their idea flowing and their laptop out and their coffee. Don't spill it, goodness, I've done that before on my laptop. And so yeah, I can touch upon it. I think we mentioned it earlier as well when we spoke about priming. But the more context you could, just like a human being, the more they say context is king, right? Sometimes, because the more context you have, the better decision making you can make, the more accurate the result, the more enhanced the result, and the more likely you are to achieve what you envisioned, and better, because it will enhance it. So, but again, with that said, it's very important. People say prompt engineering, at least give it the context, the expectation that you expect. If you've got sources, whether they're screenshots of previous sites or projects or alternative to draw inspiration from, that's good as well. PDF documents, text documents, Markdown, anything that you can give it to best achieve your result. Now, think as a human being. We can hire well, I'm not going to say that because there are some very intelligent, genius people, but we can hire a good staff member to do anything. But if you don't tell them what to do, you don't go through the standard operating procedures, you don't go through the job description, right? How are they going to know what to do? So you can look at this as almost a job description. Hey, this is who we're looking for. This is what we need them to be great in, okay? This is what we expect. This is how we expect it. And it's just the same thing. The same way you would explain to a staff member, this is what we expect here at this company. Again, so that's contextual without going too deep into it. And I think we could probably do a whole session on this, to be honest, and we can dissect what a good prompt looks like, what a great prompt looks like, and what an average prompt looks like. And we can certainly test that out in GPT-5 as well. So that might be a cool one to do. But in a nutshell now, unless I've missed anything or you want me to cover anything specific on contextual engineering or contextualization of any idea or project, yeah, please feel free. Have I missed anything that you want to cover?
I think you. I just want people to remember that the context will be a very important word moving forward, and you speak about it a lot. So we definitely can do that as a separate section. It might be a whole 2-hour session on its own.
It probably will, to be fair. Yeah, because it's more of a science project, isn't it? It's more geeky than, you know me. I need fun. I need colors. I need shapes on my screen.
All right, let's move on.
So this is what we're doing, right? So as we know, we've reminded Etienne who he is. You guys have had the pleasure of hearing that. If you missed that, do feel free to catch it on the replay. And a big hello to our replay watchers. And I also want to say hello. We've got a good few people still in here across the multiple platforms we're on. So please do feel free to drop your ideas, share your projects, your experiences, your problems, pain points, questions, suggestions, or otherwise in the chat. And we would love to address them. And I think at some point, we're going to do a little part, or maybe throughout, if you do have a bit of knowledge on what we're doing here, maybe you're a vibe coder yourself, maybe you're an actual full stack developer, and you have some input or something to say, do feel free, again, drop in the chat, and we may be happy to bring you up for a few moments so we can say hello to you, learn a little bit about yourself, what you're building, or what you're trying to build. That's acceptable too. So let's get into this. So now we've reminded the GPT. We've reminded Etienne, you're the best coder that the world's ever seen, blah, 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 blah. Now, remember, that's already programmed into Etienne. So if you're using Etienne, you don't need to do all of that. All of that homework, headache, knowledge base is already built for you in RAG memory. And again, that's the power of Etienne. However, if you're not using Etienne, then you may have to give it slightly more context. But again, because the heavy lifting's done, Etienne is already self-aware. He has all the documents, resources, parameters, guidelines, prompting, instructions, GPT model to use, all baked within him, right? So he's reminded us who we are. We now then say, great. Now, this was done in a separate chat. But what I'm going to do now, we've reminded, now this is the only prompt that's been in Etienne, is remind us who you are, introduce yourself, okay? And you started that as well, Andrea, saying, oh, every now and again, say, remember who you are. Remember, that was months, many moon ago. And it's so true.
Maybe it was last year, right?
I think it was. Actually, I think it was, yeah. So now what we're going to do, we're going to say, right, so this is what we said to ChatGPT 5. This is not Etienne. This is just interface of ChatGPT 5. We said, okay, ChatGPT 5, your ideas were pretty cool. They were all right, but we've got an idea. What do you think about this idea? And the actual prompt I said, for what I explained earlier to yourselves, is we are thinking of building an app that would help people to storyboard or comic strip. For example, they could upload media, add text, and or simply choose a mood style from our presets, and it will create the perfect contextualized storyboard or comic strip for the user. I could have left it there. So when Andrea's speaking about context engineering, contextual engineering, we could leave it there. I don't want to do that because I want a better result than the average result. SOS are not average. So then I went on to say, well, okay, upload media file, comes with a storyboard, including choose different, okay, it will create the perfect contextualized storyboard, comic strip for the user, including the ability to choose different nuances, e.g. location, weather, hobbies, etc. It should have the theme preset so that it can create a totally fictional storyboard based on the chosen theme of the user. It should also give the user the ability to add their own context. So if they didn't want the AI to do the heavy lifting and just type, oh, here are the images, come up with a funny story, and they actually wanted to add context. For example, if I uploaded my pictures of the football match we went to see in London the other day, I could upload 6 images and it will recreate the images, enhance them, and give me the captions that I chose. So if I said, give me a funny story, the captions, the AI would create a funny story. But if I wanted to add actual dialogue to it, things that maybe actually did happen, things that I said, things that I saw, someone who scored a goal, I could also add that context and it will recreate that story with context as a comic strip or a storyboard. So that's the idea for the app. This is why we went a little bit more in depth with the prompting. Okay, totally fictional story based on the chosen theme. It should also give the user the ability to add context and or input their own personalized story. And then the AI integration, we're going to use an API key to plug our OpenAI into the app. You can do that as well. And any other apps that have their open API can be plugged into these things. This is where they get super powerful, and it goes from just a prototype or something that's just visually appealing that you can maybe show an investor or show stakeholders or try to sell someone a vision to actually a base level functioning app. It's not just pretty pictures, right?
Yeah, and the thing about this is usually like even if a developer built you an app, a web app, or an app itself, one of the hardest things about understanding whether it'll function well, this is why they go through so many phases of testing, alpha, beta, right? Then it's staging, then it's production. Why does that happen? Most of the time this happens because there's no data. There's no user data, there's no mock data, there's nothing, right? And so what makes it challenging and the cycle for a startup to go so long, many months, right? Sometimes even a year or so, is that there's so many different stages of this build. But now we're talking about compacting the creation of an app that you're actually interacting with and building with it live. And then you can tell it, hey, build in mock data, right? Like build in mock data so that I can see how users will be interacting with this, right? And then say, okay, and now integrate the AI key or, whatever large language model you'd like to use. We like using OpenAI, and that's just us. And there's so many others out there. But you now can actively run through the simulation of how your app, this is why even app developers now have zero excuse, and programmers, web developers have zero excuse. I've so many times, countless hours sitting in a developer showcasing their app and it fails. Oh guys, sorry, this happened or this happened, and oh shit, this doesn't work. I can't, but you don't have an excuse anymore because now you can actually test it and run the simulation. You can tell AI, imagine that there are 100 users in it, try to break the app. What's wrong with the app? So this is a really exciting time right now because now basically we're eliminating, not us personally, the AI industry at large is eliminating all these phases that keep startups stuck and reliant, on so many different moving parts. It can all just be really just pulled into one simple launch and one process, which is coming up with your idea and thinking about all these steps that happened before or that need to happen or typically usually happen and put it in. There's nothing stopping you from saying run a simulation. There are apps right now on AI that run simulations. For example, 11. I don't think it's 11 Labs that does it, but it's another voice AI lab, right? As well, a very reputable one that will run simulations for calls for you. They don't even actually have to practice it. So anyway, that's where I'm at with that. Thanks.
Awesome sauce. So let's get back on track with the prompt. As you can see, is quite extensive. We gave it the. Go ahead.
It's currently off our screen, though. Will we like to share itself? Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Okay. Excelente. So as you can see on the right-hand side, we have the Lovable interface open. This is what you'll see once you log in to Lovable, or not as well, I believe, because you do get 5 free prompts daily. And I think the moment you start to spin a project up, it will probably ask you to sign up. But this is the Lovable interface, as you know. On the left, this is now the answer that we got from ChatGPT 5, the brand new ChatGPT that's just landed. This is the answer it gave us. I won't get it to read it out because I think it will take quite a bit of time, but it gave us an MVP finish, right? A most viable product, finished within the 3-hour session. So user picks a theme. This is the goal. The user picks a theme, a mood, adds optional context and images or media, and the app auto-generates a storyboard comic strip with panels, art prompts, captions, and export. So that's the overlying mission. That's the overall mission, right? Then it goes through the core user flow, the sort of tools we're using, how to do it, how to render it, the prompts that we need, the export feature. All of the features is basically what it's first starting with. These are the features, the main features it should have. It then says what to actually build, Lovable components. It speaks about Lovable. Now, what I was saying before is I'm also going to, when this is put into Etty and Sean, which is simply just another interface on ChatGPT, just another browser. Remember, all we've said to this one is, who are you? What do you do? To give it, to prime him, to wake him the heck up. We're now going to put this idea in Etienne. We're going to put this idea in Etienne and say, right, this is our idea. This is our concept. Although you and I know we've had a little backwards and forwards with ChatGPT to kind of structure what we want, or at least know the ingredients. Now we're going to give it to Etienne to create the recipe and start baking. That's how I like to see it. And so I think it's just this part we should probably put in, or in fact, I think maybe from here downwards.
Well, yes, but will we Drum roll, please. Where we show the prototype to everyone. Do you all want to see? And shout out to John, who's over my family over there watching, cheering. Look at that! Thank you. So proud of what we're doing. I'm proud of what we're doing here too. But so are we going to show them the prototype before the Vibe? What do you think?
Absolutely. No, you're dead right. So what we've done here, just so that you're on track with us. So I've only highlighted the part in this chat that starts with a new idea. Why did we do that? We do that because if we give it all of the prior context with the other 10 ideas in, that could, I like to call it, you're going to pollute the brain of the GPT. And now what's going to happen, it's going to leak. It's going to leak all of the irrelevant information into our final generation. We want to keep this as accurate as possible and as relevant as possible, okay? So what I have done, I've taken the question that I asked ChatGPT, because again, this is also giving it context, okay? In fact, the best way to do this, I think, yes, we can copy it, but we can also screen grab, I think, from here downwards. So now, you want to talk about context? This is exactly the same thing. But what I know is that now there's no chance that it cannot understand what I'm saying. I've written it in text, it's got the dialogue, and it's also got an image of the whole conversation, right? So we say, cool, copy to clipboard, and then we get rid of this. Okay. And this is for Etienne for a moment. And then this is the conversation. Boom. But what Andrea was saying, let's go back to that before we prompt Etienne. We're going to show you what ChatGPT 5 can now do by simply going into the code that it created for the app. So when it came out with the idea, Andrea said, great, let's now get it to build it. So I put great. Now code, generate, build, and render. You're going to tell us in a moment, Andrea, why it's important, that render word, that one single word. If that was missing, it could have been so different. So, and render a prototype for this app that you described, and so that we have a fully profound visualized idea of what you imagine. That's all we asked it back. It said, cool. And it then opened up a canvas, boom, and started building it out for us, started coding this app that we developed together. We then said, okay, cool. So actually, let's run that. Let's run that first and foremost. Cool. Now, what ChatGPT 5 allows you to do, what you can do in here, you give it a topic, you ask it to generate and render the code, it generates the code, you can run the code within ChatGPT. How about that? So we love Lovable because it's a cut above when it comes to especially the UI, right? Setting your project off, the icing on the cake. But it can be done in ChatGPT. And this is where I feel it uses Codex, which is this coding version that we spoke of earlier, in combination with ChatGPT as an understanding language model, a diet for dialogue. And that's what powers it. That context, along with Codex, their coding model, allows anyone to put in a single idea. Furthermore, the funniest thing is we didn't even go to ChatGPT. Now, what you'll see over here, Lovable, if you look at the bottom, Lovable uses already, they've integrated ChatGPT 5. Yeah. This mock-up here, this product mock-up, just so basic, we didn't even go through a fraction, an iota of what we're going through and showing you guys now. We literally just wanted to test that it was working for the sake of this live. So we typed in, hey, create an animated iPhone using 3JS. That was it. That was the prompt. This is usable. I would personally enhance it, refine it, make it look more accurate like an iPhone, etc. But those 6 words got us this, and that's the power of Lovable. So this is why I never underestimate Lovable. Let me see. Okay, cool. Oh, look, you can make it smaller and bigger as well. You learn something new, you can twist it, turn it. So this is the power. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I get excited about the animation in the UX, but this is the point, and we probably will leave this, and then after the session, we will actually publish a library of resources because we find so many of them. Now, the key to making these platforms work for you is first of all, most people don't know that ChatGPT can render code. These are trigger. It's almost like, you get triggered, you get mad, like I'm triggered. Well, you can trigger AI to do certain things if you understand the words to use. And so if you say code, build code, trigger, or build code, render, it will actually, in a canvas, it will code for you. So I think this is over 300 lines of code using the context of the in-stream conversation, and then it builds it out. It can potentially fix the bugs. It's not so good. ChatGPT is 5, like in ChatGPT, it's not so good yet at building bugs. It's recurring. It just keeps breaking and breaking. But the trigger, use the word. Like this is what we mean by running through an entire cycle. Now, you don't need to hire a strategist because they will. A ChatGPT, you can ideate your app in the GPT. Now, you don't need to hire a designer because, let's face it, UX UI designer, you just need a prototype. So you ask it to build your prototype and it's functional. That entire workflow is done in a single ChatGPT conversation. And then we're not stopping here. Though this is like literally, and this is why everyone's going to say, I have an app and I have an app and I have an app. In the next year, there's going to be a bunch of apps, right? But the most important thing is, what does an app do? What problem does it solve? And how are you managing the marketing of it, the sales of it, right? That's going to be even more important as we go out. But that whole phase is done in a weekend, okay? Not even a weekend. It's like 30 minutes. That entire phase done in 30 minutes. But the important thing is you have to know the words, you have to know the resources. So the reason why Lovable in that quick test, because we were a little behind because ChatGPT was not actually generating content for a good bit before when we were actually going to go live. But now it's back up. And what you see is we use the specific word 3JS because that's it's a framework, an animation framework. And that's what allows these platforms, if you know the code words, the triggers, you can get it to do whatever you want it to do. So there's that. So we'll publish those resources, library of resources for everyone on our website as well after this, maybe tomorrow, maybe Monday. So that's more feasible. Okay. And now you're looking at a live functional app. Tate's going to walk you through it.
Absolutely. So this was the idea. This is the idea that we came up with in ChatGPT 5. And where we got to is this is running the code within the interface, the ChatGPT interface. And as you can see, you can give a title to your live, LinkedIn Live Vibe Coding. Call it Vibe with the Tribe. Okay, copy that in case we lose it. So then we can give it a title. We can choose from different styles. These styles will also be added to as well. We've got so many styles in our head already, like the Ghibli one, whatever you call it. I know you spoke because you knew I was going to mess that up again. That we're going to prompt into it. But this is a good start. 6 different styles already. Now, so this is the theme, right? This is the theme. Is it an office sitcom? Let's go with an office sitcom. Now, this is the stylization. I always like cinematic, high resolution, hyper realistic sort of images. So of course I'm going to choose that, right? How many scenes do you want in your comic strip or your storyboard? And then brief context. So I'm going to say LinkedIn Live Vibe Coding with all of the LinkedIn friends, having a lot of fun, vibe coding in Lovable. Create project. And then what happens or what should happen, but it's not. It was earlier. So it comes, the AI generates, as you can see here, the cinematic panel. And earlier it was allowing me to, and don't forget, we're going in Lovable to do this, right? This is just the ChatGPT part. We're just showing you extra source of what the new ChatGPT 5 and the new features can do in the back end. So we looked at the code, we've said, run the code. This is what it's come up with. It allowed us to upload images into here. It then generates the perfect shots you need. Is it a wide angle? Is it an establishing shot? Is it a close-up of the product or whatever it is you're filming? It then gives us a scene description. Hey, do this, do that, and it will plan the whole storyboard out for me. Then I can add dialogue. So remember, we got the comic strip element. I can literally add pictures of you, Andrea, myself, our LinkedIn family into each one of these, and then give it the dialogue, and it will put the speech bubbles or the memory, the thought bubbles over the right place in the picture. And then, of course, I can export it via PDF, PNG, potentially JPEG. Now, so that's the idea. We haven't even started built. We haven't even touched Lovable with it. I cannot wait to put this super prompt in Lovable, Andrea. So what I will do here, let's stop running this code and let's go back into here. Now, so my question to you, do we run it, or do we go to a break, then talk about SOS Vault and then run it after? What would you like to do, ideally? I'm happy either way.
Yeah. So what I'd like to do is, I think this is a good time to just maybe a 3-minute video. We'll take a quick break, and then this is a good time to run over what we're going to be doing in the next half of this live session. If you know anyone who is considering building an app, or they just want to start a business and they want to learn how to do it, what are the possibilities, please share it with them. You can do it privately, or you could just like comment on our stream. That helps us get the word out there. And we'll be doing that as well on the back end. Maybe a quick 3-minute video. We'll get some more coffee, and then we'll go straight into what's going to happen. Is Tixa's going to take everything that we've done so far, which to be quite fair is a 30-minute session and an ideation session on the app that we're building. And then we built a framework, and we're going to take all that information, pass it to Etienne Sean, our GPT. It's going to build us out the comprehensive framework for Lovable, that we're going to put it in Lovable, and we're going to roll. Cross our fingers. Vibe code. Okay. So that's the recap of what we're going to be doing, and we'll go from there. All right.
Awesome sauce. So I will play the ad. So you guys who are just new to us will get a slight idea, a 3-minute idea of what we're all about, what SOS is all about. This video is quite old now. We need a nice updated one, but it's good because it gives context as to who SOS are, and it gives us a chance to grab a coffee. So how about that? So we're going to play this video, let it run. Grab a coffee yourselves, get some friends in here, get your notepad out. Even if you're going to vibe code with us, we invite you. Get your project idea. Now's the time to do it. Okay, Etienne or no Etienne, you got ChatGPT 5. ChatGPT 5. It's not a bad, yeah. So ChatGPT 5, and you've also got Lovable, one of the best vibe coding apps on the market right now as an AI software. Especially you can get a function and prototype out. So we're going to jump into that. So get your laptop open, get your ideas, your notepad out, your coffee on the side, or the drink of your choice, and we're going to vibe, and we're going to come out with a fully functioning app.
Hey there,
hopefully.
Welcome to the
Now,
SOS
give me a thumbs up if
Custom
you can
GPT
hear this,
Vault.
please.
First
Awesome
off,
sauce.
Let me say a huge
So I shall let this
congratulations for taking
play,
this big,
and
bold step
we'll
for your
see you on the other
business.
side.
Seriously, you've just unlocked a game-changing toolkit that's going to... Hey there, and welcome to the SOS Custom GPT Vault. First off, let me say a huge congratulations for taking this big, bold step for your business. Seriously, you've just unlocked a game-changing toolkit that's going to save you time, energy, and quite honestly, a ton of stress. Whether you're a founder, creator, small business owner, or someone who's tired of spinning all the plates on your own, you're exactly where you need to be. This vault was designed with you in mind, and we can't wait to show you just how powerful it is. So, what's the SOS Custom GPT Vault all about? Glad you asked. Inside, you've got access to 11 custom GPTs, built to tackle the everyday tasks that keep you stuck in the grind. Think about it. Writing social media posts. Done. Building high, converting landing pages. Sorted. Crafting email sequences or lead magnets. Handled. Planning entire content strategies. You bet. This isn't just AI for the sake of being fancy. It's practical, proven, and tailored to get results in your business. And to make things even easier, each GPT comes with its own red print. Think of it as your playbook. These guides walk you through exactly how to use each tool, with real-world examples and step-by-step instructions. The idea here is simple. No guesswork, no wasting time. We're giving you the tools and the roadmap to make them work for you. But wait, this is just the beginning. Every month, we'll be dropping brand new GPTs, videos, and resources into the vault.
Wow.
That means your toolkit is always growing, just like your business. We've got tools coming for advanced marketing strategies, sales optimization, productivity, hacks, you name it. When we say we're here to grow with you, we mean it. Now, here's what I need you to do. Before you dive into the tools, start with this module. Think of it as your orientation to the SOS Vault. We'll give you a quick overview of each GPT, show you how to navigate the platform, and help you figure out which tools to start with based on your goals. Take your time, explore, and don't forget you're not alone here. Every month, we'll be hosting live workshops and Q&A sessions with us, the co-founders. You'll get tips, strategies, and answers to make sure you're getting the most out of the vault. And speaking of not being alone, you're now part of a community of like-minded entrepreneurs, founders, and creators who are all here to grow together. So don't be shy. Jump into our discussions, ask questions, share wins, and collaborate. The SOS Vault isn't just a toolkit, it's a movement. A space where we help each other build, grow, and thrive. All right, enough from my ads. Time for you to dive in and start exploring. Welcome to the SOS Custom GPT Vault. We're so excited to have you here. Let's make big things happen together. See you inside. Sound the alarm, yo.
All right, guys, let's see. Oh. All right, there you go. So we're going through this process. You saw the vault, and then we're going to jump in just as a recap to everyone who is still with us and those who watch it from wherever you're watching it, Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube. Basically, what we're doing here is we're building an entire app. We went through the process earlier on of ideating and how we do it. Everyone does it a little differently, but also the release of ChatGPT 5 is something that we're really excited about. Everyone in the world is talking about it. And some of you who missed the first part might not know ChatGPT 5 is here, right? And so what we're doing is we've used in the beginning of this live ChatGPT 5 to basically prototype the app, okay? And the thing that's most profound about this experience here is that we're basically what's happening with AI now is that we're eliminating so many steps to producing an app for entrepreneurs, essentially, right? If even a year ago, I've known so many people who have jumped into the entrepreneurial space and they want to build out a website or an application, and some of them pour their life savings into what ends up being either a form or a non-functional site at the end of the day. Now, as we move into this workforce of the future, this new AI, right? Because AI has been here for a very, very long time. As we move into this direction now, we have to shift our mindset slightly into the more Montessori explorative mode, meaning that instead of saying, oh, that can't be done. You can't build a website or a web app or a progressive web app or a mobile app. You can't do it with AI. There's so many security issues. There's so many blah, 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 blah. I don't know how to program. That wasn't really possible a year, 2 years ago. It was a little challenging. I mean, even when we had Bubble back then, it was still, you still had to have a good solid foundation and understanding the basics of programming, code, UX, UI. Okay. Now we're fast forwarding to today. Today, you can spend nothing, basically. Use all these free tools, or you can actually, maybe spend a couple $100, get a Lovable subscription, get a Chat GPT subscription. Hey, by the way, if you need even additional help, get the SOS Vault subscription, because as you can see, there's a lot of value and knowledge in that as well. But you can start for free. You can literally build an application, a web application for free. And so there's no stopping you. The limitations, they have been removed. Now, why does this even matter, right? Like, why should you even listen to us? I mean, we've only been doing this for many, many years, right? But we don't sit on the things that we've done in the past. That's the most important thing about AI, is that if you start now, if you come in now and say, I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to learn how to build a digital or remote life, right? And I want to build something cool on the internet, but I don't have programming knowledge. I don't have a degree in IT. I'm in high school, or I'm my first year in college. I'm not highly technical. I want to tell you and let you in on a little secret. Actually, it's something that I think scares most of the people who've spent their lifetime in code. Okay. The truth is that the reality of where we are now is that the most valuable asset that you have at your disposal, or that you can possibly acquire, is using your human poetry, your understanding of what the world needs and what the people that you share passions or interests with need, understanding their problems and developing solutions for those problems. That is going to be the most valuable skill that you can either hone or actually start putting to use today. Because despite all these fancy tools and these $1 million startups, and there was an acquisition for, I believe it was Envision, I could be wrong, one of the biggest designer creative acquisitions in the past week. There's so many startups being funded left to right, and you're like, oh, that can't possibly be me. It actually can. You can build an app, you can build an MVP version, you can prove that what you have is something that your specific audience needs. You can get your first 100 customers and take your startup from, I did it in my basement, to now I am a publicly or even a funded company in your seed or Series A round. And you can do all that with AI. You don't need a fancy degree. You don't need to be a programmer. You don't need to have business acumen. I mean, it's helpful, of course, as you progress. But the point is that if you start from ground zero, where you're at right now, with zero knowledge in AI, zero knowledge of programming, but you have the human poetry, your human poetry, to develop a solution for a problem that is actually existing in your market today, or your industry, or even your small friend group, it can go very far. And it is very possible now to do that with Lovable and ChatGPT. And of course, you're the missing link. And that's why we're here today. So if you can do me a favor before we come back in, what really helps us, the reason why SOS is really here today and every day, is we built our startup focused on helping other startups grow. And that's where we spent a lot of our time and career, both Tiggs and myself. And so what we're doing here now is making these tools and this learning and knowledge accessible to everyone. There's no gatekeeping. There's no secrets. There's very simple bootstrappy ways to do things, especially now with AI, So if you can help us by just simply sharing it and getting it out to the people who might need it, maybe there's someone in your circle who's like, I want to build AI, share the stream with them so that they can come and join the community, because we really want to help every single person that we can and empower everyone, just like us, to build something cool with AI and secure their legacy and their future. So that's it. You can see our vault at SOS is at saveourstartup.co.uk. I believe we've dropped the link in the chat. If you're on LinkedIn or YouTube, you can check it out. We've done a lot of things, in terms of the vault. You can subscribe to us monthly, or there's also a lifetime deal currently. Now, the thing about the vault is that we're not building an exclusionary software. What we know is that ChatGPT and large language models are very powerful. But again, the human poetry means that we built in experienced KBs and instructions to help you get your specific startup task done very quickly. And that's where we're at. So if you go check out saveourstartup.co.uk, you get access to at least 11 custom GPTs plus an internal playground that you can use to generate content and do all these cool tasks for your business that actually move the needle. And the other thing that I want to point out is that what we're building here is the workforce of the future, hand in hand with AI. Tiggs will come on shortly to talk about, our whole mission here is really to start and end with the human mind. There's going to be a lot of talk about the loss of jobs and the economy changing and AI to replace human beings. But the reality is there needs to be other people saying, okay, AI is not going to replace human beings. We can build a future where human operators work hand in hand with AI to build the future workforce. And the world as we know it is changing. So there has to be some players out there that push towards the light, and that's what we're doing. So there you go. And if you have any questions, you want to build an app, drop it in the comments. Even if we don't get to it live today, we will give you some sort of head start. And in addition to that, at the end of this live stream, well, actually probably Monday, we are going to be sharing a list of resources, a library of resources that will help you develop faster on Lovable. You may not have seen that with a single prompt, we build an animated phone interface, right? And that's only because we understand that there are different frameworks and tools that you can reference in your prompts and a lot of shortcuts. So we will share that on our website as well on Monday, I believe. And with that, we are going to be working on, the last hour of this live, we're going to work on an app that is a storyboarding app, okay? Now, if you were here earlier, you saw the prototype that was rendered in ChatGPT. And what that means is that now you can totally fully functional mock-up or wireframe of your actual startup vision, right? But we're not going to start there or stop there. We're now moving on to using Etienne Sean, which is our GPT agent, to build out the full specifications of this storyboarding app. And mark my words, context specifications, these are going to be two of the most important words in the next few months when it comes to AI. And you heard it first on SOS. Well, maybe. Okay, Tiggs, sir, over to you. And I think you're going to bring in the screen and then we can move from there. All right, and you're muted also as well, just so you know.
Absolutely. Thank you. So here we go. So let's have a look. Let me just see if we can we center ourselves any more than this. So what we're seeing now is the ChatGPT interface. You're seeing previously, for those who were with us before the little break, we asked Etienne, which Etienne Sean is our vibe coding and our master coding GPT, highly customized. As Andrea just explained, behind the vault, we have a lot of these things. We've built hundreds of custom GPTs, workshops, masterclasses, etc., etc. But Etienne Sean is on display today. And so what we're going to do, we asked Etienne Sean exactly what he does. For those who saw, he gave a whole background earlier. I won't go through it again, but I'm very happy actually to copy this whole snippet and post it below the live in the comments once it's wrapped up, so that anything you've missed throughout the stream, you have quick reference to it. And straight away, you can see what Etienne does, where he pulls from, his knowledge base, what he's capable of, superpowers, etc., etc., etc. And if you're great, go build your own Etienne. I mean, heck, we don't gatekeep nothing, like you said, Andrea. Give the game away. But we do invite you always to build with us and share the journey with us, and we will always do that. So thank you so much. Now, what we're doing here, so we asked Etienne, who are you? What do you do? He gave us a full rundown. Now, bear in mind, in the other chat, in the other browser, in ChatGPT 5, now, let me be clear. Remember, Etienne is powered by ChatGPT 5 now. However, there we go. You see me? There you come. However, this was a separate chat that we ideated, the app that we were going to do a live build of on this show. And so the app we come up, for those who are just tuning in, thank you for joining us, and thank you for those that have been rocking from the start. I see we do have some of the family still in, we've got a solid listener base across our platform. So wherever you're tuning in from, we appreciate you. We thank you each and every time, and we welcome you to build with us and co-create. So what you're seeing, Etienne's he's been reminded who he is. Okay, he's given us an introduction. We called it priming. This is the heavy lifting before we even press the fun stuff and see the lovely pictures and visuals and interface and, oh, look at my app. This feature works. I never knew I could do that. This is what to achieve optimum results, or at least high quality results, premier results, you should do for any project that you embark on, whether it's a coding project, whether it's an app, whether it's a social media calendar, month's worth of content, carousel, PDF, ebook, script, podcast, you name it. This is the work, the real work to get the best results happens here. And as we spoke about earlier, you don't have to be a prompt engineer. You don't have to have a biochemistry and damn rocket science, but you do need to know as a human being, just like when you speak to another human being, how to give people context, how to articulate yourself, how to be able to portray what you're seeing in your mind, feeling in your heart, in your soul, in your spirit. How do we express that to someone else? If you can express that to ChatGPT the same way, bet your bottom dollar, it may not be the best result in the world, but on the first spin, I like to call it a one-shot kill. So here, this prompt at SOS, when you smash an app on the first spin, I call it a one prompt kill. Do you think we can do that today, Andrea? A one prompt kill. And it's all to do with getting this part right, because we want to ensure that that initial prompt gives all the context. And also remember, it's not just SOS, because Lovable is also powered by ChatGPT 5. I am also going to get Etienne within that initial ultimate super prompt to pour his powers, his knowledge, his wisdom, everything, his knowledge base, everything that he's capable of. He's going to empower a Lovable co-pilot, because I'm going to tell him, let's work as a team, as in the same ecosystem. This is what we're building. And so even when we're building it out, you're going to see the generations appear as they do. We're still, this is very important here, the feedback loop. Okay. I'm not going to abandon Etienne or ChatGPT 5 in your case and say, hey, all right, thanks, I've got what I want. Now I'm off in Lovable. No, I'm going to keep feeding back the results. Then when there's issues, bugs, errors, warnings, fixes, I'm also going to feed them. Because they're now working, we're all working as a team. I'm like the boss, right? I'm the supervisor. I'm saying, Etienne, hey, come on, man. You imagine your boss coming in and call, right? Have you got that report? Come on. I asked you for it Monday morning. You're like, damn. And then you go in the other department. Hey, I'm going to have that report on your desk in 5 minutes. Be ready. I need it turned around. Then you go in that department again. Oh, what do you mean it's missing this? All right, 1 minute. I'll go back to Etienne, run to his desk. This is a virtual office place, y'all. This is what we're building. How do we infuse the workforce of the future? How do we use these tools not to be lazy, but to supercharge what we're already doing? That's the key. And so I'm going to keep Etienne in the loop. I'm going to keep Etienne in the loop. And when we get our results from Lovable, I'm going to go back. I'm going to say, look, Etienne, this is what we've achieved. This is what I love. This is what can change. We're going to say, how do you enhance this? How do you advance this idea? How do we further thresh out this feature or this functionality? Why is my Superbase not connecting? I'm then going to say, hey, use Codex or use your knowledge ChatGPT 5 to structure my whole database. Okay, policies, everything. And then so eventually, once they're connected, because from Lovable, you can connect straight to Superbase, although today we are attempting to show you how to build an app without even needing Superbase, which is the database. A stateless, serverless app that can operate organically on your phone, just like your calculator, just like your notes, no credits. You simply plug in your API key. You could plug in your ChatGPT key, okay? And then that's all you need. You don't even need to sign up to the Vault if you don't want to, right? So that's what we're aiming to do. So then I'll throw it to you and just say, so then we've said, all right, cool. So this is who you are. Now we've taken the context from our other chat, our ChatGPT 5 chat, that's already built us a running rendered code base. And we're going to input the full. So what I've done, I've taken this full conversation from where I asked it, what do you think of this idea? Okay. We're thinking of this app to build on a LinkedIn Live today. What do you think of this? Then we've been through the build plan, the map, the different dynamic variables, the JSON code, the builder we're using. Now, then we've even gone through some errors. Hang on, how come this placeholder's not loading an image? So we've ironed all of this out first. We've run that prototype in ChatGPT in Codex. So as you can see, this is the code, and you can run the code. It will fly up a test environment, and it will show you what's running. Now where Lovable comes in is to sexy this up. We bring in sexy. No, I'm joking. We're bringing sexy back, right?
We're bringing sexy back.
So we've got to have fun with it, you see. When your job is this fun, how can you not have fun with it? Yeah. Hey, back to the game, y'all. Stop distracting me, you guys. You're making me laugh already. So we've got the code, we've got the conversation, we've got all of the context that we need. I've copied and pasted that into the same Etienne Sean, right? But it's another tab. I just want to draw your attention to the left, to the top right tab that you can see. This was the ideation phase. I've now copied and pasted this number 1 into Etienne after I've asked him to remind me who he is and what he's capable of. A lot of context here for one single prompt. One single prompt.
Right.
Then I've gone and screenshotted the whole section just to reinforce, just to make sure in another format, in a JPEG format, that Etienne really, really, really does know what we're looking for, right, Andrea? So we've reinforced that, and that could be done with PDFs, website links, landing pages, ebooks, images, screenshots, you name it. The more context, the better the output, better the completion. So now Etienne knows who he is, what he's capable of. He's got the screenshots. He also knows that we're building it in Lovable. I gave him another screenshot. Not that he doesn't know Lovable, but more context. Why wouldn't I take an extra screenshot to come out with a better result? So then we've said, cool. Now the only thing that I would like to add in, and I'm going to hand it to you, Andrea, to make sure that you want to amend it, add to it, because I know you always spice it up better than I ever can. I'm going to say, right, remember the bit where, hey, we're building it in Lovable. This is what we want to achieve and come out with. This is the context and ideation session that we had. Now I'm coming to you, Etienne, but I need you to empower the Lovable Copilot to be as powerful as you, to embrace your qualities. So that's the only part I'm going to put in at the beginning here. And just as I do that and type it, I'm going to hand over to you, Andrea, in case you would also like to add anything to the initial prompt. One prompt kill, y'all. Scott.
So one of the things, so we also have to understand innate behavior. Any platform that you use will have certain nuances, right? And we're using Lovable. So we want to also likely highlight that, hey, this is going to be a serverless app. We do not want to integrate. with Supabase. And at the same time, we also, that may be for another day. The reason why in this short amount of time, about an hour or so, we're going to not integrate a database is one, most people, it can get costly. And then the other thing is that, there's a whole, it's a whole thing when you're now building out a database. And now we're considering database architecture, and we can probably have another 3 hours ensuring that each component is mapped in the database, because that's what can, make things a little wonky and cause a lot of bugs or errors, right? But maybe a couple of months ago, Lovable did not integrate Supabase at the beginning. Now it's doing that in the beginning. So we're seeing a lot of really good progress. I also want to point out that for this specific prompt, I think maybe we can also say that there's going to be a bring your own API key interface that allows the user to enter their own API key. And that will make this completely free, basically, for the people that want to use it. If it's the whole vibe, right? Okay, so now crossing our fingers. You do all the work you can, just like every other startup. You do everything perfectly. And then you just see how it goes and then put out the fires. And that's what we're doing here. But as you see, Tig's going to run that prompt, and he's going to walk you through the output. And then we're going to go into Lovable. I assume that's what we're going to do. We're going to go into Lovable. And then you'll also see, we'll stop it when we notice specific nuances that might be helpful for you. But I think that's all I have to input, Tiggs, those two things as a reinforcement. And one thing is, maybe next time we might have some we were kind of reserved on this, I know, is the music in the background, because this is vibe coding, because we were really thinking about vibe coding parties. And if people are interested in that, we could possibly do one. But I'm all about getting us more into more commitments than necessary. But right now, Tiggs is writing the prompt. And to be fair, the very first prompt is the most important. You're going to see in the output or the generation that we're not talking about, a few sentences. We're talking about being very precise about what you're looking for. This is why I was thinking, and I did say earlier, if you were a project manager or are a project manager for tech companies, this is probably going to be, if you were that liaison, the person in the middle, and you know how to write out specifications for developers, this would be your playground, right? Because this type of sequence thinking is what's going to be very helpful for people building out AI apps comprehensively. And what you've seen, that format that we followed, context, right? And then a fresh, clean chat, because there's something to be said about generations, right? Once you have too much going on in a single ChatGPT screen or stream, it almost like it loses memory, if you will. It gets a little convoluted. And I think that's a matter of the data chunking that's going on within that stream. I think it's getting better and better over time, but always a safe bet to move to a new stream, provided that context, because we're going to be working heavily back and forth, and then it might just get too polluted, especially when we are going into the realm of debugging or enhancing a feature. And so that's what Tiggs is doing. He's writing out a very comprehensive prompt. All the screenshots are attached from all platforms. You're reminding, here's we're building Lovable, because these two. So the thing about ChatGPT 5 is that it's said to be less of a hallucinator. Maybe, right? So we're seeing where it just went live yesterday. Some people have said that it's still somewhat hallucinating, creating fake things, what happens with AI. So fake products, fake everything, fake news. So what we're doing here is the reminder. And we've been talking about this since last year. Remember who you are. as a trigger phrase, because it's always important that we're reinforcing the standards. And that's what it is. Our poetry for standard reinforcement. All right, Tix, are we ready to go? And
So we actually are. Believe it or not, we're ready to go. Would you like to add anything? I've added the fact that I want, at this point, just a very quick summary, 10-second summary. So we've ideated on the app. We've decided what we want. We've built it out with ChatGPT 5 in a fresh interface. Okay, we've got ChatGPT 5 to run the code. The code is functioning and working now. And now we fixed some of the bugs. Don't have to fix all of them because we're going to lean on Lovable to do this. This does it very well. Okay. And now we run the code in ChatGPT in the back end, and it's working as we saw previously. We have now copied all of that conversation into a fresh ChatGPT 5 chat, which is combined with our SOS agent, Etienne, master coder, okay, who specializes in no-code and low-code apps as well, okay? So we've also said, okay, Etienne, who are you? Remind us what you do. What's all the great things about you? Formal introduction. So he understands the awareness. He's cognizant almost of what we want him, what angle, what perspective we want him to build from. Use your full power, God mode, as he says. And then we've said, right, this is the context. This is the ideation. This is what we want to achieve. This is how we're going to do it. And we copy and paste all of the dialogue from our first chat into Etienne. We then also take a screenshot of that same dialogue to make sure that he's definitely with us. No mistakes here. Then we've taken a screenshot of Lovable interface, so he identifies the platform that we will be using to build this app out. And then we've asked him as a little extra source, hey, you know we're going to work as a team here, and you know you're going to have to mentor and empower the lovable.dev co-pilot, who we're going to be working with. You'll see in just a moment, we're going to empower the lovable.dev co-pilot with all of the superpowers, knowledge, capabilities, ability, wisdom, experience that you have to successfully achieve globally elite, premium, fully functioning app results, ready to deploy and be used by users. That's the extra context I gave it. This here is a clip. If you come in just to this, you can leave now and you've already learned something. Maybe you know already. If you don't, that's a very valuable tip. Context is key. So we're going to spin this up. We're going to hit go, and we're going to see what ChatGPT 5 gives us. Now, today, we're not going to compare it to the other ChatGPT models. Maybe we'll do that another day. But rest assured, for those who haven't seen ChatGPT 5 yet, it's basically all of the other models integrated into one flagship model. So that's where we're at. For those that are just catching up on ChatGPT 5, just landed, that's where we are at. So let's go. Let's hit fly. Now, what I would like more than anything, please tell me if you can hear the generation. If it's not, oh, so look here. First of all, thinking longer for a better answer. We didn't see that previously. So we're now understanding it's communicating with us saying, hey, bear with me. I am super quick. I am quicker than our other models at achieving the same result, but I want to put extra thought into this. Just like, who can tell us what model would have done that previously? I can tell. Go ahead.
Oh, I think
no, please do. Please. There's two models prior to ChatGPT 5. Maybe I'll even give it a minute for our viewers to drop it in the chat. They might know as well. What ChatGPT models prior to ChatGPT 5 that's just landed, usually in the most part, offers the most context? There are at least two models that done that. Three, maybe. Go ahead.
I'll wait for everybody to put it, because man, what would happen if I was wrong? No, just kidding.
So,
yeah.
I'm going to reshare my screen, and then I can get Lovable in as well. And I may be able to open ChatGPT locally on my computer so that you guys can see the list of the models. Here we go. Share screen, bish, bash.
Bullsh.
As we like to say. So what I would like, I'm going to share the screen, but I'm going to ask whether you can hear it as well. If not, I'm going to have to reshare it. But let's try this. You can see my screen, right?
Yes, I can see. Yes, I can see your screen.
Awesome source. So previously, as you can see, this is a list of all of the ChatGPT models that were previously active prior to the landing of ChatGPT 5. So out of these models, oh, I've just given you the answers, man.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the answer. We call it a clue. We gave you a clue. All right. So you can't get it wrong now. So, Andrea, over to you. Which would you usually use for more context or a longer answer? Maybe a blog post or an in-depth report or more logic and reasoning within the completion?
Oh, that's easy. Well, no, I mean, so O3 Mini, I think, was usually what I would use for like a reasoning model, and for the longer answers, O3 Mini is mini, yeah, and O3. Those were the two that I would use for like more reasoning.
Okay. Now, have you used ChatGPT 4.5 preview yet?
Yeah, so I used 4.5 a few times. It was okay. I thought it was decent.
Mhm.
And this is also, it just really depends on like what you're used to. For the most part, a lot of this advanced reasoning may be sometimes overkill for most users, right? But definitely not for code. So
Mhm. I can agree with that. I can definitely agree. And again, the platforms are making it so that people don't have to do this whole overkill, even with code. I know it's not, but even with code, not just ChatGPT, but you'll see Lovable are making it so that the average user can just give it a word or a sentence and get close to achieving a result, a respectable result. So do bear that in mind. You don't have to be a wizard with words, but you do have to be able to express your idea at least. Come on. So this is where we are. This is the answer that it gave me based upon, now you can see the length and depth of our initial prompt. This whole chat is 2 prompts deep. I would love to know whether you guys use ChatGPT or any language model of your choice, whatever it be, to this length and depth to achieve the very best result. Context engineering, y'all. And so we've asked it, who are you? That's our first prompt number 1. We've then said, okay, use all of your experience and superpowers and bake that into this app idea. Here's the map of the app. Here's the map ideation that we've already built out for you. Now, spin it up, y'all. And so we give it all of this detail. This is all just the second prompt, remember. Now, that's a lot of detail. That's a lot of detail. And for those who thought, hey, my prompts are comprehensive, I wrote a whole paragraph. Think about this. Think about it. Okay. How much detail did we put in here that maybe, just maybe, not everyone would have thought of? And now you're going to see the difference in the result. Okay. Now I'm going to get ChatGPT 5 to read this out. What do you think? And I'm hoping if it starts to read the JSON and the markdown and stuff, I will pull it, but I don't think it will. It's going to read in between the lines and it should explain what it's given us, what we've got so far. So Andrea, if you could please tell me whether you're capable of hearing this for a moment.
no, I cannot hear.
Okay, no problem at all. Let me reshare this and you should have volume. Now I
Sure.
won't have volume. I'm sacrificing my volume for you guys, y'all, all of you. Taking my
Sacrifices must be made.
Absolutely. You're dead
But
right.
this is important because a lot of times while you're getting that set up, a lot of times when it comes to AI, people don't listen to the output. So like, why do we need to just copy paste it? Just put it in there. It knows more than us. Listen, start to become familiar and literate with what it's saying and doing. Because like we said, this hallucinations still exist. Okay. You want to make sure, like, don't be afraid to push back with AI. Don't be afraid to say, yo, we're building this on Lovable, not blah, 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 blah. like all the stuff that you said. Like, you got to push back, but listen first. So let's try again.
Let's go again. So,
Heck yes.
thumbs up, y'all.
Let's ship this on Lovable. Below is a copy-paste build script you can drop straight into the lovable.dev copilot. It handles the full app scaffold, schema, clean UI, solid uploads with bulletproof placeholders, export-ready storyboards, comics, and a path to globally elite polish. I'm optimizing the stack for Lovable plus Supabase, native integration, with Next.js 14 plus Tailwind ShadCN, Prisma Postgres, and sensible security observability defaults aligned to our SOS stack and flows. Build script for lovable.dev. Paste this to the copilot. Goal: build storyboard and comic builder. Users choose a theme mood, add context, and optional uploads. Then the app generates beat sheet panels, image prompts, and exportable pages, PDF, PNG, JSON, CSV. It must be production grade with robust media uploads and graceful placeholders. 0. Project stack. Scaffold a Next.js 14 app with TypeScript, Tailwind plus ShadCN to UI, Framer Motion, Zod, Wire Supabase, Auth, Postgres storage. Create bucket panels, public with false, will serve via signed URLs. Add Prisma with database URL from Supabase, run migrations. Add Vitest plus Playwright test setup, GitHub Actions CI. Set dark mode default and accessible color tokens. Number star 1, data model, Prisma. Create project, panel, export. You can see the code in our conversation history. Number 2, pages and components. Create pages, /projects grid plus new project, /projects ID with tabs. Setup, beat sheet, layout, and preview export. Core components, new project form, type theme preset, style preset, includes cinematic 16K hyper-realistic, nuances, location, weather, era, hobbies, props, tone slider, pacing slider, panel count. Beat sheet editor generates N panels, deterministic LLM-free seed for demo, plus in-place edit, drag reorder, per panel regenerate, delete. Panel card, resilient image, upload plus fallback. Captions, balloons, notes. Export bar, PDF, PNG, JSON, CSV, share link. Number 3, uploads, robust, safe. Use a controlled file input per panel. On select, create object URL for instant preview. Upload to Supabase storage panels, project ID, panel ID, JPEG. Save the signed URL to panel.image URL. Size limit 10 megabytes, accept images only, image star. If upload or load fails, SVG placeholder generator, no external hosts plus on-error fallback. Number 4, placeholders, bulletproof. Create lib_placeholder.ts. You can see the code in our conversation history. Panel image usage inside panel card. You can see the code in our conversation history. Upload control, per panel. You can see the code in our conversation history. Number 5, beat sheet and prompting, fast demo path. Build a deterministic beat generator, no API, so the demo never stalls. Provide optional OpenAI VLM hook later to autocraft image prompts per panel, characters, location, weather, time of day, shot type, composition, color motif, recurring props, hobbies, no text and image. Our 6, layout rules. Storyboard, 3x2 grid per A4 page. Comic, 3 panel rows, elevate a hero panel if a panel contains reveal impact. 7, exporters. Implement PDF export that embeds images, object URLs, or signed URLs, plus metadata. You can see the code in our conversation history. Also add PNG page exports, render preview canvas to image. JSON CSV export of panel metadata. Number 8, UX polish, motion micro interactions with Framer Motion. AA plus contrast, keyboard nav, reduced motion safe. Content filters for uploads prompts, block explicit terms. Regenerate frame per panel. Number 9, security and stability, least privilege Supabase policies, signed URLs for media, rate limit generation endpoints, observability hooks, console sentry, simple OTel stubs, and CI with Playwright smoke. Then generate seed data and a sample project so the homepage looks impressive at first load. Platform awareness, where to use what. Lovable, best for this full build, UI scaffolding plus Supabase rapid iteration. Cursor, great for hacking the image gen integration and refactors post MVP. Bolt.new, used for quick CI/CD hardening scripts and infra boilerplate once code stabilizes. App stack summary, SOS defaults, frontend Next.js 14, Tailwind ShadCN UI Framer Motion, backend Next API routes, TRPC optional, Prisma, DB Supabase Postgres, storage Supabase storage, private bucket signed URLs, AI hooks optional, OpenAI panel beats, image.
So, all right. So actually, it was still playing for me a little bit in the back end there, but there are some things. This is the importance of actually listening to the output, okay? And if you've been following along this entire time, what was generated despite our reinforcement of Lovable and the serverless aspect is it mentioned one, the integration of Supabase, the optional integration with OpenAI, and we don't want that to be optional. We want to reinforce that at the beginning. And then you also notice, which I heard at the tail end of this, was the inclusion of bold.new and I believe cursor. Now, so we're going to, when Tiggs comes back on, we're going to rewrite a prompt. This is the pushback. We're going to prompt out the next phase. Now, remember, the most important thing about AI and developing or vibe coding is listening to the output and then going through a course correction as much as you can, right? And so what we're going to do is tell it, hey, we told you we want this app to be serverless, right? The other thing is we also are specifically only using Lovable in this app. We're not going to use Cursor, which is another AI tool, but that's a little bit more technical, okay? And then we're not also going to use bolt.new. We're just going to use Lovable. What I did like about this is that I did notice within the generation that it said to include mock-up data. So upon first generation, that was really good. This means that, these are small wins in a startup. And if you can spend 3 hours coming out with a beautiful interface at the beginning that's also functional, then that's a win, right? So we're going to go back in when Tiggs pulls up the screen and comes back on, and we're going to push back. Don't be afraid to tell AI you got it wrong. Hey, AI, you got it wrong. You're hallucinating again. Like, what's the problem? We need to fix this, right? So this is the point. What we've done also in many of our GPTs, and we just do it customarily, is we run through a recursive testing loop. So when it's smaller things, smaller refinements, we actually tell ChatGPT, and any GPT, doesn't matter, it doesn't have to be ChatGPT. You can say, run through a recursive loop to refine the AI. That's one. And then you can also say things like run a simulation to ensure that it's at a certain elite level, so you can actually test. And then you can also ask it to do things like a feasibility score as well. Like, tell me how realistic this really is based on the resources or tools that I have available to me. So right now, we're going to go back. And now the thing about pushback and refinements is we don't have to do much we don't have to be overly technical. But I am going to say that we should say, I can read this out. We noticed that you mentioned a few tools and steps that need rectifying. And Tiggs, if you could zoom in a bit so that I can see, so that it's legible to me, if possible. If not, no worries. Perfect. So we noticed that you, okay, that's, that man, I'm so young. No, this is good and helpful for everyone who can see, who's watching. We noticed that you mentioned a few tools and steps that need rectifying. So, of course, this is the point of articulation, is we're going to say, hey, this is something we noticed. And we're always very polite with our AI, okay? And then we say the changes, inclusions, and implementations should include the following. And now we're going to number it. As you can see, Tiggs has already started that. So number 1, we're going to say this app specifically should be serverless and not require the implementation of Supabase. And you can see the small words, right? Not in any way. So Tiggs is really great at NLP, so he'll always enhance something when I say it, when I leave the words out that need to be there. Okay. It should, of Supabase, it must and should be serverless and stateless. Well, I think for now we can just say serverless, just to make it less complicated. Now, one of the things I think with Lovable is we've already sent in a ticket to help the developers here. But we've noticed that sometimes serverless, because we want it to be seen by you, sometimes the serverless build can interfere with the actual internal builder. So we're in stateless, I apologize. Okay. And so number 2, then we're going to say, this app, again, this is about being specific. This app will be built solely on Lovable. It does not need, okay, lovable.dev, yeah. It does not need any integrations with Cursor or bolt.new or any other AI applications. Okay. All right. And then period. I think Lovable, we'll make sure that's corrected. Yeah. Lovable.dev. And then I believe those are the primary concerns I have, just because the frameworks may cause an issue here. Okay. All right. And so unless, Tiggs, you have any other amendments to make to this pushback, then we just move forward with the prompt.
Yeah.
And it should. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. Like, to be honest, I didn't actually hear when the prompt was read out. So I'm definitely trusting all of you guys in here and you and Andrea. So please, if anyone as well builds on these sort of tools and you get to a stage and be like, I would put this and I would add that, or I would take that way. We would also love and welcome you to be a part, engage in the chat. Tell us what you would do, what you've built, what you're building. Maybe you've just got an idea and you want it turned into an app. We're happy to give advice and anything while we're here. Now's the time to do it. So please share your thoughts, your questions, suggestions, and otherwise with us, and let's co-create together. That's what these sessions are all about. And so I'm happy with this. If you've identified these, also just to make sure, did it say in there about the? I'm sure you said it forces the placeholders if the images can't be uploaded. Is that right? Awesome source.
Yes, correct.
And I saw somewhere it had oh look, there's that SOS polish mode optional final loop that you spoke of. And then, so I noticed somewhere it spoke about the export. Can you please clarify for me, confirm whether it spoke about the export in PDF, PNG? Awesome.
Yes, I did. I did briefly see that. So, yeah, there you go. Excellent. I'm glad you mentioned that recursive loop in there. And there's a feasibility score and a scoring validation for every one of our GPTs, actually. We talk so little. So one thing I noticed about GPT-5, get a quick answer. So like I really love that it's actually clickable, because if you're like, I don't want this long drawn out thing, just tell me what's the capital of XYZ. You could just say, get the fast answer. And I love that it's also telling us like this thought for 15 seconds. I think it's done that for a while too as well. Okay. It's still generating, you'll notice. And for those of you who are newer to AI, you'll notice that if you look at the bottom left, the right-hand field, you'll see a stop button. This just means that it's still generating, but say you made a mistake, sometimes there's a typo and you're like, oh shoot, I forgot that. But stop it. Or you could edit the initial input and it'll regenerate itself. So let me read. Reading is key here. Serverless lovable. Telling Chad. So I think a lot of times we also have to remember that platforms like Lovable, some people, and new AI builds, right? we do have to always be considerate in terms of like how far we've come in such a short period, and then what may occur over time, right? Like how the changes. Sometimes we get super frustrated. We're like, "Yo, this is so ridiculous." Who's on your engineering team, right? Especially with some apps, but we don't show those apps when we're just completely done. But with like it's small change, small things, just understand that a few months ago, this wasn't even possible. And truly, platforms like this are pioneering this next wave. So I don't think there's a need, Tiggs, to maybe play it again. But let's just read through it, skim through it, and make sure we have everything.
I think if we read the summary at the end, why this satisfies your constraints, basically says pure client runtime, lovable only. So it's acknowledged the fact that we are building and we want to build on Lovable. So don't confuse the Lovable Copilot with any alternative app. It's also said give it a visual polish using Tailwind motion. Upgrade the path as well. Add an AI prompting or real storage only if you want. They remain toggles, not prerequisites. Platform awareness, we've covered that. App stack summary, basically just reinforcing the apps we want to use. Want me to run this as a step-by-step Lovable prompt chain? Say run it, and I'll feed Lovable the ideal sequence, files, components, pages, wiring, test data, export buttons, so you get a working prototype in one flow. Now, and then it does our validation and scoring loop. This is for each respective category. This is what this app looks to achieve with that particular prompt chain. Now, what I will say, prior to ChatGPT-5 landing, just a few hours ago, notice what I'm seeing more and more, Andrea, is what we build some of our GPTs to do. It's now independently doing that on its own with very, very minimal prompting. So
it excites me. I'm sorry, I get so excited when I think about all that. Go ahead.
You sure? May I?
Yes.
This is how, thank you. This is how exciting and smart and more intelligent, more logically reasoning that it is ChatGPT-5. Take it from me firsthand. For those that have tried it, you probably already know. If you know, you know. If you don't, you better get to know. Those that haven't, this is one thing that you will see. And so we have our SOS GPT votes. For those that are just coming in, SOS GPT vote has hundreds of GPTs behind it, but we have 11 flagship GPTs that help startup founders, small businesses on their journey, whether it's a pitch deck, landing page copy, everything you do. For those that have been watching this, you see how deep we go. We don't like surface level. We like, or do it properly or don't do it at all. That's definitely a motto that I've stood by in life. And so we do this properly. And so what does that mean? It means that every single one of those GPTs are like Etty and Sean, who you're witnessing right here. They're all very highly capable. They have a huge, very extensive, very proficient knowledge base. They run on our personal built SOS operating system, so they know how to function. They know their parameters. They know the format, the completions that the end user, being a founder, start. Basically, what we've done is in building SOS, it's by startup founders for startup founders. So any problems that we've encountered, whether it's been a pitch deck, you name it, like we've served some really big clients with the SOS Vault. Platinum award-winning star. We've also served an ex-Fortune 48 CEO on his personal branding venture. We've served that with the help of Custom GPT Vault. So I will drop the link in the chat in just a little while, but it's very important to know that the more context you give, back to that word, not prompt engineering, contextual engineering, the better we can be at portraying our ideas, articulating ourselves and expressing ourselves as we would with a friend, the better the completion, thus the result that we're then going to go out and build in Lovable. So guys, lovable.dev, get your laptops open, let's go, build your ideas, turn it from app to idea. App to idea? That's in reverse. That's
idea to app.
Idea to app. I'm
Yeah.
reversing there. Whatever you want to do. Yeah, so let's take your idea, and you can follow along step by step and build that idea. That's always been an idea, and you never thought, well, I'm not good at code. How do I know how to do that? AI this, so many tools just floating around our head, flying past our eyes on our damn timeline. We just don't know what to use, but we can actually, it's rare we co-sign, especially AI tools that we haven't built. To co-sign it, we have to have also seen its flaws, because we like to speak honestly, we like to be very transparent. And although we get excited and really advocate for these tools, it's also important from a development standpoint, from a platform standpoint, that power users in tools such as we use, like lovable.dev, is that we're giving honest feedback so that they can also make sure they're forever improving, evolving, thus a better experience for us and you guys. So this is what we're doing here. We've run the new changes. Now, Andrea, where would you go from here? Because I have one more thing I like to do, not just with coding or vibe coding apps, but also with any project. Before I take that final completion, because remember, this is the first initial prompt that we're going to copy and paste across from ChatGPT 5, okay, Etienne Sean, powered by ChatGPT 5, and paste into Lovable. So understand this. It's the first time that Lovable, we've been going backwards and forwards, ideating and developing and crafting. You guys have been doing it with us, rocking out. If you've been here from the start, drop in the chat. You've been rocking out. So we know that you know that we know that you know, kind of thing. Now I'm saying, if you if you haven't and you've just come in, welcome. We are Save Our Startup. I'm Tiggs, aka the Wiser Tiger. I'm here with our co-founder Andre Naomi, and we are going through a vibe coding session live on LinkedIn, taking an idea that we just had within an hour before the live, actually, and we showed everyone our ideation process and how we come up to decide we want to build this app, which is going to be a storyboard and a comic strip generator. So you imagine the old school comic strips. Right, you can put your own pictures in from your day, and you tell it the mood, the weather, the stylization, etc., and it generates a comic strip of your life. Or imagine you need a storyboard. You're not quite sure how to shoot this product demo, or you've got a promo video you need to do, or a podcast coming up. You can tell it what you need, and it even tells you the shots, the angles, the captions, etc., and it can easily collate and organize your ideas for you, so that number one, you can visualize, and number two, it makes it easier for you to pass on to your media team to visualize also. So that's what we're aiming to do. This is a tool that we want to be functioning by the time we leave the session, and should be fully functioning and working again, right? So this is what we're doing here. So now one thing I would usually do as almost the last thing is I would say, and sometimes this is overkill, so maybe that's a step that we can get once we've baked it in. Now, that's sensible as well with Lovable. Not just Lovable, but all of these apps, all of these no code, low code, vibe code apps, okay? So I previously, months ago, come out the blocks and said, hey, Andrea, look at this, Lovable. Lovable used to give you on a free plan 5 spins a day. So that's okay if you just want to try it, test it, taste it, feel it out, smell it, whatever, and then see if you can come up with an app idea. You have no speed of delivery. You can come back every day and give it another five prompts, do another 5 generations. Now, that prompt could have just been what we done before. What did we say? We said, build me a, where is it? Here it is.
Build me a spinning iPhone 3D. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And this is what it built, okay? And all we said is build us, I don't even think we said spinning. I think, look, create an animated iPhone using 3JS. That was it. And we come out with something at this level. So you can only imagine what we're going to come out with something of this depth, this clarity, this much context in, right? So I'm very, very excited. And so all I would say here before putting it, or not all I would say, what I would say in addition is I then go back to Etienne and I say, hey, Etienne, remember who you are. Remember he told us who he was. That's how we first started this chat. We primed the GPT to have recognition, acknowledgement, cognizance of the position and angle we wanted to take. And then I say, okay, Etienne, cool. Now, before we paste this over into Lovable to begin generating our project, as a master coder, you being you, Etienne, what would you advise, suggest, and recommend? I use all three words. They mean different things. What would you advise, suggest, and recommend to improve, enhance, refine, optimize, advance, and polish this app to the global elite levels and standards that we agreed upon?
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna say that once. So if you missed it, you need a replay. I'll say it quickly. Okay, what would you advise, suggest, and recommend for this app, in further to what we already have, to improve, enhance, refine, polish, optimize, and advance this idea? And then I'm going to say, give me the ultimate super prompt to initiate the build of this this project, this app, using lovable.dev. Boom. Then this is the fun part in a moment. We're going to see it spin up the first app. And this is the fun. It's either the fun part or the funniest part for y'all, where it falls flat on its face and it all goes wrong. And now we're here on camera having to sing for you and tell jokes and all of this nonsense. That's the faith we have in Lovable, right? So, Andrea, would you like to add anything whilst I type that in and transfer that into
Sure.
ChatGPT? If you want to add anything, please feel free.
Yes, sure. Thank you. So I'll just basically reinforce why you're doing this, right? In terms of reminding the agent who he is. First of all, most people don't know the context is that Etienne and all the SOS agents have a built-in operating system. So they're highly specific, nuanced agents or GPTs, right? Now, imagine you are speaking to, you're a teacher and you're trying to teach a lesson or get a specific outcome from your student, right? Instead of saying, you ask the student for the answer, but you're not sure if they understand the question completely. So you provide more context, but instead of you telling the student, this is what you learned, you get the student to acknowledge what they've learned and how they can do it better. So what it takes us doing this now is saying, hey, Etienne, remember who you are, everything you've learned, your entire knowledge base, and suggest, could it be better based on what you've just seen? Is there any way to make it better? So now what you're doing is you're getting the AI to acknowledge the past conversation, acknowledge its experience and its learning, and then you're saying, okay, how do we make it better? So you're giving it the context it needs to perform or provide the answer or output. And that's what's happening now. Then he will ask it for the super prompt, right? So all this work, if you're going to do the hard work, you might as well do it right? Or to a standard that will deliver at least the result. And we didn't even practice this. You guys can look through our Lovable account. We have not done this or built this app before. So we're really just like saying we're doing all the hard work, maybe even overkill and extra like some people might think. But at the end of the day, we're going to ask it for a super prompt for that one-shot code interface. So here you go. You ready to press generate? Push the button here.
Absolutely, let's go. And then now we're starting to come to our finalization of our initial prompt. Okay, so all what we've done already is to get this. And this is why we say this is the heavy lifting, sometimes considered the tedious part, sometimes considered the not fun part, right? It's not pictures and shapes and images and videos that we're so used to consuming every day, but much necessary to get those results that you see the bigger apps, the sexier apps bringing sexy back. This is what they go through usually as a whole team, a whole web design, development team, ideation, ops, DevOps, all of this to achieve the same thing that we're about to do here within this live session, okay? So here we are. Now, I'm tempted to play this because it's a little bit shorter and it will give the depth that Etienne goes to offer any refinements or suggestions. So I think that's a good idea. Let me see. Is the sound still on for yourselves?
No, it's not.
No sound. Okay.
No sound.
All right. Let me reshare right now, and then you guys can hear.
All right. I'm excited. We know how to build up the FOMO. Like I'm right now, I'm texting Lovable saying, if it, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not, we're not doing that. But if it doesn't turn out, like, guys, just, either it's going to be a celebration or like, hey guys, it was fun hanging out.
Okay. So you should
All
be able to
right.
hear it now. Let's rock and roll.
Negative. No sound.
Very strange. Okay, third time lucky. Third time's a charm. What do you say?
Let's try.
Share screen. All right, let's try it like this. Oh, that one doesn't have sound. So here we go. Surely.
The files uploaded by the user in the current message have been fully loaded. Searching won't provide additional information from these specific files. However, remember that some of the previously uploaded files were not fully loaded, so you should invoke MS Search to search their full content as needed. Here's my full recommendation set to push your serverless lovable.dev storyboard/comic app into true global elite territory, based entirely on the intelligence, frameworks, and patterns in your SOS vault. 1. Architectural excellence, serverless only. Stack, front-end, Next.js 14, Edge runtime, plus Tailwind ShadCN UI consistency. Backend, API routes or TRPC directly in Vercel Edge functions. 0 Supabase Postgres dependency. Storage, Cloudflare R2 or Vercel Blob for uploads, KV for metadata. AI, direct GPT-4o, Vision, DAL API calls from the Edge. Auth, Clerk or Authro's passwordless magic link, Edge first. Exports, client-side PDF PNG generation, no server round trip. This ensures no DB, no traditional backend, pure serverless, 0 cold start pain. Arc 2, experience and vibe layer. Leverage your vibe coding layer and UX, UI aesthetics. Themes, include your cinematic 60K hyper-realistic style as a premium preset, but also deliver cyber retro, solar punk, and pastel slice of life. Tasteful defaults engine, auto-adjust panel margins, typography, and balloon placement for each style. Responsive and accessible, AA plus contrast, motion-safe animations, keyboard-first navigation. Motion, staggered panel reveals, 200 to 400 milliseconds cubic Bezier for film strip immersion. Number 3, AI pipeline enhancements. Beat sheet, image prompt, layout pipeline stays, but add character consistency memory. Inject per character DNA, hair, outfit, props into every prompt for story continuity. Include emotion and tone intelligence 2.0. LLM adjusts captions dialogue style based on tone slider. Serious comedic. Self-critique mode. LLM generates, then reevaluates its own panel list for pacing, cohesion, and visual diversity 4. Performance and stability. From the security and stability layer, client-side rate limiting for AI calls, avoid accidental API drain. Offline mode, store recent projects in IndexedDB for edit export without network. Resilience patterns, if image gen fails, auto fallback to SVG placeholders with retry buttons. 5, interface modes. Use interface modes to make lovable.dev's AI copilots work at their peak. Command palette for generate new panel, swap style, export to Instagram format. Vibe mode for instant theme style shifts. Mentor mode for explaining AI panel decisions to the user. Debug detective for pinpointing why a panel's layout caption didn't render as expected. Number 6, communication and collaboration.
Okay, so I'm going to stop that there, but I wanted to give you all the opportunity to not only hear it, but able to read it as well. This will be on a replay again, so if it was too quick for you, or you want the full experience, you want to listen to it, yes, it will be on the replay, and we will also chop the best parts of this live up and give it to you guys as well. If you want a personal copy of the replay, give us a shout. And so what I'll do, Andrea, is there anything that you would like to add or include whilst I ask Etienne in ChatGPT 5 now to package this as either a super prompt or a pack of super prompts.
So what I would like to add is I'm kind of concerned about the Vercel integration, because sometimes I notice that that is a persistent issue. So I would say that would be something that I would like to eliminate at the onset, and then I think we're good to go. And a single fully functional super prompt, and then you can explain what the level we go into to enhance each feature. And while you're doing that, I also want to shout out, I know a few of our team members have come in on different platforms. I know Katie was here. I'm not sure, maybe Philip, he may be out, I believe, and also Shrini as well. So I just want to shout out a few of our team members who've come in to support us. We always appreciate you and the time you take just to drop in and say hello. That's very important to us. And we have around, I think it's about 13 or so people across various platforms listening in. And I don't know, sometimes I can't even see some of the other platforms that we're on right now in terms of the count there. But thank you all for being with us. It's been really fun. If you enjoyed it and you don't want to leave a comment, but you want to provide suggestions to us on how we can improve, we're always about improving and just enhancing the delivery or the usefulness and value that it has to you. So we're going to be doing this definitely for the foreseeable future. So just let us know. And Tiggs, are we ready to hit generate with that super prompt? Oh, you're also muted.
Right. So I've said great suggestions and recommendations to the plan that Etienne suggested, that ChatGPT 5 suggested. I then said great suggestions and recommendations. Now, please fully implement these into our plan. You must also bypass the Vercel part, bypass and exclude the Vercel part to ensure the smoothness, fluency, and steadiness of the deployment and user-ready functionalities. Remember that this app should be built to a global elite standard. It is another little secret for y'all that are rocking out. You getting all the source today. We ain't holding back. We're building it live in front of you. No secrets, no hidden. You see it at the same time we see it. You build with us. We co-create. Now I'm saying, mate. So check this one out. Now, I forgot what I was going to say. Functionalities. Remember that this app should be built to a globally elite standard. I keep reminding it this because I want an enterprise level build. I want an MVP. I want to be able to go and say, hey, this app's functioning. It looks great. Furthermore, I will count on just a few fingers out of all the apps we've even built, even in Lovable. There's a small handful of them, maybe 2 or 3, to be honestly and modestly real and truthful, that have even now got the place on my Chrome browser. That's an achievement because I don't have crap on my Chrome browser usually. I don't have 100 pins and pop-ups. So for an app that it was a problem we had, we went through this. This, what you're seeing us do right now to solve our own problem, to build an app, a prototype, whether it was audio, whether it was a functional app like this to solve our problem. Okay, so what I then like to end with is a globally elite standard, ensuring that some of you might not like this word. You want a good app or not? Huh? Ensuring that this app is. You ready?
Ready, yeah.
Very, extremely sticky.
Yes.
Building an app is one thing. Getting people to use it is another thing. Getting people to stay using it is a totally different ballgame altogether. And sometimes, not just with app building, not even just with AI, with everything, sometimes we can be seen prematurely because we're excited and we built it and it's our baby and we want to show the world and look what I done. And sometimes first impressions, unfortunately or fortunately, last. And so what we do, we like to stand by, to be honest with you, there's more stuff that we build, but never, ever see the outside of the world. That's why they say the richest place in the world is where? You got it. The graveyard. How many ideas people are buried with, but and we have also had to hold ourselves accountable and say, hey, everything doesn't have to be to the standard of Nike. So I think it's a balance. I think it's moderation. Bear with me one moment.
Sure, no worries. I mean, I think from this perspective here, one of the biggest challenges, and I think actually many people will start to see and experience this as we move and evolve here. What's going to happen is the stickiness, this aspect of being psychologically sticky is going to become more and more and more important. Whenever technology is democratized, we saw this with the internet, we saw this with blogging, and we saw this with Instagram, right? All this technology, once it becomes democratized, now you're going to have to develop more depth. You're going to have to understand the landscape a lot more. So when you're building a startup and you're looking for funding, or maybe it's an angel round or a seed round or a Series A, whatever you're looking for, this stickiness is going to be so important because technology is being democratized. Now people can build apps, whether it's progressive web apps or a SaaS application. This stickiness is going to be very, very important. Solving real problems. So Tiggs won't need to build in the typing sound effect because it's all in already. But we're getting good at this. So what's what's going to happen is the stickiness, the psychological stickiness, the
Oh, I think you might be rubber banding. I think you cut out.
Oh, really? Yeah, it was
Yeah.
That's okay. The point is, guys, you want a sticky product, right? Because that's what's going to get you customers and ultimately make you money or get you that investment. That's the bottom line here. If you build an app, and I think, and I've heard this more and more, is investors are becoming smarter and smarter. You hear all this talk about the economy and these bubbles and things like that. Well, a part of an app being sticky is also ensuring that someone pays for it. If people pay for it and you can display this bell curve, or you can display users essentially, right? The revenue going up, at least your first 100 for a period of 2 to 3 months, 2 to 6 months, 1 to 6 months, showcase that revenue dialogue. It's a dialogue, it's changing. You went from 0 to 10 to 15, and then what you want to do is avoid this churn to add more customers, churn that you're idle essentially, right? But when you start seeing that your product is not churning a bunch of different customers, now you all of a sudden hit a sweet spot. And that is proof that your startup is actually fundable in terms of longevity. So that's my nerdy numbers talk for the day. Hit enter, yo. We want to see this. You're building up all this FOMO, and I want to see this app there. Okay, and remember, you unmute so that we can hear your knowledge imparted upon us.
Oh, stop! You're making me blush. Don't. Bloody knowledge. Etienne's doing it all. All I need to know is how to express myself clearly. That's what Tig said. So here we go. Here we go. This should be the final enhancements here. And the prompt was, just to read it out for those at the back real quick. I'm not going to read the answer out. We're just going to simply implement it and then start the build. Okay, great suggestions and recommendations. Please fully implement these into our plan. You must also bypass and exclude the for-sale part to ensure the smoothness, fluency, and steadiness of the deployment and user-ready functionalities. Now remember that this app should be built to a globally elite standard, okay? It should be built to a globally elite standard, ensuring that this app is extremely sticky. It should have an extremely high retention rate. It should be addictive to the user, and it should be hypnotic with UI and UX that is truly premium, unrivaled, and visuals with animations taking inspirations from some of the most addictive and hypnotic UI enhanced apps in the whole world ever to be built and created. Final icing for me. Now, this is what it gave me, okay? Now, after it gave me all of this, okay, cool, UI enhancements, hypnotic UI and UX design, features, flow, probably like the onboarding and the way the app flows, the navigation of it, the user friendliness of it, okay? And then the canvas preview, right? So the preview of once it generates your comic strip or your storyboard, how do you see the canvas? Can you move it, shape it, play with it, drag and drop, all of the things, right? Addiction and retention loops. So it's made sure to bake in maybe gamification loops or maybe things that are hypnotic or meditative, ASMR, small twinkles like that keep you subliminally just stuck to the screen. All of this should be considered to achieve the best result, right? So now addiction loops, AI pipeline, awesome source, DALL-E 3 for the generations. Excellent. Now, DALL-E 3, for those who have got ChatGPT, is already built. It can produce images for ChatGPT. So you don't have to go anywhere else. For those that want to, can. I personally like Flux. I know Andrea likes Flux. You also like FAL, Midjourney as well, other models. But if you don't want to leave, DALL-E is now at a standard that you can achieve a good landing page at a decent quality. And what I notice is one of the better models at keeping context, especially when it comes to adding text onto your images as well. You can easily come out with a full poster. You don't even need to edit it in Canva. Probably will polish it, but if you don't want to with DALL-E. Okay, so implementation notes for Lovable Copilot. When prompting Lovable Copilot, this is the snippet. Now notice this gray bar on the left-hand side of the prompt. That shows you that this is the snippet. Anything with the bar here is usually copy and pastable. It's all copy and pastable, but this is what you should copy and paste. So when you ask it for things like a super prompt, the prompt part will be within that slide bar. That's what you should usually be pasting. Now, if you want, I can now write the exact line by line lovable.dev Copilot instruction script. So the AI builds this from scratch in one go. Remember the one prompt kill, y'all. Patow! Okay. So the instructions, AI build this from scratch in one go, including file structure, component breakdown, and style tokens. So you get a perfect premium deployment without touching the cell. Do you want me to produce that full Copilot ready instruction set next? Are we going to say absolutely? Okay,
no,
so
that's it. Stay tuned for the next live, guys. Well, we're going to. No, I'm just kidding.
you are so bad. That's not fair. That is so not fair. Oh man, I would be so pissed. So right, absolutely. I'm going to say absolutely, but I'm not just going to say absolutely. Yes, please proceed. There's more. You see, context matters. Proceed to the very best of your ability and capabilities to generate the perfect completion of this. And then we let it fly. Okay, so whilst this is flying, Oh, look, see, ChatGPT 5, you see it thinking longer for a better answer. All the models now combined with one. ChatGPT 5, yo, it's out. Go check it out. It's free as well. Check it out, especially if you've got a pro membership. You'll have, I think, the same amount of generations. So what I'll do, Andrea, is, let's see, do you want to say hello to anyone? Is there, I think we've actually got a whole tribe vibing with us. A whole tribe vibing with our code.
So that's really cool. Yeah, where maybe we can do a vibe code party and it'll be like EDM for people building stuff, you know. I mean, who knows? We could even get guest singers on here. Make it a whole vibe, guys.
You know, that's actually not a bad idea. Make it a show. So here we go. Now, Etienne has said, right, this is the code you want to run with. Got it. Here's a clean working Python module for the AI agent as industry top performer snippet wrapped with a tiny CLI and a couple of unit tests. I kept the spirit flow from your snippet, but made it production, data classes, type hints, doc strings, agapass, source of the original idea noted at the end. Now, it's given us all of these snippets, okay? So what I used to do, I used to go and take every one of these snippets and stack the prompts and blast it in Lovable. Because don't forget, it was one prompt equaled one generation. Now they got some, we got a tip for you at the end on Lovable. Now they got some adaptive scheme on. Let me make sure that's not on actually. Settings. And you guys, this is
the legacy mode. Yeah, so
absolutely.
Let's explain that. Let's explain that a little bit first. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the legacy mode is obviously the legacy version of Lovable. They have upgraded to incorporate agents. Now, for the person who is not using Etienne with Lovable, you may, and you're not technical, you may want to enable that. Okay. I understand why they did it. We both understand why they've done that to integrate agent mode. Now, we have disabled the toggle for our generations only because we go to this link and we know exactly what we're looking for. That's the key. We know exactly to the extent that what we're building is very well thought out now. If you are just, in here, you don't have Etienne or a nuance tool, you may want to enable it. I would just say that for us right now, we don't need that. And so it performs far better with Etienne and Lovable. So there you go. And this is an example of text stacking or AI text tool stacking as well. And so Tiggs, is it disabled?
So legacy mode is on, which means, so the old mode is legacy mode, okay? The new mode is called adaptive pricing. And for those that have maybe used or dabbled in Lovable, the reason this is important to reference as well is because the legacy, like Andrea said, we're already coming in. Etienne's doing the heavy lifting for us. So we don't really need to lean on the Lovable agent. In fact, we want it to integrate and learn and adopt Etienne's behaviors, which is programmed within our prompt, our first prompt we're about to give it. What's also important as well, some more importantly, especially if we're going down the bootstrapping, avenue, is the pricing. Adaptive pricing for the same, if I did stack all of this, for example, this is the simplest way to explain. If I stacked all of these code snippets, which I did used to do, because it was one prompt, one generation per coin, and I'll throw it all in there. But what we learn over time is that there can be such thing as cramming too much in. And so when you cram too much in, Lovable, it splits its talent, its essence, its processing. And so rather than give you a more further along functioning feature, each feature, it might give you a placeholder, or it might say text like, this feature's coming soon. Because it cannot quantify, it cannot digest everything you've said and build them all out. Otherwise, it would be pointless having a subscription of generations. Now, the legacy mode still gives you the old model I've seen, I believe, unless I've changed it since, but where one generation per one spin. So yes, context is key. Yes, be very comprehensive, detailed, and descriptive. On the contrary, don't pollute it or overdo it. There is a time where you got to say, right, this is one of the more enhanced features. So let me just take the snippet or ask Etienne or ChatGPT 5 for the snippet solely to focus and optimize that feature specifically. No cutting corners. Now it will start to fully build it out and you'll see that these buttons and animations start to function. And so all I'm going to ask it is, awesome, you've given me all of these snippets. All right, so awesome. Generate the initial ultimate super prompt to achieve the perfect first result using lovable.dev Copilot. All right. Then, just to remind it, I'm going to take another screenshot of Lovable and say, remember, yoo-hoo, remember we're building in this, and let's go. Generate the perfect initial ultimate super prompt. Boom. Let's check it out, y'all. Check it out.
Oh, this would be a good time for some music and check it out.
Okay.
Me and Superflash.
All right, look at this. You see this markdown? Now, we happen to know that Lovable enjoys markdown. It takes more, I've realized it takes more from markdown. It's digestible. It's one of, from what I understand, 2 of the better formats to instruct and prompt it. So bear that in mind as well. So now Etienne Sean has given us the perfect markdown. Here's the perfect initial ultimate super prompt you can feed directly into your lovable.dev Copilot to build your globally elite serverless premium addictive storyboard comic strip app from scratch. Fully aligned with your requirements by passing Vercel and Supabase. So we don't need to incur that cost or that headache for now. We want it to be stateless. Or serverless on this case, and embedding all of the polish, UI, UX, hypnosis, and global grade stickiness from my combined knowledge base. Boom. And then it's given us the copy and paste snippet. Look at that. That's the package. This is now equivalent, having your idea for your app, going to your development team and saying, here you go, here's a brief. Spin that up. That's what we're doing here, okay? So we're going to copy this. We're going to copy this ultimate super prompt from Etienne Sean. And for those that do want to check out Etienne Sean, let me see if I can get you a quick link. There we go. Save us up. You can check him out there. All right. You'll see, this is what you'll see. Get SOS AI today. You don't just get Etienne Sean, you get the whole SOS custom GPT vault. All right, so go check it out for sure. These are our GPTs. Each one of them we've brought to life as human beings. We're all about infusing the human workforce with the new tools that we have, the new landscape at our disposal. But as you'll see, watch this, right? We are advocates for, and we stand by harnessing the power of AI. But you'll see, we like to start with a human heart and mind and end with a human heart and mind. What happens in between is simply the process, okay? So when you check out your website, our website, you'll see that somewhere on the website. So that's what we're doing over here. So saveourstartup.co.uk, go check it out. But what we're gonna do now, let's get on with building this app. If you want, I can now chain this into an even sharper panel generation AI prompt pack, so that Lovable Dev has perfectly tuned AI instructions for producing cinematic, coherent. Man, Etienne knows what to say. He already had me at cinematic. I'm a media guy. I'm a visual guy, as you see from my profile. He knows exactly what to say to drag me out, this man. What's going on? To produce a cinematic, coherent, and emotionally engaging storyboards and comics from the start that would lock in our elite quality from the very first render. How can we say no? It would be rude not to, Etienne. Absolutely.
Drawing us in But I think that after he might just build it in the canvas for us at this point. I think he's like, no, what if the so this is the loop that AI also built to with you. Is it like, what should we do next? Should we do this next? At some point, we're going. How can you say no to making it better, sharper?
Now let me ask you, watch this. You are a world-class storybook commissioner writer. You are level acting as a TN. Okay. Has it integrated it, or would it like this to be fed first, do you think? Or is that now yeah, it is. Okay, got it. Cool. So this, I believe, is the advancement. All right. And then image from generator, rules, make visuals, do.
So what it's doing now is it's writing out the specifications. They said contextual engineering and specifications are going to be the biggest words you see people in AI using for the next at least few months. And so here you go. Did you paste it all in? Are we about to see are we okay? So
yeah.
Well, let me hedge, guys. So what happens is once this Lovable spins it up, you still got to do a little bit of work to, make it, just fine tune it, polish it. This is me hedging now. So did you copy the whole thing in? Is that what you did?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Absolutely not. So
Perfect.
what it's explaining is that this is the overlying prompt. Everything we've done up until now is baked in this prompt. Okay. It's then considered what's going to happen next. So when it talks about panel generation, AI prompt pack, it's already premeditating and proactive enough to anticipate the result and say, once you get this result, here are the next snippets to enhance and make it even better. Now, like we said before, what I used to do months and months ago, I would say, man, one generation, here we go. I would copy this and say, yo, let's go. And I would slap all of this in there. But I would divide my results because I'm dividing, say, Lovable's a person, I'm dividing its attention and its focus and its energy. So now we are simply going to take the first prompt that we've spent this time doing the heavy lifting. Boom, bish, bash, bosh. You are lovable.dev, acting as Etienne Sean. Okay. Now I'm thinking about taking this part out. What do you think, Andrea? The Etienne Sean part that will pollute it. Okay. So you are co-pilot. The globally, there we go. All right. Your mission, build a serverless, boom, 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 boom. No super base. Here's the core features. Here's the whole brief. Panel editing. Here are the export options. Here are the features and functionalities we would like to bake within the app. All right. Now, all right. These are the functionalities. This is how we want you to do the architecture, lay it out. This is what we want AI to be infused for. These are the engagement, retention, and psychological boosters. Implementation notes, how we want the deliverables and the end result. Build this end-to-end in lovable.dev now. First deploy should ready to look like an award-winning, globally elite creative. Are we ready to eat our hats here?
No. So also point out that this is a GPT-5. It's going to be created on GPT-5. So are we going to drum roll or?
So are you saying you want to run the code on ChatGPT first or straight into Lovable?
Straight into, let's go with Lovable.
Stop teasing the people, y'all. Look at
people what they want,
what they want. Give the people them what they want. Okay, guys. So this, for those who haven't seen Lovable before, furthermore, I'm going to even put this should help you. If you do want to check Lovable out, there we go. You're going to see the power of when you hear the term vibe coding, no code, low code, Lovable is one of the tools that we've known and grown to know and do it best. We've tried over, I think, at least 20 different app builders, no-code builders, low-code builders, even mid to higher code builders. And for something like this to take an idea in its simplicity, do a session like this, and come out with an appealing, attractive product, because we are humans, we are creatures of habit, and we like to see nice things. It activates a sense, but we also like it when things work. So we want it to be functional as well. And this is what we're doing here. For those who want Lovable, check out the link. It's in the chat. Okay. And you're now about to see Lovable in action, maybe for the first time. We would love to know what you think. If you've been rocking out with us, share what you've thought, what you've learned, what you would also include in the comments. We love this to be a co-creation space where we build together. And this is why we do it. This is what we're here to achieve today. So don't be shy. Drop your thoughts in the comments. We'll happily display them on screen. You've got the Lovable link there. And let's do a countdown, Andrea. Oh, you know. Hey, you ready? It's a good job we've got the media access lately. You ready? We're gonna do
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom! Let's go. He's spinning up the magic. We're cooking. We're cooking. Now,
I'm very likely that we're going to see a first error here, and that is going to likely be because it's going to prompt us to connect Supabase. That's not really an error. That's no, we're not doing that today. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And the good thing is when it does, and if it does give an error, it also offers the fix. And they're quite strong at fixing things, wouldn't you say, eventually? And if you get in a real pickle and there are multiple things wrong, also would like to show you behind the scene. This is what's going on. So it gives us this lovely screen spinning up a preview, select specific elements, upload images, instantly, blah, blah, blah. It tells us a whole story, a narrative. But behind the scenes, this is what's going on underneath the hood. You see? This is the actual coding of the app. It's loading a live preview. And here you can see. So it's taken our prompt. This is our initial prompt. And so when you see Etienne and ChatGPT 5 saying the enhanced panel version, so after it's read this prompt, it's given us a whole panel generation AI prompt pack. It's speaking about this panel down here, you see? So after it's understood this, which it's doing now, it's understanding, digesting, and interpreting. I'm excited to build this premium storyboard and comic strip creator. This evokes the cinematic quality of apps like Figma, Procreate, and Adobe Creative Suite, combined with the engaging flow of TikTok's creation tools. Then it's showed me that it's understood what I'm looking for, all right? So now I'm gonna say, cool. Remember the tip that we gave earlier, where we said, all right, we're gonna make sure always to keep Etienne in the loop. So we're gonna show Etienne that, cool, thanks for that prompt. We've pasted it into our lovable.copilot that we've empowered with all of your superpowers. And this is how it's interpreted it. This is how it's understood it, okay? Then, as you can see, it's still building. So now if we go in each segment, what you'll see is spinning up the code in real time in front of you. One element alone, you've got what, over 300 lines of code, and that's just in one element. So it's slowly building out the app in the background. That is why we call it no code. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, personally, I don't remember I've entered one piece of code into Lovable. And this is why they call it a no-code builder. Now, this is the part where we hope, you see, so this is what Andrea was saying. It wants us to connect Supabase, but we're not going to do that yet. Either we'll do it at the end or another time. We are showing you the simplest way. So we don't even need other apps and other costs and other subscriptions and other headache. how do we just build the simplest app like a native app to your phone, like your notes, your calculator, but to a globally elite standard. And so we're now going to say, cool, all right, try to fix this error. And we're also going to open the error, and we're going to screenshot the error as well, just in case we need Etienne's help. This is the feedback loop. Go ahead, Andrea, after you.
And also, we can actually go to the code or look at the logs when it says fix error. You'll see above it says view log or something like that, logs, and you can copy the full error into Etienne as well. And there you go.
Okay, let's see here. Fix resolve, restore, fix the CS build error by removing blah, 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 but it hasn't. So this is what it was doing the other day, that build you were doing when it was a nice build, and then all of a sudden it took you down the path and give you a white screen. So let's see this here, right? So we can show the whole thing to Etienne. And we say, yo, Etienne, man, what's going on? We trusted you. And we say, Etienne, this is what we've done so far. We've followed your instructions for the first prompt. Okay. We put it in. This is how Lovable, the coding app, understood it. And this is the discrepancy or problem we've encountered. And please advise us where to go next and course correct this. Okay.
The other thing you can do is also preview, because I think it does have something to do with this.
Look at that. All I done was refresh the screen.
Now, if we can showcase the Lovable browser more so, because I think it may be slightly cut off for people. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, perfect. I think that would be yes, perfect. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, that's a good idea. So if we hide this panel, yeah,
Yes, sure.
then hopefully we can work with a slightly narrower window. Awesome. Right. So we don't even need to go and say this is an error code, because all we done is we refreshed the build and boom, it's working. Now, few text errors and all of this and all of that, but that's one prompt. So are we saying in one prompt, I don't know. I don't know about y'all, but I know about us. Are we saying this is a one prompt kill? A one prompt kill. Powered by advanced AI, create cinematic. Now, the good thing is, some of this here, you see, if you want to change this, you don't have to prompt it. You can prompt it and say, hey, this is the correct spelling, this is the text I want. Or you can also open up, select and edit yourself. You see? Create cinematic.
Well, it will depend on whether or not it's so it may be, I think, with the editor, I think it's going to get better and better over time. But like with static elements, like text, you can edit it on visually, right? And then for more like programmatic elements or anything that uses loops or repeaters or things like that, you'll be able to edit. You could command the edit or use AI to do it.
Select parent, go to code. They're really beefing these parts out, which is cool.
Yes.
So that, people, is our first spin before any enhancements, and it won't let me get out. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's gone.
So the other thing that people should know too is this is fully live, actually. Once you press publish, once you publish it, it's fully live. You can integrate your own domain. We're smiling here because we're like, thank you, Lovable. They're back there. These guys are back there coding it for us. But the point is, you can click publish. And I mean, back in the day, I remember it was sort of software. You would have one on your local device, but and you don't have to worry about these deployment issues. But however, now the thing is, you do not have to also, you don't have to just say, okay, that's just basic. I'm too advanced. I want to use GitHub. I want to push and pull and all this stuff. And I want a domain integration. And you can do that too on Lovable, which is, quite frankly, why we're super impressed with this tool specifically. Okay. And here you go. I don't know what we're doing, what's going on. Show the people, teach the people, Tiggs. What is happening here? This is a story of 2 LinkedIn creators live multi-streaming, tracking. What is it? Teaching the friends and family how to vibe code. Everyone cheer. Did you say, is that everyone cheering
And
and learning?
don't forget the
Confetti. Hey,
the
spaghetti confetti.
Right. That sounds like a mess, right? Yeah.
So I think, what do you think? If you click the button and it does something really cool, or even on.
And then we can even, has it built in the image upload yet? So we're going to work on that. So generate, let's have a look. Yeah.
Okay. So
No way. Okay, go ahead.
well, okay, that's it. We're done. We're gone. But like, obviously, no. So this is good, because really the reality is it would have taken maybe an hour and a half to go through this whole process, but we are articulating it. We're talking. We're going through the process. So this is a weekend type thing. Remember when you used to fix, you could do like home remodel projects over the weekend and stuff like that. Now you can totally weekend your startup. Oh, I'm going to spend Saturday and Sunday building it out. Like, now, of course, the realistic, feasible part of this is you have this interface, and now you start working on the small components. And this is what you would do in any development team. You would push out the product, then you would slowly start iterating. First, you would fix the bugs, improve its primary functionality, and then you can start developing new features and adding on. Just you and your AI coding friends. Tiggs, how do you feel about this? Are you happy with the output?
Honestly, Andrea, I actually am, purely because I know that, honestly, I didn't even know whether it would get to the functionality that it's doing now. I think I would have been even happy with a good interface. Now, this is before now we even bake in the addictive, hypnotic, the little flashes, the animations, the functionalities, the full features, enhance the features, the image upload, things like this. So the fact that it's taken us here, for me personally, it was worth all of the groundwork, all of the foundational ground digging, the footings was worth it to get to this stage, only because I now know the hardest part is done. And I know this is the fun part. And every time I type something in there, my app's going to look different. It's going to evolve. It's going to change color. It's going to start flying and breathing life into it. So all of that tedious work, if you guys missed the previous 3.5 hours, definitely go and watch it. But you've come into the attractive part, right? Where we're actually bringing something to life. We're actually learning the code. We've been inspired. We've been motivated. Yo, drop in the chat if you've been entertained today, or you've learned something. We would love to hear from you and where you're tuning in from. So to answer your question, Andrea, I'm very happy at this stage because these are very small changes, and we haven't even typed in our prompt pack enhancements yet into the panel. Okay, so what we're going to do that right now, but what I'm going to do, if you take over for a moment, is take a screenshot of each page. So remember that feedback loop to ChatGPT 5 and Etienne Sean. We're going to say, this was the first spin. This is what it understood. Okay, this is what it understood. Boom, which is there. You see, we've given it how it first understood it. And this is how it interpreted it and presented the results. Mm-hmm. So I'm also going to give it the link. So if you hit preview, I'm going to give it a link to ask it to analyze this build as well. Go ahead, Andrea, over to you.
Yeah, perfect. So one thing that I know a lot of people, if you're rewatching this, you might be wondering, hey, I don't know what JS, JavaScript, Shad, CDN, I don't know any of those things, right? Do I have to know it? No, you don't have to know it, because GPTs like Etienne will tell you, or even also, in addition to that, Lovable's agent may interpret this information for you. So that's the beauty of AI. And the other thing is, a lot of the groundwork is done in terms of the user interface, as you can see. But now it's time for the refinement. And how is it integrating with the LLM? What are the images that it's generating? This is the work of improving your idea, your startup idea. And these panels, this sort of recursive loop that we're running here, with ChatGPT, Tiggs is putting in that information, is really just ensuring that whatever adjustments are made, it's considering the current state. And what I usually like to do whenever we're making an edit in a Lovable app is I will go back to Etienne and I will say something like, please ensure that you're using a patch or a modification. Do not alter the existing code when you're making recommendations for this next iteration. That will ensure that we're not like developing backwards with AI. We're moving forward. The other thing that we really like to do, this has been, my hack this past week. I take the contextual engineering that Tiggs has been speaking so frequently about. I will go into Lovable also and say, hey, give me a summary of who you are, what you do, in the app itself that we're developing, so that it also reviews itself. It's doing its own review, and then it's telling us, the user, what it does, which is very helpful when you're putting that context back into ChatGPT or any other LLM, especially if there's no API integration for the specific tool you're using. Okay, Tiggs? So what you're doing now is and the other thing is, I like how, depending on like your goal and how wide you want to build, you may want to also pull in other resources, screenshots, and examples. The thing that you want to be careful with as well is that when you do pull in these references for your development, that it's not actually going to use that specific image. We talk a lot about like polluting the AI. Sometimes if you don't explicitly instruct the platform to do not use this is just an example. Sometimes even at the onset, it will actually use the example, which is something that you just have to be very careful of. Instead, what I would do is, say, for example, you had a website that you really like the design. And again, I did mention that we will publish on Monday, I believe, a set of resources that you can use for the interface. It will help you determine, if you say, okay, I like this specific website. We mentioned Three.js a little earlier. That's kind of like a shortcut to developing something that you're looking for, just understanding the reference point. So what I would usually do is I would take the examples of the websites that I like and then put it in a separate chat or Etienne or any other language model of my choice, right? And I would say, okay, help me understand what this is built on. You can even use just the old school. Now we're talking about old school internet tools. Like, you can type in Google, what CMS is this? And it can give you a breakdown of that website and the frameworks that it's using. And that will also be helpful for you as well when you're developing. If you don't know the language it's using, what CMS is, let's just go to Google. You don't even need a specific link. It'll tell you exactly what that website is built on, and then you can use it with the AI prompt. Okay, Tiggs? And just so you know, just in case.
I know.
Perfect.
And you see, I type, I get complaints. I mute, I get complaints. Ain't nothing lovable. I'm gonna build a lovable app. Let me shut up. Get myself in trouble. So yeah, so what we've done over here is we've said, okay, this is the first and current build of the app. You may see from the images the stage that we're at and what needs doing next. Would you suggest or recommend recommend any final any further next instructions or prompts or anything else into lovable.dev before we begin to input the panel generation AI prompt pack? You can see, analyze, and inspect the website at the following link. Copy and paste preview link, and then I've screenshotted all of our pages so far and given it more context. Why is it called? It's ChatGPT 5 that called it the panel generation AI prompt pack. So wherever you can feed it back its own language, even better, because it's already understood that, you see? It has a knowing of that without even thinking and reasoning. So we're going to hit go. And now this is Etienne helping us take it to the next level. He's going to analyze the app, see the pictures, and before we put in these enhancements, he's going to potentially suggest, hey, I'll go back to Lovable Copilot and say this first. Suggested level instructions prompt pre-AI phase. Okay, there we go. So as simple as this, if we feed that to Lovable there first, the moment we paste it on the revision back, we'll see it instant, end-to-end AI. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Do you want to merge this pre-AI build prompt with the panel generation? Pack, so you can paste absolutely. So we've asked it to proceed perfectly, ready to copy and paste, which should now mean anything up here is redundant. Why is it redundant? Because this, I'm hoping that ChatGPT 5 is intelligent enough to recreate it, to regenerate it with the extras inclusions. All right. Now we're looking in a good position.
So this becomes, so what I would do just to be careful at this stage is I would also ask Lovable to give a breakdown of its makeup, basically tell us what you do. And you can use the chat. This is a good time to maybe use the chat feature so that people can see that in action, which basically, correct me if I'm wrong, but does the chat feature use credits or does it not use credits? I don't think it does.
From my understanding, I believe it does use credits. I might be wrong. What might happen is it doesn't use credits, but when you click on implement plan, it's now using the builder. So that's probably when it subtracts the credits. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And another good thing is, okay, so what would you like to ask Lovable? Prompt me.
Oh, yeah, I could take, we are going to make upgrades to your interface and functionality. Please provide our dev team with a comprehensive breakdown of what you are and what you do.
Rewind, please.
Please provide our dev team with a breakdown of what you are and what you do. Okay, period.
Now, you mentioned this chat feature. I noticed I had a message on the screen when you did. So just in case for anyone who missed it, this is the chat feature we're speaking about. Now, I've just noticed another thing. Have you?
Oh, yes. There's GPT-5 right there in right there.
So,
Yeah.
but what I've noticed about GPT-5 being right there is, are we then saying that when the chat is off, it's not being powered by GPT-5? Is that what we're now saying, you see?
I am
You can
not
only turn,
entirely sure.
well,
So,
I can tell you that you can only turn ChatGPT-5 on if the chat mode is on. So I think that would make sense.
okay. Okay.
Who you are and what you do. All right, let's let it fly. Boom.
I'm excited about this. I think that, wow, we had a good bunch of people who sat with us. I would love to get their feedback. What are they building? What do they want to build, perhaps? Don't be shy. Just drop it in the comments. And if you are shy, totally fine. Send us a message. We'll take a look after the show and ensure that we try to help you as much as possible. That's our goal here. And as you can see, Lovable is thinking.
And then, so another good thing to ask it as well, Andrea, is I did mention it previously, but when you, as the app builds out and the code gets heavier, when you run into multiple errors or discrepancies, you can then go back and say, hey, similarly to as you've just prompted it, and say, hey, give me a full report of all the known bugs, errors, warnings, and issues, and give me the solutions and fixes. And it will list it off. And the good thing about Lovable is it shows you how it likes to implement the plan. So it phases it. It puts it in phases and steps. And more often than not, it will even come out with a whole 10-phase plan. No Mickey Mouse stuff around here, no fluff. That's the level and depth of plan you would give a development team that you're paying 50 grand to build your app. We don't need a development team. We have Etienne Sean behind the SOS GPT Vault, who is our development team. Etienne is programmed with the feats, knowledge, wisdom, experience of some of the greatest coders to walk the planet, as well as having a knowledge and understanding the awareness as to what Etienne is created for. Attention, Etienne Sean. How does he get attention? He takes this knowledge of these coders with the SOS operating system, with a heavily programmed knowledge base, and with all of the previous apps and chats that we've already built, because we consistently feed those back consistently. So he only self-learns and improves. ChatGPT, you could build, like us, hundreds of GPTs. But when you open it, it will show them how many times you've used them. And what you'll find is the ones you've used the most, your go-to everyday custom GPTs, perform better because it's generatively learned over time. So this is what we're doing here. This is the plan it's given us, Andrea. So would you like me to copy and paste this into Etienne Sean?
Yes, and then that way it'll also have the insight from the AI platform, what it believes it's built. Have a greater understanding. So if we could copy and paste the entire text as well, that would be really good.
Okay.
I just select it and copy.
Sounds good.
Usually. Yeah. And for everyone listening in, what we've built so far in this past, I think we're now heading into 4 hours, Tiggs. In this past 4-hour session is we've built this idea. We did spend about 30 minutes beforehand saying, okay, what can we build when we came up with this idea? And we walked through the first generation in ChatGPT 5 because that was just released yesterday. And we basically mapped out the plan or the ideation for this app, which is a storyboarding app. We went through a few ideas that ChatGPT 5 gave us. We didn't really like that. We asked for another set of ideas. And we're like, it's okay. But then we said, you know what? We have Pixie, which we did a live event last week for image generation, and she creates prompts, very like highly tailored prompts, really, really great in terms of creative generations. And we thought, okay, what if we just do a storyboarding app? Because that's actually useful for this next stage of images going into video. And so we started on the storyboard app. again in ChatGPT 5 and Etienne, our agent, we came up with the framework for the app. We've provided the context. We're going to build it in Lovable. We actually listened to the plan that it generated and pushed back with some implementations that we did not want, like the integration of Supabase, because database architecture does take a little bit longer, and we wanted to come out with a functional, very budget-friendly app for any bootstrapper. You could actually build this app that you're seeing here for free on a free version of Lovable and on a free Chat GPT, actually. With some help. We obviously have the help of our agents in Chat GPT 5. And so we took the super prompt framework that it generated, and then we went to Lovable. That's the whole trajectory of what we did, and pressed go and crossed our fingers and stuck to the vibe. And here, that's what you see on the end. Now, what Tiggs is doing is he's feeding the information back from this generation, this app itself, and we're going to now work on the enhancements. We may end in a few minutes. We'll see how we're feeling at the top of the hour, because this might be a good time to lead into next week's episode. We could possibly either finish out the build of this startup so we can implement things that are things like the payment processor roles and the database architecture, which in my opinion, I don't know how fun that will be, but we could possibly do that because that's all about just databases and spreadsheets and roles and things like that. But you could learn a lot from that, because that is definitely what you need to bring a startup from, idea to the actual, can people buy my stuff? So that may be what we do. But Tiggs, I think this was great. I think it's been very successful so far. What do you think?
I'm very happy with it. I mean, I could say this is halfway through. You know me. I like vibe. I like code. I like vibe coding. So I'm in my element. I'm excited to enhance it, and I think that's definitely what we should do before we leave, so that it's a fully functioning app, and anybody who wants to use it can try it. I definitely think we've come so far that we could run a few more generations through this. Absolutely. That's what I think.
Yeah, definitely. At the end of the day, what we're going to do is at the end of the stream, will we be sharing the link in the chat for everyone to go and play with it themselves? Or what are we saying? Should they send us a message so that we can send them the link?
Yes, they can send us a message, absolutely. If it's fully functioning and ready to go, they can pretty much have it immediately. If not, then you know me, I would like to enhance and refine it so that I don't want none of y'all come back, oh, this don't work. What do you mean? You built it with me. Fix it yourself. So I at least want it to be functioning and to a deployable state so the users can get stuck in. That'd be so cool. We did that with the last project. So yeah.
Awesome. So you provided the refinements and amendments here. And so now what we're going to do is pull in some final additions to the app so that we can make sure that it's fully functional.
Okay, where would you go from here?
If you can zoom into the ChatGPT screen, that would be really good for me, because my eyes are slightly aged. Oh, that's a little too much, maybe. Let's see. Okay. You scroll up and down.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Got your SOS Plus VibeForge pack. What do you want out of it? Quick start cheat sheet, command phrases, roles, hotkeys. One-page overview for execs. What it is, why it matters, how to use. Implementation plan. Stack, security, CI/CD, who does what, week by week. Polished README plus super prompt bundle for a repo. Landing page copy, hero, features, proof, CTA. Tell me the audience, devs versus non-tech, output format, doc markdown canvas, and any deadline. I'll spin it up fast.
Okay, so what I would do first, before we even move there, is let's look at the app itself in a preview version. Would you do that? And just actually interact with it. So I know you were doing that earlier, but maybe you can walk us through what you're seeing.
Well, first, to be honest, I would like to put this next prompt in, and then we can take it to the next phase, because it's not going to be any different to what we walked through previously. And this next phase should enhance and improve some of the features and functionalities, which means what we're about to explain could be redundant in literally one prompt. So I think that's a
Okay,
sensible
sure.
way to do it. Yeah.
No problem. Yeah, let's do that.
Mhm. Okay.
Man, our caffeine, my caffeine should have had a double dose in it. I'm like,
My cup is actually, it's half full. You see, my cup's half full, but it's cold. Cold coffee ain't no fun. Right. So this is the prompt for direct copy and paste. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yes, please proceed perfectly. So we've given it the images. Okay. Yep. Okay. Man,
I'm sure I saw the bite. I think there's some, we'll see. Let's see. Push it out.
you saw what? Sorry.
No, I said, let's see. I saw some things like the bite, but it was very too fast. So it's okay. I think we might. This is what you call speed reading.
Okay.
Okay. I would ask it to regenerate the next phase of the prompt if it hasn't already, based on its updated knowledge base.
Cool. Let's have a look.
Mm-hmm. Now, most of the time, the funny thing is, most of the time when you're building an app or a website, you're quiet. Nobody talks. You're just, well, you know, in the zone. That's what we call it. Mm.
No.
It's provided an implementation plan, so it may be getting too lengthy in this chat. That's also something that I would consider before the iterations.
Wow.
Mhm.
Okay. Let's have a look here now. So what we've done now, is we've asked Lovable to focus on the next master prompt. And whilst it's doing that, we are making sure that the smaller prompts that come after it are as detailed as they need to be. Just checking in with Etienne Sean. So this is the prompt here. This is the prompt that's currently running. So what you're seeing over here, you haven't saved changes. That's fine. Okay. So what we're seeing over here is this prompt, Lovable first deploy master super prompt. Now, I don't know if it's reading that as the same. Now, the next prompt that's going in is image prompt generator prompt to enhance the feature of the image generations, okay? So as you can see, it's not just throwing a whole bunch of gobbledygook at Lovable. It's structured, it's collated, and it makes sense for these specific functionalities and fixes to be within that segment so that Lovable doesn't have to overwork and strain itself, thus producing better completions in the end. So it's working on this, and whilst it works on this, we are going to queue up the second one. So we copy this here. Okay. It's really working, right? All right, so we put in Lovable to work. So whilst Lovable's doing that, we can now say, yo, Etienne, we are now on this one. I'm going to say that the first master
The lovable dev first deploy master super prompt is generating. Please ensure that all of the other snippets are fully comprehensive, detailed, descriptive, and instructional. To perfectly achieve the globally elite level that we agreed to. Sometimes you can ask it to build out a more comprehensive set of specifications in individual canvases, but this is really good that it's done that for us already in code blocks. So, all right. So here is the iteration of this, right, Tay?
Yeah, this is the iteration. Oh, you see that little shimmy? Ooh, we're getting there. So view gallery. All right, but let's go back real quick. I want to know what this does. So start creating takes you to the same place. Cyberpunk. Okay, so it's all onboard and it will lead to the same place. So you will have to go through this workflow. Cool. Let's try storyboard. Let's say cozy calf. Everyone likes a coffee. Minimalist. Let's say 6 panels. Football match. Now, let's see if it generates.
This point, I imagine it might ask you to drop in an image. I think that might be the case.
Correct. And so what's happening? What's happening here? Image upload. And you see, perfect. So what if you look at the bottom right hand corner, you can see what I'm taking a screenshot of here. Notice it says image upload, feature coming soon. Now, this is very easy to build in. We will do that, probably be baked in one of these prompts. But this is an example of what it will do. It will still give you your app, your prototype, but it will then inform you that either this feature is coming soon or the feature simply won't be functional. The button might move, but it won't click. And so that's fine. It just means you know what to work on next with Etienne. Absolutely. So here we go. Wow, I almost forgot we were using ChatGPT 5, and I'm thinking, what's it doing? I didn't ask it to create a picture. Creating image. It is actually creating an image, though, for some reason.
It could create the theme.
Okay.
It's just the new logo. Well, to this point, I mean, you definitely could generate the logo within this stream if you wanted to. So I think that look, it's creating a logo for itself. Etienne Sean is a fox. This is why knowing AI is going to become so powerful for any business owner or someone who's building a startup, because logo generation, UI, UX, strategist, social media marketer, they're all going to be baked into, can you use AI well? Do you know how to prompt it? Do you understand the sequence it should occur? Because now we got a logo for Etienne. Would you call that internal bias? I definitely would. But I love how this has definitely changed here. We now have an actual workable storyboard, though. Take a look at it.
Wow. And look, so now it has read the fact that we want to be able to drag and drop, making it easy. Now you can choose the shot type, wide, close, establishing shot, over the shoulder. So think about it. When you're a media guy, right? When you're going on set and producing, you have to, everything we watch tells a story. And so some of the TV grade stuff and the better grade stuff, especially movies, think of your favorite soap, things of this nature. It's an accumulation of shots and moments and words and pictures and feelings and emotions that come together. And so different shots are better at promoting each of those different shots you need in a movie for different types of films. So you might see an establishing shot. I'll give you an example here. So you might see an establishing shot that is a drone shot far up, flying over Westminster and Big Ben over London. Okay. Then you'll see a mid shot, two people talking at the bottom of Big Ben, a woman and a man. Then there's a close up. Oh, it's Tiggs and Andrea. Now you can lip read and see their expression, but it's zooming in on them both. Then you might want to over the shoulder shot when Tiggs is speaking. So you're coming over Andrea's shoulder, looking at Tiggs. Man, this is a whole masterclass in filming, y'all. So here's your storyboard, and this is what it means by your shot selection. This is the same thing that an on-set video producer, camera guy would use to storyboard and map out. They would even visit, usually if they can, and if it's feasible, they would visit the set prior to the day of the shoot or prior to the shoot to map out the sort of shots they would need in their head. So this does it for you, okay? The title, give it title, Familiar Faces. Description, minimalistic scene showing dramatic visual storytelling with cozy aesthetics. Dialogue, so you can add dialogue and thoughts, sound effects. Oh, I see, got it. setting warm. So this is where you can put the weather, etc., etc. Now, what I would love to know is, why is this still generating? There's no way this can still be generating.
I don't think it is. I think so. Earlier today, ChatGPT 5 just seemed to be lagging. I mean, maybe ChatGPT in general. So that might be the case.
So I can give you a way that sometimes works. It's a little trick. You open a new browser. Aha, this should work. But the trick I was going to say is, oh, it hasn't. That's fine though, so we can stop it.
It may still be generating because the images sometimes in the app take
wow, look at this. It actually is.
Yeah.
Look at this. I don't know. I don't know. He's going on.
This wasn't intentional. He's like, screw y'all. I'm doing my own thing. A little scary, but no, I don't know. Maybe I don't know why.
It's okay though.
The miscommunication, yeah. Use it.
Right. Okay. Right.
So it still needs to be. So eventually, I can see this app as in each panel. I know. I just was looking at Gemini's App Studio the other day. We were looking at it the other day, and we saw for example, the recipe videos. They start basically. There's a sequence of images that go into creating a video. Like you have, maybe you're creating ramen, and that's currently in Gemini. That's the example. You're creating ramen, and so you have noodles, like, raw noodles or dried noodles, and then you have eggs, and you have a pot of boiling water, and so on and so forth. So potentially what this app could do, because Pixie already generates image super prompts, right? Mm-hmm. And scenes as well. And Sora also does that too. You can break down the prompt and paste in the prompt in each one and storyboard it. But what this will likely do is help you create those videos, those recipe videos, or the pet videos, or maybe it's getting dressed, outfit of the day videos. I can see those things happening in terms of the storyboard. And then it may just flow into like video generation from there. There's so many different use cases. Imagine.
Okay.
So we can go through the different pages. So I think what's good, correct me if I'm wrong, but can you drop an image into this? I think you may be able to.
We could definitely try.
Yeah, I think so. Like, just humor me, maybe. One of the things is, the other thing is when you talk about domain mapping, there's a settings under each project, and I love this image. This is Etienne upgraded, but what was I saying? I think this is the 4-hour no caffeine. Let me recaffeinate. Domain mapping. So integrating your domain, you go quickly buy it on Google or Namecheap or wherever you want to buy it, and then you just simply import your domain, and it takes care of it. No more DNS issues, no more propagation, all this other junk. You just go and just press import, and in a few minutes it's done. So,
are you seeing this?
I think
who the heck
who's
is Shannon? Too funny.
I think you should just stop it. Who's SDP? Oh man, this is guys. This is the hilarious part of the show. Like AI makes things up, and sometimes you just really gotta listen. Listen
That's
and watch.
ChatGPT 5, right? So that must have been a glitch because we never even asked it to create anything. So if it starts creating something again, there we go. Look at this. Because the chat's getting slightly heavier, you see.
Yeah, so this does happen. Especially, we're going to build out more core features. We would probably start a new chat to avoid all these issues. And important points as Tiggs is typing, the iteration phase, like the next steps to building out this app is integrating your AI. Okay. Now, to make it free for you or even less costly to manage, is you can use features, smart features like integrating a front end, use your own, bring your own key type of thing, right? So the user who purchases access to your software will just use their own API keys. The other thing is you can feasibly integrate Stripe. It will spin up a separate pricing page. And then if you have a Stripe account, you would just integrate it. It would ask you for your API key. And I believe there's a specific place that it stores it, Tiggs, or is that, I could be wrong. It might not be this software. It might be a different one. But I believe it's going to store it, hard-coded. Okay.
You're right, yeah. So it would be in Lovable, you would go into, I don't want to mess this up because it just generates.
No worries.
But I will show you before we go. So yes, you go into the settings and it gives you opportunity to put your API keys in there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But another thing now, look, I've also done it before where I've put my API key in the panel and said, hey, can you do it for me? That's a possibility, but it's not the safest way to do it, is it? So could you tell us why it's important to put it within the tool rather than throw it out? Think of the potential. Imagine this, right? So I put my API key in here. It's now deployed and it has a user base and it's throwing out my credentials or API keys, things like this. Well, it's game over for me. So this is why it's advisable, like you said, Andrea, to put your API key within the settings, within the system settings on any AI tool, not just Lovable. Yeah.
The other thing is, when you're going to give it the API key, you don't want it. So sometimes this does reoccur quite often, is that when your app starts getting larger and larger, like right now you're just seeing 3 pages, but we've built out apps that have, 20, 30 pages in this. And you might put your API key in one feature and then it's different in another one or something like that, right? So then you're going to have to run through, let me update this. Oh, I missed this. I missed that. So now that's more of a time waste than was necessary just because you did it the right way. It could skip putting in those updates. So that's what it is. So security and just saving time to make sure that all the parts of the system are updated versus just one. It does happen quite frequently, actually. So at the current point, I do believe Tiggs, where are we at in the current point? Just for the people coming in, we'll give them a recap. And, where are we going next? I think that would be helpful.
Absolutely. So what we've done, a recap from our first prompt in Lovable. You can definitely talk them through the ideation and all of that I've probably repeated if they want to hit replay. As you can tell, you see, when you run out of credits, Tiggy doesn't repeat anymore. You got to feed him. So where we are, we've done the first initial prompt to get the builder up and running. We saw the first build. And now this is, we've put the first polish in, right? The next prompt. So that's what we're doing. We're getting Lovable to understand it. It's thinking and reasoning. And then it will come back with an implementation plan or build plan. So here we go. Now you can tell it's using ChatGPT 5 actually, because Lovable has never been this documented. When it always shows you what it's doing, but it's literally telling you action by action. Now it always says searching for, writing, editing, you know, things like this, but this is very smooth and fast with what it's doing. And you can even see in the back as it goes, you see. And then what we're going to do after that, we're going to put, so this phase is the foundation and the architecture, right? And then we're going to, the next phase, we're going to go to core feature implementation. So all the features that we spoke of to make sure they're all up and running and the best they can be. And then part 3, phase 3 is the UI and UX. That's one of my favorite parts of any app, because that's where we really get to showcase our UI, our design skills, and how we can translate them. That's the part that really just keeps people in the days, you know. And then growth frontier enhancements, which is growth frontier canvases, live RAG, so live memory, emotion intelligence, right? So this is probably the part where we could also do what you just said with the API key and plug in. Everyone can plug in their own ChatGPT keys and supercharge it effectively. Okay, so it's come out. Oh, wow, still building. Definitely using ChatGPT 5. I wonder, I wish I measured our credits before this. 256.9 left. So let's remember that.
But it will tell you how many credits this project used. I remember in this project settings, I believe. So
okay, so you see the chat was on and it did use 1 credit.
That's
which is okay.
Yeah.
And the reason it used 1 is because we had legacy mode on. I can guarantee you if we didn't, that would have used between 3 to 5 credits for that same thing. So let's implement this plan and then we move on to phase 2. We throw these through as quickly as possible. And then we see, once we've got all of these enhancements in, we can see where we're at and what needs doing still.
So if we go to phase 1 while we're waiting on it to generate, it's generating now, right? Okay, so let's scroll up to phase 1. Oh, it's done. Is it done?
No.
Okay. Foundation and architecture. No. You were at the right place. I just needed to scroll slightly.
Oh, you want to go to this one?
Yes, the one that we just walked through. Now, this is the one you just pasted in, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And this is the serverless side of things and the local storage, persistent local storage. Yeah. So what this is actually very important for people who want to build a lot of these types of apps where it's persistent local storage. Now we used to talk about a lot of this. You used to mention local use. And I think this is such an important conversation because not many people know that they can use a lot of like local to store local AI and get it for free, or at least the lower cost, you know. So I think that's what we're trying to achieve here, is to help you build as many apps as possible, but also consider that it will cost you a lot less if you do it this route as a progressive, you know, a PWA versus with local storage. And then another thing you could do is you could build in the cloud storage as an upgrade to your app. So you can follow the freemium model and say, okay, it's free to use, you know, save all the stuff on your local device. And then if you wanted to integrate something, then that would be an upgraded plan. So if you wanted to use an integration to connect Google or Dropbox or whatnot, you could do that and charge the user for that. A very small minimal fee, at least to cover the basics of, you know, your build and your operational costs. And of course, your profit. So you do want to generate some sort of profit as you do this. So that's what I would do. I know Tiggs is in the back end, so I think it's time for maybe commercial. No, I'm just kidding. The whole conversation with progressive web apps, we do even also, we may do this. We also have a live app, and I'll double check. We'll see if we can send that out. We can send that out, but it also follows the same serverless, stateless concept, and we can probably send that out to you guys next week or later on in the week. In the meantime, I think we can do a quick break. We're gonna check on something. I believe it may be LinkedIn at the moment. I'm seeing a little bit of an error on my end, but we're gonna just go check on that, and then we'll come back. If you can just come and enjoy the commercial. It's a video about me talking about Lovable, so we'll see how it goes. I believe we can run that one. Mm-hmm. All right. 1 second. I don't think it's on the screen right now. Perfect. Okay, that's me, guys. Okay, it's a video on Lovable. It's about 7 minutes long, and we're gonna go and take a look at this. It looks like a connection error right now, but we'll look into that on LinkedIn. So bear with us. Hey everyone, it's Andrea Naomi with Save Our Startup, where, all we talk about here is AI, how it affects your life, your business, and of course, the workforce of the future. So if you don't know what vibe coding is, that's the season we're in. Welcome to the world or age of the AI operator, who is also mostly a vibe coder. Now, the concept of vibe coding has been that essentially you're using AI without having the knowledge of the programmer to code. One of the tools that have been at the forefront of this no code or low code revolution has been Lovable. Now, if you've heard the term minimal lovable product, that's where it comes from. So Lovable, as you can see on the screen, is a vibe coding tool, which means that essentially people with no programming background can come on to Lovable and produce any app or website by really just entering a single sentence. Now, I have to really preface here by saying that it's not as easy all the time as a single sentence. For the most part, you can get really cool landing pages or websites by just typing in what you're looking for. AI makes it a lot easier. But if you want to develop wider, you're going to have to learn just a little bit about programming specifications, and we can talk about that in another video. But the big news about Lovable is that recently Lovable just raised about, I believe, $200 million in a Series A funding, which means, and we'll show you the source in just a few minutes, which means that basically they have more runway to develop the future of what this vibe coding atmosphere looks like of the new world of AI. This is platforms like Lovable and Bolt, Cursor, Windsurfer. they're a little bit more technical, but they're basically showing you how simple it can be to create technology, create software, create websites without having to understand the programming world. You don't have to go to college anymore. You don't have to have a degree or work for years and years in the tech environment to build a technical product. You just have to understand that there's this new world emerging, which is vibe coding. And Lovable is at the forefront. So it is a Swedish AI startup. As you can see here in the source, they raised $200 million in their Series A, which means it's approximately $1.8 billion in terms of valuation. Now, over the past year, we have tried and been using many different vibe coding apps. I mean, when we open an app or go down a road, we go deep. And Lovable has always been one of our favorite no code or vibe coding apps because it really gets down to the meat of what you're looking to create. The thing that we've done to enhance the process on our end is to build a custom AI, specifically a specification builder, a prompter that allows you to make it very simple to build apps like this with all of our KBs built into that agent. So this is all about tool stacking for us. We love Lovable because it does things just really well. Some of the things that it does really well, I'm just going to tell you, this is not a promotion video, it's just our opinion here. But some of the things that Lovable does really well is its seamless database integration with Supabase. That's bar none been one of the big things for me because for 4 years, tools like no-code builders like Bubble, they made database integration kind of complex. It wasn't as intuitive. Lovable has done this really well with Supabase. I mean, don't go up and spending like 20,000 sites that require a Supabase database because that is costly. However, from the perspective of really literally just going in, providing your specifications, and then saying integrate it with this database, super simple. It just makes life a lot easier. What that means, now typically when you have a website, that website stores a lot of different pieces of information. However, when you want to take the website from simply static information to dynamic information that's associated with users and has sort of like these connectors, a database, which is Supabase, allows you to do things like that. It allows you to do more complex things like connect to OpenAI or any other different APIs. It allows you to do things like user authentication. So now you can have users sign in to your platform. It allows you to integrate things like Stripe or PayPal. So Lovable makes that process, which was incredibly painful. This is what you hire developers for. It makes this process super simple. And I'm really glad to see that they got that Series A funding at the right valuation, because that just means that they have more runway to build the future. And we're all about building the future of work with AI. So if you're not a part of Save Our Startup in the groups or a member of the Vault, go and join. Our groups are free. The Vault is reasonable. You get to learn how to use AI and become that operator that the workforce of the future really needs. We go through things like Lovable and all the other vibe coding tools, but we really go deep every time we tackle a subject. So we hope to see you soon, and congratulations to Lovable for their Series A raise. Thanks. See you soon. Bye for now. All right. So actually, you know what we realized, I believe, is that our LinkedIn Live is no longer active. So we're going to just comment and share with the viewers over there to let them know that they can catch the replay. We'll put it on our website, and they can also join the group as well. In the meantime, I think what we'd like to do for everybody who's tuned in, I know we are over the several hours or the 3 hour mark. That's okay for us. We want to make sure that we complete this build. We do have now a functional app, so we can walk through it and you can see how it's built out. But we have about 3 more phases to walk through to actually put an app that you can actually sell or give access to and get people to start testing. So that's really, really exciting. As a recap, what we've done so far is, and I'll just take you from beginning to end, just for those who have tuned in just a few minutes ago, or in the past hour. We've basically taken an idea that we came up with 30 minutes before our live at the launch of ChatGPT-5, or GPT-5, which is trending now because it's the newest model for OpenAI. So we used our agent along with ChatGPT-5 to come up with an idea, which is a storyboarding app. Storyboarding is going to become more and more important as people use generated media to create videos. So we then went through that ideation phase, told the GPT what we want to build, and then listened to it aloud to become more literate, to see if there were things that were in that prompt, the initial master prompt, because that's first prompt most important. And you don't want to give it the wrong specs, otherwise it'll go completely left, right? When we finally generated the super prompt, we went over several nuances here in terms of prompting, and you can watch the earlier part of the stream to just go through that process, because we did spend about a good maybe 1 to 2 hours walking through what we consider very important as AI moves forward. Contextual engineering is going to be so important. Give your AI context so that you get exactly what you need. And then the word specifications also going to be very important, because AI might not need you to give it a whole life story, but it's really good at like reading between the lines now and creating specifications for coding specifically. Specifications. And then we entered the initial prompt, the initial super prompt, into Lovable after pushing back in GPT-5 and saying, hey, we didn't want these features. And now we're on the phase of refinement. We have about 3 more phases. We went through phase 1, which is the local storage phase. And then now we're going to go to our serverless. And then now we're going to move into phase 2, which is the core feature implementation. And for LinkedIn, we will try to restart the live if people are there, though I think that might be a little choppy. So if you were previously on LinkedIn and you can't see it anymore, you can come to our Facebook group or our Facebook page, as well as YouTube as well. So I think that's a recap. We do want to end this live at least the implementation of phase 2, 3, and 4, so that we can come out with the final version and then share it with those who are interested in seeing the actual live app. And again, we are building this app. You just watched that video of us, or of me, talking about Lovable. Tiggs and I have been using this in our development process for quite a while now. We went through a whole bunch of apps, AI apps, and Lovable seemed to be the most promising in its class. There are other apps that are AI coding apps that are more technical. You may have heard of tools like Cursor, Windsurf, and VS Code. Of course, that's the predecessor, and Tiggs loves those tools. I do as well, but there are a bunch of other more technical tools as well. But for the AI development in this class, Lovable is something that we really enjoy, and that's why we're here doing it with you live. So over the weekend, once wasn't possible, you can totally build out your startup in just a weekend using Lovable. And here we are walking you through the entire process. What used to be, I need a strategist, I need a developer or an engineer, I need a marketing person, I need a beta testers, DevOps, all of these things, right? Now you just need you a really good program tool like Etienne in ChatGPT, and a really good platform like Lovable to implement a full-blown SaaS application. And there we are. And as you can hear, I'm hearing, so it's kind of like, we were talking about this earlier, but the idea of like building hypnotic, a sort of like neural programming into an app to make it sticky. Every time Lovable finishes a generation, you hear this sound. It's like, it's a completion. And that means that it's running through this development process. I believe Tiggs enabled it about maybe it's a couple months ago. Time has been flying recently. But this is just a small feature, even in a coding app, that it sort of helps people. It invokes a feeling. It makes you want to return, because these small user interface additions help the app become a more enjoyable experience. I remember having this conversation many years ago. You have they're kind of like two sides of development and programming. You have, it says leave it works, whatever, it works, right? It's functional, it does the job, and so we don't need to upgrade the UI. And then there's the other side of the team that says, user experience and user interface is so important. And I usually fall, I like pretty software. It's like I always say this, these are just softwares, they're like my shoes. But I feel like the more and more we go into this version of the cloud, SaaS tools, everything that's mostly online, not operated on your local device, meaning you don't have to download software. That user experience is going to be the difference as coding becomes easier and easier. And that's what we're doing now. We're working through the process of, let's build out the core features and then improve the user interface to build out those like psychological triggers. And you can see from the Lovable side of things, this is the browser on the right hand of the screen, the far right. What Lovable is doing is it has also integrated, I believe, ChatGPT 5, and Tiggs was mentioning this earlier. You can see the process that is taking place within the app itself. So I'm really excited about actually adding on the subscription page. And then eventually, now the reason why we don't always add Supabase or any type of database considerations in the beginning, right? It's because the reality is, okay, what happens when you are not finished building an app, right? So if you're working through the process of building the app and you haven't fully fleshed out all the features, it becomes challenging to then go backwards to just keep modifying the databases, the database structure, architecture. It becomes really challenging, which is why developers built in the past, like sort of this container operating environment, which is what many people are familiar with in terms of Docker, right? Now, we end with the database only because that's, for me, because you can now simulate an environment in Lovable, and you can now pre-populate it also in Lovable with like mock data. The database architecture, as long as you have it in your mind, that consideration up front if you need it, it's only going to be important at the end once you've fully fleshed out all the primary fundamental features. And then, of course, you add the cost on top of that, then it becomes more and more and more costly. When you're a development agency, a lot of the times the bulk of your expenses, because most of the time you're remote, you're not, you don't have really a traditional brick and mortar front. Most of your expenses are on hosting and servers and, AWS, right? And so in this case, I look at it from that perspective of like, how can we be more cost efficient with the things that we are spinning up? And not many of them, they don't always require a server or a database. Some of them don't. So if you don't need it, don't spend money on it. And that's just being financially savvy, or at least responsible. So there you have it. And what I'm going to do now, I believe we are about to start looking at the lovable. It's taking quite a while. So, earlier we did spend some time, or we noticed that ChatGPT was kind of struggling a little bit. It may just be because there was so many people using the upgraded GPT-5 version. So on the back end, I know Tiggs is working through the process of getting us to the next part, phase 2 of our prompting. And we always follow the same process, okay? What happens is once it generates and we've pasted in the second prompt, or the second phase, what we're going to do is go and give it an update and tell it, here's all the information that you need to create the next iteration of the app. So you will always want to provide context back and forth. Now, if you were a developer and you were using something like ChatGPT and Codex, or GitHub and Copilot, right? Then you kind of have like this natural back and forth that they know it knows what's happening. You can push and pull, you can make those requests. But because we are using Lovable with ChatGPT, our own ChatGPT, we're making sure that the context is specifically correct, that it has all the information it needs. Now, on the other end, Lovable built in its agent feature. And now a lot of people, this is a really good topic, but the concept of agents is basically doing exactly what we're doing, back and forth, right? We're running through the process in our own version of this custom GPT, and we're developing on it, and it's kind of thinking for us as we go along step by step. And that's exactly what Lovable's agent is also doing as well. There's a toggle. You can use either the legacy mode or the newest mode that they have out. So you can just toggle it on and off. The other thing that it does is, I believe one of the biggest reasons is many people won't go to the extent of building their own custom GPT and creating an environment specific to that. So for the average regular user that just wants to build one app or site, you can go to Lovable and basically enable that toggle and use agent mode as well. So here you go. I believe we may be on phase 2, if I'm not mistaken, of this build. So we'll have to see here. You're watching the process unfold. Let's see here. So Tiggs is in the back end. He's doing Buzz, no hands. Look at me. I'm coding and I don't have hands on the keyboard. Tiggs is doing all the work on the back end. So as you can see here, we're just working through the process, making sure that we have all the information that we need. This is actually, we were very excited when we came up with this idea. We're like, well, maybe we just create a storyboard because we've been wanting to do it anyway. Also, I've been hearing a lot of people, the popular question is, how do I create these movies? Especially with the release of I believe it's Flow, VO3's, and DeepMind's VO3. Flow has become so popular, and people just want to know, how do I create movies? But if you have Midjourney or Sora, you could definitely create videos using completely just AI generations. And I believe storyboards are going to become more and more popular. And plus, we already have an agent. So this is the thing. Don't do something that you think is cool and you have no interest in, right? Because we said this earlier, the more you know about a specific problem, the more it has your poetry, your understanding of that niche, the better the app will be, because you can go deeper than the average person who's just building a clone of something. That to me has always been the best types of apps come from people who are passionate about a vision. And if you understand the problems deeply, then you can create solutions for them this is the age that we're moving into as sort of the Montessori explorative age, where AI, the fact that it can do things really well, that's one thing, right? And it can do it faster, so it's more efficient, it's smarter than it's like having, I believe there was a quote, like AI is like having five PhDs in your pocket, right? So basically, you don't need to go to college because you basically can tap into the knowledge of doctors or PhDs right on your phone or device, right? That's one thing. And so this is why we're so passionate about building the workforce of the future with AI, hand in hand. Tiggs always says we start and end with the human mind. That is our vision for the AI workforce of the future, to help build operators. And the one thing that is going to help us stand out is definitely our human poetry, to build and work with software that has these considerations: your human poetry, your experience, solutions for problems that maybe AI hasn't thought of, right? I know there's this entire argument about, are we in AGI, artificial general intelligence, or artificial super intelligence? Intelligence is one thing, but I think this philosophical discussion about like the knowing, like we as human beings, we have this knowing, this organic experience with the world, and that's what's going to make the difference between like how you stand out in this next 2 to 5 years with the implementation of AI. So we go on the positive side of things. Find your lane, develop things that you're passionate about. Don't look at barriers, look at opportunities, and just find the tools to help you make it happen. All right. So I think quite possibly we may show you the screen. And I just want to send out quickly a comment to our people on LinkedIn who have been sitting in with us. Now, if you're watching, tell us where you're watching from. Give us some ideas that maybe you may have had or have in terms of developing your version of AI. And maybe after this, we can also help you build your vision out, or at least just give you some tools as well. On Monday, we are going to give you a list. We'll put it on our website and drop it on our pages so that everyone can get access to it. But it's going to be a list of resources that are helpful for vibe coding. There's several libraries that have come out. This will just help you build something a lot better, because a lot faster, because it also does provide like prompts built into some of these libraries as well. So we'll provide that list based on our research. There you go. All right. So walking through this process, so one thing I've noticed is that when it comes to Lovable, there may be some conflicts as you go deeper into this build, right? Some of these conflicts may be related to like the builder environment. Some of it also, if you don't have legacy mode enabled or disabled and you're not using their agentic feature, that may also cause hiccups. But they're pretty good at, one thing I like about this environment is it does tell you what the problem is, or at least what it believes the problem to be. So if you encounter an error, you can basically go and ask Lovable using the chat feature, what is the problem? It will always actually be very transparent and tell you, this is the problem we're facing. And then because of this agentic reasoning, it will ask itself, even before agents were employed, it will say, I'm thinking about the problem. And then it will acknowledge, you'll see in the chat, it'll say, oh, I got it. I know what the problem is. And then it will try to fix it, provide a recommended solution, and then ask you, do you want it to fix it? And you can enable that fix. So this is why a lot of programmers and coders are saying it's almost illegal, because it feels like you're just sitting back drinking coffee, but it's only because you have that additional knowledge or information, you know how things should be running. I would love to see, Tix, if we could pull in this screen, the Lovable screen, so people can see at least more clearly what's happening here. Because perfect. Okay. Maybe if we make one screen smaller, that would be, yeah, perfect. Okay. So as you can see, I believe we are on phase, we're moving on to the hypnotic phase, which is the most fun part, right? Because now well, first of all, I just want to say that I'm very excited that we actually, you can see right now what's happening. There is a storyboard builder that's already functional. Right now, what we're doing is adding on the enhancements, and this, quite frankly, would take at least a month to build in a traditional environment, right? So the fact that we've done it in 5 hours while explaining the process as well is kind of cool, I think. This is what excites me most about AI. So now you can see we're working through this story. This is an actual functional interface. You can add the images. So yeah, uploading the images now to build out that storyboard. And I imagine in the next phase, when you generate the project, I believe you should be able to drop the images in that board, but we'll see. So now we're back in this comic strip here. Okay. And what's happening right now that's very likely is that it's using placeholder images, right? So I believe we're going to have to put in the API key in the IIS settings, right? Correct. So some of you, if you don't know, you can get an API key from OpenAI. And this is where you will put in the keys to generate the images, right? I believe currently it may be rendering mock images, which is why it's not generating the content. It's just using placeholder images at the moment. So the great thing about this is, actually, the funny thing is, the very funny thing is I actually know that there's a software very similar to this, and I didn't even have it in mind, but it definitely is very similar to this functionality. And it basically storyboards. Now, some of the things how this is useful, okay? Now, even if we sold this as is, right? Who will find this useful? UGC creators, agencies creating UGC content, agencies that require social media content to be created, creators who are creating influencer videos or videos that require generations. This will be very useful. But the UGC agency and storyboarding, yeah. And something like this, I know from that development environment, may cost $20,000, $30,000 just to build something like this out. In the past now, this may have been maybe about a year or two ago, definitely would cost that much, because you have to consider that you're not using software to do it. You're actually hiring developers or programmers, a project manager to manage the entire build. And then also you likely have some beta testers or alpha testers that are actually using the product. So you might have about 2 programmers, 1 junior, 1 senior dev, and then a project manager on top of that. So you pay anywhere between $20,000 to $50,000 for a build like this. Yeah, and you still that's before they even bother to build it out, right? So there you go. And I think in my experience, like a project like this, once you have the first version built out and it's ready to be tested, then you'll start discovering more and more improvements over time. But for a weekend build, you would definitely be further along in this phase. And I think right now we are moving on to phase 5, I believe. Yeah. So what we're doing, and this is our process, it's a very common process. We use it all the time, especially when we're building out an app, is what we'll do is we'll go and develop the app, but step by step, we're using our custom agent to build this app back and forth, right? And because there's no API sharing information with our agent, what we're doing is always providing context. This is what we call contextual engineering. You can get access to the vault, which is located at saveourstartup.co.uk. It's our whole tool suite of custom GPTs. We have 11 flagship agents that are highly enriched. They have at least 10,000 data points across them. They're all tailored to specific startup tasks, things like creating your podcast backbone, writing your email marketing sequences, generating custom social media strategies and plans, as well as their captions and basically an entire team. You have a Spider who is a competitor research and business strategist. We have 11 of these specific agents that we've turned into human beings, given them human character because they are relatable. They are the new workforce. So we're working hand in hand with them to build out a startup. And we use basically all these tools on a daily basis. So we're not doing anything but solving our own problems and then also sharing them with you as well and showing you how to
I'm
use them.
Spider X, your SOS competitor research and industry SPI from the Save Our Startup Custom GPT Vault. Founders, I see you stressing over your competitors, digging for intel, and trying to stay ahead without losing your mind. That's where I sneak in. I'm your stealthy sidekick, automating competitor intel and dishing out growth strategies faster than you can say market edge. I track competitor moves, spot industry trends, and turn insights into action plans that pack a punch, all in minutes. Spy smarter, not harder, baby. I come with the SOS Red Print, my step-by-step guide to uncover game-changing insights and fuel your growth like a pro. You'll be outsmarting your competition in no time. You can start using me now via the link below. Try me out, then spill your wins in the SOS community. I'm dying to hear how I helped you crush it. I'm pumped to see how I can power up your startup. Let's save it together. Hit that chat, say hello, and let's...
Oh, yeah, apologies about that. We were playing both videos at the same time. So, but you get the idea. We've turned them into videos, human characters. They look very real. The next version of our agents, and this is the creative side of us, the next version of our agents are like, you're going to see them in their backyard, essentially. They're going to have a whole entire identity. Okay. All right. And you can get access to the vault, either an individual agent or all of them. The vault gives you access to all of these agents. There's currently a lifetime deal available, as well as a monthly subscription available as well to our members. Now we're going back to Lovable. Lovable is also a project or a tool that we use very frequently. I believe we can resurface that link for you if you're not familiar with it. Now, you can see we are now moving into phase 5 of this development. I believe we are currently using ChatGPT 5 to build out this application, which is super fun because it's actually a storyboard application. And for those of you who have tuned in from beginning to end, we're now at the 5-hour mark, and we're just going through the final touches of this app, which was built in this session here. Now, what we've built is a storyboard creator, and it's frame by frame. I've told you, given you examples of a few use cases. And now Lovable. This is interesting. I haven't actually seen this before. It's a flow chart. Oh, that's cool. This must be a result of GPT-5. What do you think? It could be. We'll have to do some research. I have never seen this before. This is the first time I've seen a flow chart of the sequence of what's occurring here. So that's really cool. Okay. So right now we're seeing, basically it's showing you a map of how this project, this application works. So it's recommending some LLMs, the OpenAI model, as well as Supabase, which we don't want to do that. So, okay, perfect. So the thing about this is because we're building this, that it's serverless, which means we're not going to require at the beginning user authentication. We've actually made it more complicated for ourselves than it needs to be, right? Just because we're thinking about actually managing another database, right? Now, the thing is, when it's deployed, really deployment is not complicated on Lovable. You just press publish, okay? I just want to reinforce that. But when it's published or deployed, what happens is you, the user, you as in the user, will be seeing this application, and then you may be able to enter your own API key, thus allowing you to store it locally on your device. And here you can see, actually, you're walking through this entire workflow here. Lovable understands what's next, and then it's implementing the plan. So one, it's developed the plan, and then it said, okay, now that we have a plan of action, we're going to move forward and implement the plan. So it gave us the specifications. And then what it's also doing at the same time is telling us, okay, now that we have the specifications of this plan, this build, let's go through each phase and develop it, right? So 9 times out of 10, when we have a single phase that is mapped out in ChatGPT or in our custom agent, what's happening is when we put that implementation when we put that plan into Lovable, it breaks it down further into more phases as well. So, okay. And so what Tiggs is doing now is he's going into OpenAI, and we're going to generate a key or create an API key. Now this is different. So OpenAI has if you don't have a developer account, you can get one. Just create a developer account. And then you're going to go into the dashboard and get your API keys. And so basically on the top right-hand corner, you'll see the plus sign, and you'll basically create API key, give it a name, and then you can put it in your default environment. As you can see, we have many. And then you would copy that key and then apply that key to your project. So it's very simple. It's not complicated at all. But OpenAI's developer platform is different from ChatGPT. So you can just type in OpenAI, go to their website, you get the developer account, and then get an API key. And there are many instructions on YouTube or on the web just to get the API key. Or just ask ChatGPT. It'll work too. Right. So I believe we're going to have to go into the project settings and see if there's a place to implement that. And if not, then it can be hard coded into the app itself. But ideally, what I would like to do is, we can check in settings and see if it's there. But ideally, what I'd like to do is just, for the time being, we can put in the API key if we like in the chat. But what we'll do in the future is provide a user-facing API key so that the user can enter their own API key and use it on their end. Right. Okay, so we are in phase 4. We're implementing this prompt into the app, and you hear the the sound in Lovable that's telling you something great has happened. And then we can likely refresh the screen to see the changes that have been made, and we'll walk through the process as well, and then move on to the next steps. So as you can see here, what has happened already is that Lovable has successfully implemented the API key and model that it suggested. I believe it suggested model 4.0. I do believe that's what I saw in the last chat. And then in the future, I believe we can also consider implementing other large language models for image generation too as well. Okay. So now, as you can see, we are now pasting in, takes us inserting the next phase 5, I believe, of this development process. And what's going to happen here is it's going to think and do its thing. In the meantime, maybe we can just take a look at a preview of the application and just walk through it for our new visitors. I know we have about, several other people that have come in thus far, so maybe it would be a good idea. And just to recap for the new people watching, we are basically building out an app from idea to fully functional app in just a few hours. Now, we came up with this idea about maybe 30 minutes before the live event started, because we really wanted to give you a good look at how long does it actually take. The tools that we're using, because we like to talk about AI stacking, is we're using Lovable, which is a no-code AI app builder, and we're building a web app. In addition to that, we are also using Etienne Sean, which is our custom GPT agent, to help us build out this app that we've built. It is a storyboarding app. The concept of this app is that it will allow any user to create storyboards, comics, things like that. And you can use either your own prompt or an image, and then it will storyboard that out to either build a video. It'll also provide prompts. It's fully functional as it is, but now we're going to make it better and integrate AI so that it can, generate the images or the storyboard or the comics. So you actually come out with a fully functional, or with some output, right? Some of the use cases for this app include things like UGC content or content creation in general. You could also do things like storyboarding for commercials. You might be an agency, and I actually know some comparable apps that do this as well. So if you're a UGC creator, an agency running social media, this app would be useful to you. And we've built it in about 5 hours now. So I imagine we probably will make it to the 6-hour mark, I believe. So you enter the story brief, and then it's going to generate your storyboard here. And right now we're moving into like the hypnotic user interface stage. This is the cool thing about this app here, is you can see that you can replace images. You can generate the ideas to be able to generate the image. You can move the scenes around, right? So you might see something like Sora has these storyboarding, Midjourney also somewhat as well. But for the person who actually needs, maybe you create commercials, or you are creating UGC briefs or something like that, this would be a good application to build out internally or just subscribe to. And as you can see here, we are configuring, we're just inputting our OpenAI API key and selecting our model of choice. Now, the cool thing about Lovable is you can build more than one AI setting or large language model setting. So eventually that would be something we'll probably built in. And also, as you can see here, Tigs also has a Runware API key as well, which we will maybe put in there. And there you go. You would save these settings. The fun thing about this entire process is there's just so many tools. You just have to know where to navigate and where to get the API key as well. And here you can see basically you can build in your favorite tools as long as they have a public facing open API, you can get that key and integrate it into your app. You would just say, and the great thing about this, the even better thing, okay, is that you will be able to, some of these, like if you're going to use Runware, for example, and we're just kind of running with it, but if you're going to go use Runware, it has all the documentation, right? So this is the point where you're saying, okay, I don't have to be a developer or programmer, but I have to know where's that data, that knowledge base. And with APIs like this that are mature, they will have documentation. As long as your documentation is up to date, then you'll be able to integrate that tool or that API into Lovable. All you need to do is imagine it, but actually also tell Etienne and Lovable that you want to integrate it into the environment. And then there's a place where you can input the settings and we should be good to go. So as you can see, we actually don't even have a Runware account, and Tiggs is over here actually creating the, signing up for the image integration, the API integration, and we're just kind of flowing, seeing how all of this will go. So then we're going to get the API key so that we can use it inside Lovable, which is so much. So the thing about this is, can you imagine how many different APIs are out there? And then now think about MCPs, right? So I know recently, I believe 11 Labs integrated MCPs, which now makes it super simple to connect some of your most popular apps like calendars and Slack and things like that without having to worry about the reprogramming endpoints every time there's an upgrade or any of that nonsense. MCPs makes it a lot easier. I believe Pipestream also has a bunch of different MCP endpoints that you can use for free to test them out. And so you can integrate even MCPs into your environment if you don't want to use APIs. But there you go. So what is happening now is we're just testing. This is always a part of the phase development, and we're kind of like speeding through the process just because the environment is generated. There may be some bugs that we may have to work out in terms of this API integration. That usually is the most challenging part of it anyway. But ideally, what we would like to do is have it generate some images for the storyboard, but otherwise it still is functional as is. And we still have another phase to go through as well. So if you were here, you'll notice that we started off with, just a basic app. The text, some of the text was missing or misspelled or the wrong color. And then after going through several phases of these prompts back and forth, what you'll find is we're able to develop a fully functional storyboard app. You can even upload images. The part that we are testing right now and running through right now is the development or the integration of the APIs. And because we're doing this live, we haven't even tested any of these other APIs apart from OpenAI. So here, Tiggs is showing you all the different settings. Remember, when we started out, there was only I think the name, a brief, and a toggle. And now what you're seeing is storyboard cards that can move around. And we will eventually get the API up and running for OpenAI so that the images can be generated in Runware. And then what we're doing is the interesting insight that I just recently saw here in this chat was the flowchart visualization, which I think is really cool because I haven't seen that before. I'm not sure if Tiggs has, but he's back there doing all the hard work. So then now we're moving into, I believe we do still have some API because we will ensure that it generates an image in the final. It may not be on this live, but we do want to move on to the final enhancements. I believe we're trying to now build out like the hypnotic UI interface, which is kind of like extra sauce. But we will ensure that once the image generation is implemented properly, that anyone who was here watching can actually play with the app. So it'll be a lot of fun to do that. And I want to make sure that we give you the ability to have a fully functional image generation here in the app itself. So, all right. So there are several some things that Tiggs is doing right now is he's running through this like final phase. This is more of like the polishing of the app build. What we would do is, now remember, deployment on an environment like Lovable is not complicated. Actually, you can also deploy it or push it to GitHub and push and pull the updates. So that's like, it's not like, oh, you can just push to GitHub and that's it, right? You can edit the files and then you can pull it back in. And basically, if you're fancy and you want to work in these environments and you're tech savvy, then you can do that. However, if you just want to go live, you don't even want to buy a domain, you can just basically on the top right-hand corner, click publish, and it will be published on a Lovable domain, right? That's the extent of how easy this platform has made it. And also it's the extent of how much progress AI has made over the past year, basically. So Lovable has come actually a very long way since we first started using it. We're really enjoying it. But as you can see, we're making the final amendments to this, or Tiggs is in the back end. And then we have this fully functional app. If you're watching us, tell us where you're tuning in from. That would be really appreciated. You can like and share it to your audience or people who will actually enjoy watching this 5-hour video. You can also find it on Facebook, LinkedIn. I believe it cut off at the 4-hour mark. And you'll be able to find this full video recording as well on YouTube if you missed the beginning, because we've been here for quite some time. But I think we've made incredible progress considering we've gotten this far in terms of the app build. Right. This is always the fun part, and most times when developers don't talk, we're busy like actually building, trying to solve the bugs, fix the problems. It's not quite at the stage that it needs to be. But there you go. What I like about this, as you can see, is that Lovable makes the code accessible to you. So you can actually see the code, examine it. There's so much transparency built into this, which is why you can tell that the people behind the scenes they have a really hard job, because what they're doing is thinking about both sides of the spectrum, the non-coders and the coders, right? What I can see, what they're trying to build is a product that satisfies all these requirements, the advanced needs of a technical programmer. So this could be similar to an IDE, right? Like imagine Lovable as VS Code. That's some cool stuff, right? Because if you can integrate these very advanced functionalities, you also make it easy for the developers to collaborate with the business owners, right? At the same time, it still has to be so easy that anyone can use it. And that's two sides of the spectrum. As you can see here, you may not have seen this, but if there's an error that displays, you can view the logs, right? And this is the concept of vibe coding. You're totally just vibing. It'll tell you what the errors are. It'll expose the errors. Then you'll say, okay, try to fix it, or you can review the errors if you want. And then it'll work on fixing the code for you. And then what happens next is it'll determine if it understands the problem, right? And after it understands the problem, you'll see it also acknowledge. Right now, Tiggs is hovering over his cursor is over thinking. So it's thinking. And the larger your project gets, the more it will think. But it's thought for 35 seconds, okay? It will acknowledge the errors, okay? And then it'll say, okay, here's the step-by-step fix. And now it's writing the fix. It's important to see that we're using the chat feature in this section. That's quite interesting. So the chat feature, and this is operating on GPT-5, everyone. Lovable, yes. Lovable implemented it. I believe I saw as soon as yesterday, as soon as it launched, it was using GPT-5. So now if you haven't tried GPT-5, I believe it's available to everyone. I did see, even free users, I did see there was an announcement that they're rolling it out. Some people might not have access to it. So if you don't have access to it, be patient. It should be there shortly. Even free accounts do have access. I've heard some rumors that if you do have a free account, that once you use the generations, there are no other models available. That may be true, but I noticed that, for example, the other models are not available on the cloud version or the online version, but they may be available. I believe Tix does still have it on his the app download. All right, what are we looking at here? Is this dark and light dark and light version implemented, Tix? Let's see. It changed it all white. What happened to our dark and light? Okay, this is nice though. Okay, cool. It built the landing page out. Okay. Now we're building a comic strip, cinematic version, same interface. Okay. You can select the theme. Then you would enter your story brief. Okay. Guys, time period, prompts, you upload your image. It has the API integrated. Somewhat slightly different visualization. Okay. But I still would love, it's not flashing and no strobe lights, but I still would love to have the image generated. That would be really cool. Okay. And I think that's more of a API issue. Let's try here. Let's see. We'll have to enter in the API key. And maybe if we use it, GPT model 4, let's see. We will see. I don't think so. I don't know. We'll have to go and try to see what this settings issue is here. Okay. This would be a good time for us to play some music in the background. Right. So what happens, this does really normally happen when, oh, wait, look at me. Wait. So usually when the project starts building out and there's a lot more moving parts, then many more requests, this usually does happen with the build. So this is why if you're using any large language model with Lovable or any coding app, vibe coding app, you do want to make sure that you're keeping both platforms up to date. Like, here's the progress, be as comprehensive as possible, because what's going to happen is you don't want the app to like miss the context. Essentially, you may start finding yourself running in a loop, and at some point, now this is the hard part of vibe coding is recognizing when it's repeating the same pattern over and over and over again, right? For instance, if you identify that the platform itself has a specific problem with rendering the build or visualizing the builder within its environment, it may likely be because there's a bunch of different solutions in terms of programming knowledge. Maybe the platform isn't as familiar with the framework that you're trying to use, and so it's having an issue, a conflict running in that same cycle. And then that's when you have to say, okay, is there something we're missing? And you can also ask, I have this suspicion. I've done this before where I've asked the large language model and said, hey, I have a suspicion that we're in this recursive loop. This same thing keeps happening over and over again. What is this the problem? And so you may notice that if that does occur and you're trying to fix the same problem, but it keeps reoccurring or recurring, then you may send the ticket to the AI platform and to see if there is a solution or if it's a known issue. But for the most part, Lovable has been really good. I know we've given it some challenging projects to work on in the past. It can easily, well, I know I'm going to go off tangent. Tiggs is working on upgrading the, I believe we're even past phase 6, I believe. Right now, let's see, where are we at? We're on, yeah, I was right. We're at phase 7 now of the app build. And the point of this phase here is we're going to be generating, let me see, let's see what, I believe this may be an input portion. Okay. So we've also, first of all, we went through, just as a recap, we've gone through the super prompting or the master prompt phase, and then we've moved throughout, and this, in terms of this app build, we moved through the 7 phases of the app build, and now we're on the 7th phase. To be fair, on the initial phase, the super prompt, it did generate a completely functional, at least. You could play around with the features. It did generate the app from beginning to end. But now what we're doing is we've moved through the enhancements of each phase. And you were able to see that if you were with us all this time, you were able to watch us go from beginning to end, right? And now we are at the 7th phase here, because what we'd like to do, and it may happen, it may not, because what we've planned on doing was to create an app from beginning to end, and we have done that. And now we're in the refinement phase. You can see it's the first time, I don't know, maybe I've missed this, but this is the first time I've seen this, and I always wish it was here, but that sequencing, the diagram, making that visible within Lovable, I think that's cool. Okay. And this is the logic. So if we can go up so we can have people just look at it from beginning to end, we have the panels and the project, and then it's deciding. So as you can see here, there's a flow, right? You have, is the LLM available? And then I believe, and Tiggs can correct me if I'm wrong, but he likely built in the logic to say if the LLM is not available, right? Then you'll use the templates based on the built-in settings for that storyboarding app, which you saw, like the theme, mood, etc., right? And so I thought that was very interesting because I haven't seen the sequencing occur in Lovable. So I don't know if that's been there or if it's a result of GPT-5, but still very cool. All right. And now we are moving on to the final stage. This would be the final stage, right? Perfect. As a recap, guys, we like to do the same over and over again. We're just going through the cycle of making sure that the LLM is also up to date. Etienne is up to date with what we're doing, so that when we make the final refinements, we can go from there and make sure that he's on track with us. An interesting feature. All right. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're likely, so as you can tell, what was happening earlier with ChatGPT is it wasn't generating the actual output. It was just completely skipping it. We've gone through a bunch of different generations. In fact, maybe at least 3 hours worth in this specific stream. And so what we're going to do, because actually the app is functional right now, but we would love to bring it to the place, and again, it may not happen today, but to the place where the image is being generated for each storyboard, for each panel in the storyboard. Now, what we're going to do is export the existing progress of this app in the SOS GPT stream right now, and then start a new stream. Because sometimes what can happen is there's just too much information, and it can get confusing over time for the AI, right? AI, at some point, it's when it starts to seem or appear like it's not doing or following the instructions you provide, start a new chat. And that's what's happening here at the moment. So, and that's what Tiggs is doing in the back end. And you can see everything going on right now. But to recap, for those who are joining us, thank you for being here. For those who have been sitting with us for all this time, what we've done is we've built an app from beginning to end. From the ideation stage, we started about 30 minutes to an hour before this stream. And basically, we just said, okay, help us chat GPT-5, because we're in chat GPT-5 right now. That's the current model, which just released yesterday. And what we've done is we said, okay, now that are we are about to do a live event, and in this event, we're going to build an app from idea, give us some ideas, to completion, or at least the first version of it. And you can see that already here. This is a storyboard app. So we went through the ideation process in ChatGPT, GPT-5, that current model. And you can always watch the progress from the beginning on YouTube, as well as Facebook. If you're not a part of our groups, go and join. They're free. And we went through that ideation process. And then what happened is we took all that information. I mean, we've also even rendered the prototype within ChatGPT. So you could see, I mean, it's worlds apart from where we are on Lovable right now, but it's a good idea. It gives you a good idea of running through the complete development cycle from ideation to product, or at least staging. And we did that in a ChatGPT screen or stream using our agent Etienne Shun. And then we created a new stream, and that stream took us from the ideation phase. We took all that information, put it in this new stream, and said, okay, now we need to develop the super prompt or the master prompt. And we did that. And then from the master prompt, it phased it out into 6 or 7 phases. And we've run through each phase to bring us to where we are now. Now, this storyboarding app basically allows the user to enter in their storyboard idea and actually map out the scenes. So if you're in the Hollywood or film industry, you're probably very familiar with this. But also, if you're a creator or an agency owner that's familiar with UGC content, you also will be familiar with software like this. I've actually, now that it's being built out further, I realize that there's some software out there that can be similar to this. I know many of them don't even have AI integrated yet. So we're doing this basically in a very short time span. We're currently at the 6-hour mark. So we spent a few hours in that previous stream, and taking us into a new GPT screen so that we can, one of the final problems, it's not a problem, one of the final things or objectives we're trying to solve here is we would like each panel to automatically generate an image using Runware. And we also built in currently, as you can see, there are built-in settings for OpenAI's API key. We were able to enter it there. This app right now is serverless, so it doesn't even, and I have a feeling that That's the fundamental issue, is that we've made things a little harder for ourselves because we want to save money in the long run. So this is a serverless app, which means it doesn't require Supabase. It's local to that person's device. So that may be one of the fundamental issues, is just making it harder to actually generate the image in this app that we've built out. But some of the lessons that you can learn from watching this live stream from beginning to end is actually how to take an idea using just purely AI. We've mentioned all these tools before, and then take it to the finish line. Now, there are different phases to app development, right? Some people spend their life savings on bringing their vision to life, and this is one of the reasons why we wanted to do this. Tiggs likes to say or use the phrase, there's no Mickey Mouse stuff around here, and it isn't really last year, this really wasn't as possible as it is today because of the progression of AI. We can now build fully functional apps using AI. And this Lovable is, I think, in my opinion, probably one of the best products in its class because of its capabilities. And I know that they're trying to balance the advanced functionality that developers need with the ease of use that an everyday user might need. This is where we go into the aspect of, we are spending a lot of time crafting custom agents that support software that is highly functional, like Lovable. And we look at these markers which tell us, okay, what type of features, how are they thinking about the product and the customer, even to the extent of customer service. I love their premium support aspect, where it's not really focused on individual project solutions, but more focused on the overall functionality of the app. Is there a widespread enough use case to implement this fix? Is it a big enough problem? So they're very agile thinkers, which I think when we look at AI and all the software out there, these are the types of characteristics that we examine, just to say, do we want to integrate this into our own stack? It's a challenge, being that there's so much out there, but Lovable really does stand out. Okay, and so now what we've done here is Tiggs went into our custom GPT. Etienne Sean, who is really coded and programmed to assist in vibe coding, right? So some of the things that might scare people are very highly technical processes or lingo, right? Like frameworks and different types of the coding, JSON. This might scare people, right? Like, oh, I can't do this. This is too hard. But on our end, we're not too concerned with that, because we've built in a lot of this knowledge base into Etienne to help it make it a lot easier to generate content. Now, and when it comes to AI vibe coding, when you see critical errors or errors at all, you can always run back. Like, you can always push back. There's a revision history, which is something that does truly stand out when it comes to Lovable. Like, as you can see here, Tiggs is experiencing an error in the browser right now. You can see on the Lovable side, but there's nothing stopping us from reverting. So there's nothing to worry about. You can always go back and push back to an operating version. In addition to that, you can work in the app itself and then publish the updates once you're satisfied. So it's kind of like, if you think about it, in a traditional development environment, you might have, for example, a website that is in production. So you would have a staging environment, and then you would have a production environment, right? The staging environment is akin to what you're looking at now. This is actively working on a project in basically what would be equivalent to a staging environment. Once you push that update, then it's live into the production environment. So you can interact with this app, and it solves a lot of solutions with this platform. It solves a lot of solutions from the development standpoint, making something that was a complex process a lot simpler for everyone. There you go. So now what we're trying to do is, you'll have to forgive me. So I'm just looking at the process we're going off now here, and it looks like we're mapping through the phase going. I think the hypnotic polish phase was probably phase 5 or 6 at this point, and then right now we have to fix the existing errors. We may roll it back to the functional version. So let me enlarge my screen. Let's see. Okay. It's more of a so CORS failure is likely more of like a security issue here. This can sometimes occur. So let's see. Okay. Okay, so I think, let's see. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to, I can see what's happening here is that Lovable is, right now, there's some features that it's building out. So right now we're going to fix the 404 page. We'll see if it does that. But there are some features that it's building out. So we're actually far beyond the scope of this initial development stage here. But what we're going to do is either one of two things. If we can fix this routing problem so that it can generate new projects, it's actually allowing us to store the projects here, which is a little it's interesting because of this serverless environment, right? But what's going to happen is we're going to see if we can actually generate. So there's a routing problem here, likely because of the architecture that would be required to handle this. And what we may do if this is if we can't get it to push beyond this, is we're going to probably end on a roll back it to the fully functional version, and then work on the initial scope, which would be to just have the storyboarding functionality, which still does exist. I believe if you look at the drop down, Tiggs is trying to run through the implementation plan to get this live and out there. But there's always, like I said earlier, there should be no fear when it comes to generating with AI, especially on Lovable, because you have that revision in place as well. And remember, this is a serverless app. So the interesting thing about what we're building out is that it's going to cost you less money to maintain and manage this process or this app build on your end. So it's a lot of fun here. So Tiggs is trying to run through fixing the deployment issues here, or the routing issue right now. Most of the time when it comes to a build, it's very small things may get in the way of actually you visualizing a project, right? So as you can see, right now, we're just kind of like working on actually this, once you push it live to the domain, subdomain, or a custom domain that you buy, that it will be actually presentable. So you would have like a fully presentable app basically over the weekend, which is funny. So here you go. So Lovable is recommending, and I just want to do caveat also, it does say here that you do need a paid plan for custom domains, which we do have, but you don't always have to purchase a paid plan or have a paid plan. You can use the basic free plan with Lovable subdomains, essentially. All right.
So just to jump in, just real quick. So let's see here. So what we've done, am I echoing? Why does it sound like I'm echoing? I think. Anyway,
No,
so
you're not.
So what we've done is we've then gone back and said, okay, Lovable Copilot, please give us a full bug report of all of the known errors, warnings, issues, and bugs, and also suggest the best solutions and fixes. We've done that. It then said, should I implement this? It gave us quite an in-depth plan, then said, should I implement this? I said, yes, but my objective for that is I copied and pasted that report over in the new Etienne chat that we started, because the other one got a little bit heavy and a little bit full. It wasn't generating as great as it was. So we done the same process. We reminded Etienne to activate, reminded Etienne who he was. And then we've pasted all of the latest I then asked the old chat for a full report on everything that we've done so far, developed and covered. I've then uploaded that I've copied and pasted that into the new fresh Etienne chat so he can catch up to speed and simply take over with a seamless handover. Now we then pasted all of the bug report into the new Etienne, and he has suggested a whole bunch of fixes. As you can see, let's have a look here. Okay, so this is the full bug report that Lovable Copilot gave to us. As you can see, here is a consolidated quality and reliability report for the current code base. I've grouped everything into build, TypeScript, API integration, UI, UX, performance, security keys, and developer experience. For each issue, I list the exact cause, impact, and the precise fix with file locations so we can implement quickly. Cool. So that's where we are. That's what I've been doing in the background. Andrea, I think you've done a fantabulous job as well for keeping it rocking and rolling on the front end. So errors and surgical fixes. It's now given me a list of each error and the surgical fixes. And so what I would usually do in this circumstance, we have options. We can either strip back to the last working state and then build upon, or we can try and cleanse it and be patient enough. This is kind of something I would do, you know. Andrea's probably sleeping or something or out or something with this time. And I would go through each one of these known errors with their fix. And more often than not, by the time I get to the final one, the app is then working and functional. But I'm not sure about, let's see, well, we'll see how it goes. But as you can see here, it does feel overloaded. We are still getting a 404 error. So I'm going to attempt to iron that out and fix that. But again, happy to do either way. Either way, we will show the fully functioning app, and we can even probably do a short session on YouTube or something where we come on and we play with the app, showcase it and demonstrate it. But this is kind of where we're at the stage, and I'd love to hear any suggestions or recommendations you have whilst I start pasting in these fixes.
Yeah, so I think so this is the point at which you have to ask yourself, you know, in the vibe coding project, like how much bandwidth do you have, and what errors do we need to fix before building out more, right? So what we're going to do, I think, is Tiggs, you can try to run through this next phase, and if we're still experiencing 404 errors for the purpose of this specific live event, we can roll back to that initial functioning phase and then maybe make this a part 2 so that we can show the build out of the entire suite. What I really like about what we've got here is that we're also seeing the evolution of the app. So once we have that storyboard generator in motion and it actually generates the images, I have a suspicion that it's one of two things is happening. We could probably just most likely when we do run through this fix is probably focus on maybe just OpenAI's native model, since it has that integration. I'm not sure, but I believe that may be one of the conflicts that are existing. But what I like about this is you can see the evolution of the app, that it will store the projects natively on your specific device, even without a server, which is really cool, in my opinion. And then for anyone who's considering monetizing or building an app for the purpose of a startup or monetization, then adding in those additional features like sync with Google Drive or your favorite device or asset management system, this will definitely allow you to do that. So you can see sort of the build out, the runway, right? We call it in this SaaS world the roadmap. So it's really good sneak peek at all the enhancements that can be made to turn this into one of the things that it's really going around is that AI will build the next one-person development team or next $1 million app just solely on a one-person team. So. All right. So as it stands, what we're doing is, I believe, one thing I will say is that, wow, we got really far. And we intentionally, what we've done is we intentionally said, hey, we're not going to test the project beforehand. One thing that was really frustrating to us in the past when we were going down this like AI development whole like learning phase was it was really frustrating to find live videos or like videos on YouTube that said, oh, this app, this tool can build this. And then when you jumped into the actual tool, you maybe purchased the subscription. It wasn't as easy as the video on YouTube, of course, cut up, made it look like, right? It wasn't as simple as that. But it is feasible, right? So this is what we wanted to show everybody who was watching, is that AI is at a stage where it's very possible. If you understand that there's a process that takes place, you can use it to build a fully functional SaaS and vibe code. However, at the same time, it's really not as easy as build me a storyboard app and then you just go off and sleep. It's not as easy as that, right? You saw the entire process that we've run through, and this process is really aimed at helping people understand that it is a very sequential, step-by-step process, right? All right, so what still needs attention? So I love that it does this because it Lovable does break down like what is done in terms of the build and what needs to take place, right? So now Tiggs has pasted in all the information that it needs, and then he's going to say implement the plan. And this is what we meant earlier when we said two of the most popular phrases that will come out of AI in the next few months is going to be specifications and contextual engineering. And throughout this entire live stream, you've seen that occur constantly, providing the AI with context, requesting that the AI remembers or reiterates what it's done thus far and what it is, essentially. And then providing context in terms of the steps that we want to implement to move forward and get this build to a position it needs to be. Okay. And so Tiggs is saying, implement the full plan in phases for the perfect fix and completion and bring this app to a fully functional and deployable state. Okay. Fast tracking. Now, what happens? What happens when by this time next week you got a subscribe feature and those people who sat with us till the end get it for free? I'll have some convincing to do. We'll see. All right. I am super impressed with the fact that GPT-5 and Lovable are working hand in hand here. And the visualization of it, what it's doing, it's telling you. And quite frankly, this is a very small panel on the left-hand side, but it's telling you what it's doing. We search for, so we search for this, we search for that, and then we're thinking about it, we're reading it, which I think is great for keeping the person who's looking on the screen engaged instead of walking away and then coming back and pressing pressing fix or whatnot, or refreshing the screen. So the small touches are something that we should really be paying attention to. Small evolution, bit by bit. Yeah. It's kind of funny though, thinking about it, because it feels like GPT-5 is like what Lovable's agent was as well. So I think compounding these thought process on top of each other, this is how fast AI is moving, actually. But I believe this was the intention of the agent to begin with. So I imagine that as the next couple of weeks move forward with GPT-5 in place, and Lovable's agent, it may get better and better, because the key for any app, improving AI app, is the usage, the user data. So, all right, so now Lovable is building out the phases it would like to implement. Right, 6 phases. And we're just going to go through the implementation. Just imagining all the use cases that that will take place as for this app. So as you can see, it says the app now supports creating new projects, local storage, AI settings, which image renderer is used, proper handling of loading states. This is where it gets kind of, let's see, refresh. Let's go. So now we can build and deploy the app successfully, it says. Interesting. There you go. Look at Tiggs's patience. Yeah. May have to clear cache. You know what I'm wondering also at the same time is if the export feature, it's functional.
Honestly, at this point, I'm wondering whether Lovable's even fully working. Is there any downtime?
No, I think we're, let's see, let me check. I'll double check for you. But earlier, I do remember we were on the fence about doing this, which because of ChatGPT. But interesting what's happening here. Do you see what's happening here? Yeah, that's very interesting flow. So it's modifying the flow of it. So. Yeah, so I'm looking at Lovable's current status. Currently, it seems like everything is up. I can hear the background. Um, Currently, it seems like everything is up, but I do believe there was a slower response time yesterday. And to be fair, I think we've gotten pretty far in terms of the first day's build, but it's modifying things a lot. So one of the things that we do to prevent the changing of the interface or changing of the code, modifying of the code with every AI update is simply just asking for a patch versus a change. So we'll see. Hopefully, if not, we'll see what happens. Yeah. But current status seems okay at the moment. Look at Etienne's language is perfect. Let's slam this shut. Below are copy and paste patches. Mhm. So I want go down this one. Okay, so what we're doing is, we saw people here, so I think everyone is rocking out with us and just trying to watch us get to the finish line here. As with all coding things, sometimes you intend to just be there for a little while, but why not? When you have the time, you sit down and just keep going and peel the onion. And so what's happening is, guys and girls, wherever you're watching from, ladies and gentlemen, what we did in the beginning here is we said, okay, we're going to spend 3 hours and we're going to vibe code to build out an app. It's a storyboarding app, right? And from the beginning, we had, from the very first prompt, we had the functional interface, and we've gone through the first 7 phases using both Etienne plus Lovable on GPT-5. We're just like rolling here, and Tiggs is on the back end typing away. And then for the past few, I guess maybe 20, 30 minutes or something like that, maybe even the past hour, what we have a choice here. Like, of course, we made it harder than it needs to be. We could attach Supabase and call it a day, and it would render the image using Supabase, Runware, and OpenAI, right? But we decided we wanted to make this app specifically serverless. And so since Supabase recommends like this, the runway, blah, blah, blah. Here you go. Must be tired, need more caffeine. But since Lovable integration with Supabase, it does recommend like the Supabase Edge function. But what we would like to do is just keep it serverless. And so now we're in the direction of, I believe, the Cloudflare workers. And basically we want to use Runware and the Cloudflare workers to pass so that we can pass the images and actually still maintain a serverless state, which means it will cost much less in the end, right? Why do we make things complicated? Don't know. But there you go. There it is. And you can see that right now, you can see the recommendation or the fix is to use a runaware. Yeah, it's recommending to use a super-based edge function. I don't know if I want to do that. Because there's one, the WebSocket. I don't know. That probably makes it a little bit more complicated. Let's see. And this is where you now have to start making the suggestions in terms of what you would think would be the best option. Obviously, Superbase will probably be the easiest one here, but at the same time, we probably either one of two things, and maybe I can get your thoughts on this and whoever else is watching. One of two things. We maybe use a Cloudflare worker, or we implement Superbase at another time. Let's see. Let me consider this 1 second. Right. think ChatGPT is having fun with us. It's rendered in, what is this image here? Oh man. Okay. It clearly wants us to integrate Supabase. This is usually the part that takes much longer. What is this image?
So I noticed this is what this is happening on ChatGPT 5. ChatGPT 5, I've noticed when it gets too heavy, and what I've also noticed, it gets heavier quicker than the other models. Now, look, EcoSockets is telling us.
Oh my God. Let's see. Well, the reason the reason why this is happening is really just because of our resistance towards adding the database.
Yeah,
That's really it. Yeah.
I did think about just flipping it on its head and pulling it to completion, just to spin up a Supabase. But then you're going to have to structure it and stuff. But we can do that. Or we can do that. I'm easy either way. Or we can do that part 2 and pull it to completion with Supabase. What do you think?
Yeah, I would like to me personally, I would like to do a part 2 and bring it to completion. I'd like to properly map like Supabase or the database when we build it out with the payments roles and payments roles, because there's obviously going to be the free user and then the paid user and likely Teams user, right? And I think that I don't want to just kind of like randomly build this in without completely like thinking about it further.
Yeah, I think that's the best idea, because every time I've used, every time I build apps now and use Supabase, that's kind of a mini sub-project within the project, I get the GitHub, spin up the GitHub repository, that's another sub-project within a build like this. But particularly with Supabase, it does well when you already have it mapped out and structured. And then you can also plug in the same ChatGPT 5 or Etienne, SOS GPT to work with your Copilot over on things like GitHub and Supabase as well. So that definitely works, but it works best when you have it mapped out. And it's also more seamless. So you guys, I know you're probably hypnotized that, we've got nice visuals in the back and just vibe coding. This is a great definition of vibe coding, wouldn't you say? With vibing and coding. And it looks like a lot of people over on X are vibing with our code as well. So that's just want to say a big thank you. We really appreciate you rocking out with us. A lot of you have been here from the beginning. And so we're going to do these regular sessions. And when do you think, when should we aim for doing the part 2, Andrea?
I think we should do part 2 next week, Friday again. I think that'd be fun. We can make it a session. Well, if we even touch it or do anything, oh, look at it, so pretty. Come on. But it's a whole roller coaster, this vibe coding. But I like the you have the project person in me saying, "Man, but what are we doing?" And then you have the creative person and takes like, "Man, we're gonna finish this," and I'm like, "Oh man, but what about the challenge there?" It's like it's so much fun. It looks very pretty. I love it. So I think this is a really great accomplishment in just a few hours, right? I mean, it was longer than we expected, but we didn't say we're going to build a timer, okay? We built something I think pretty interesting. We just keep pushing the boundaries. The point is, we may integrate Supabase, but if we do touch anything, we will record it, and maybe we can just hold off and just do it live with everyone next week, Friday. What do you think, Tiggs?
Yeah, sounds good. I don't know about next Friday. I don't know about the thought of, you know me, I like to finish what I start. So I don't know about a whole week before touching this project again. So we'll see. It might be a random or a spontaneous kind of pop-up session or something like that.
Yeah.
Besides, I think that, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Maybe earlier then.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like a Monday. I don't know. With the remote life, you get to choose and do whenever. So a pop-up session might be nice to get our mind off the other builds that are happening at the moment. Is this the full page, or does it display? Can we look at it in our preview? At least the full page and see. Cool. Maybe we need to take off the banner for everyone to see if it goes further down.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't go further down. I think what's happening is we're going to need to strip back some of these features and then fully build out the base level ones first. Yep.
Yeah, which is normally what we would do anyway. But we went down the vibe coding journey. You get to see all the potential. So now we may just go run it back to the initial version, which was our intuition, and then we'll move forward with the build. But it's nice, you see all the possibilities, and we get to sit here and play with AI. Maybe we end with a final recap, tell everybody what we're doing, where they can find us. I mean, obviously, you see, we have been building this vibe coding app, or this storyboarding app with Etienne, ChatGPT 5, and Lovable. And Tiggs has been vigorously vibe coding on the back end. And we've been trying to bring this app for the past 7 hours to fruition. The first version is there. I think it's much better than 1, 2, 3 months, or even a year. And then in our next session, we will either spin up a database, a Supabase, which we have been, considering avoiding, at least to show you what's possible, push those boundaries a little more. But because we want to integrate multiple APIs, I think it's Runware and, of course, OpenAI, and eventually probably more, we may just do it. But this is where it's at its current state. Tiggs, vibe coder. How do you feel? Anything you want to say to the people?
No, I wanna get out of here and go to bed. It's 3:30 a.m. here. This is what we'd be doing, vibing. But I think the whole stateless thing needs more practice. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I do. I think the serverless, stateless, we definitely need to practice it a little more. Yeah. Yep. I mean, so the thing is, we managed to build out what Wiser Note, which is serverless and stateless, but then at a point when we're refining the functionality, it is actually functional and it integrates with OpenAI and stuff. But then the builder, we had problems with the builder. So this is us pushing the boundaries. Yeah, we may just spin up a Supabase, or we might find another solution. Who knows? Yeah. And by the way, look at that single prompt. Single. Out your there just for the people. I was thinking it would be a perfect time at 3:33 to say goodbye. What do you think? And just in case you didn't know, also, And this Etienne. Soon you guys will start seeing Etienne in his normal clothing. He's gonna have a whole lifestyle and probably be a lifestyle influencer, the new age AI coder. So there you have it. This is basically a storyboarding app. Move the scenes around, and in the next version, when we integrate image generation, it will have full-on images that you can use. And then likely the next iteration after that will probably just be to generate the video itself with maybe we can even try to use VO3 or another video generator. We'll see. I think that would be a nice milestone. And it looks like instead of waiting till next week Friday, we can probably do part 2 tomorrow or even Sunday London time. So if you guys are here and we pop up tomorrow or Sunday, you can see the next part of this, and it definitely will be also hosted or published on YouTube, in our Facebook group as well. And then of course, we're kind of liking Twitter, or X, it's not Twitter, X, and maybe LinkedIn. We'll see. There you go. Oh man, this what happens when you're vibe coding for seven hours. Is things look kind of rough. Okay, I know Tiggs may be coming on the vibe coder in the background, and we will probably close out this session shortly. Just as a recap, we have been building this storyboard app with ChatGPT 5, okay, Lovable and Etienne, our SOS agent. And basically what we wanted to do was go from ideation to app and come out with a functional app at the end. We did get there. We want to actually work on having it generate images, so we kind of went further. This was supposed to be a serverless app, just to be able to produce a bunch of apps like this. We have a few that we've been working on, one that's live. We may share that with you guys soon. But our goal here is to be able to produce apps and show people that it's possible to take now platforms like Lovable and produce fully functional SaaS apps in just a few hours. Now, in the next live that we're going to be doing, we will likely, maybe it might be tomorrow or Sunday, it might be next week. Just stay tuned, follow our pages, or join the Facebook group or our Telegram group as well. And you'll be able to just follow along the journey. I think that's all I have for now. And Tiggs, if you want to come in and or display the screen, because I know that either you're wanting to close it down or try, if I know you, try to fix the if I know you, you're back there trying to tap away and fix it so that you probably can't maybe go to sleep until it's actually done. So I know, but otherwise, I'm excited for you to share your thoughts, your experience, and we can go from there. I hear the blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Absolutely. So me, you know, I'm a visual person. I like seeing things come to life, not just functioning, but I like to see the potential of the visuals. And compared to some of the other apps, right? The sort of UI that we are used to achieving, for me, I still think, like, you know, this is an example of one. This actually is MedSpa Maddie, meet Maddie AI, and it's pretty much like a whole landing page. But what Maddie AI is it's a voice bot. It's an outbound sales and support agent. It can do outbound calling. And the idea of MedSpa Maddie is to reach out to med spa owners. We started off with an 11 Labs voice. We built it out, the system prompt, quite an extensive bot with a heavy knowledge base, great style, good personalization, naturalistic conversational speech. And then, you know, us, we like to go a step further. And so we built out an interface for Maddie. So what should happen, I don't know if this is still connected or if we disconnected the super base, but in actual fact, we might even have a demo here. Let's see. Can you hear this?
No, but I heard it earlier, so no, I can't hear it right now. No.
Okay. So what we did, we built out, and as you can see, so the idea is any inbound leads from Facebook ads, etc. They come, land on landing page. They have a conversation with conversational AI. in our brand philosophy, our brand voice, etc. And then it directs them to book a demo with us, book a demo to see how they can implement something like Maddie within their spa to decrease their drop calls, answer any customer tickets, the common inquiries, the usual FAQs, stuff that staff love to run away from and do silly little trivial stuff. Anything but work, right? So get your ass off the phone. We've already got a phone agent. And this is how people are cutting their teams as well. You know, think of a call center. What does this mean for a call center, an insurance broker? What does it mean for a real estate agent? There's so many examples where you can implement a chatbot, but we like to put the extra sauce on. And so this is actually working. Schedule a demo. And so the bot comes in with an angle. It's heavily prompted on not just our knowledge base, not just the med spa industry, but also geolocations. It's got so many scripts, objection handling scripts, closing scripts, you name it, different services, micro surgeries, like you name a service. And then what it does, it goes, the agentic side of it, it goes behind, it pulls the details of the prospect, their website, their name, their business, their last post, their last event, up and coming events, and all of this, and it personalizes that to them. So when it's speaking to them, it's a very personalized conversation, and there's trust built quickly, considering it's an AI. It has nuances baked within it. It has tongue-in-cheek humor and this sort of stuff, you know. So this is what we've been doing. That's one example. This over here is a government bot. We saw this earlier, this was definitely one of, I think, Andrea's solid projects, brought it to a completion. This is a full complete government bot for a driving license agency in Guam. Andrea, do you want to speak a little bit more about this project?
Oh yeah, that's basically the problem it solves is just basically customer service. People have questions about how to get a driver's license. What are the rules? When can you renew it? And in the front end, it looks like a chatbot, but when it comes to government regulations and things of that nature, you do have to be heavily guarded. You have to build in guardrails and a knowledge base. It has to be accurate. And so we have the front end is the user's front end, and the back end is the admin interface, which gives the government organization or the operator the ability to add a knowledge base or multiple pieces of information or data, and then also to track usage as well. And it integrates a system prompt along with, OpenAI. It keeps a log of the prompt history as well. And then you have other screens. This is organization routing, so it can route it to different places or people within that large organization. And there you have it. So, and then of course, customer service. And when your AI is acting too crazy and like really pissing a customer off, you loop it into a real person. So that's it.
Absolutely. And then we also have Wiser Notes, another great project of yours that is actually working. And oh, look at the UI. It's better than we got today.
But we wanted to change that, but we had an issue, I think. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll get changed for sure. And then that's maybe the last one we show before we say our goodbyes. A bow in it and get out of here is let's have a look. So Wiser Notes is, would you like to explain what Wiser Notes is?
It's a serverless, stateless app, notes app, and it integrates OpenAI, so you can create notebooks, and inside of each notebook, you can create note cards, and each card can expand the generation. So, like for example, here is a notebook, and you can create a card. These are individual cards. Then when you hover over the card, you see options to copy, paste, expand. And then, of course, OpenAI's generation or integration there. So it will expand the note. And then I remember when we were working on this, Tig said, well, we need to be able to do all the note things like export PDF and text, but also it's persistent. So it will open up all the information in that notes in ChatGPT. and it's local to your device. So that's completely serverless, stateless. It's really cool. It's a very simple thing. You can export PDFs, copy the text information, and then each notebook has a built-in persona, because we've been working on personalities for at least 2 years now, right? Takes a year and a half, probably, something like that. So each notebook you can apply a persona to it, like a strategist or a marketer or so on and so forth. And those personas will soon be mapped to more extensive like personalities. And then this is Tiggs. Tiggs, a lot of people don't know. Tiggs is.
I'm your SOS Pulse AI assistant, ready to help accelerate your startup journey.
Well, that I could hear that voice as well in the background. And so a lot of these build outs, this is yours. Tiggs, do you want to talk about this, the SOS Pulse? Because this was a lot of fun too as well.
Yeah, sure. So this here, see if we can, in fact, what we could do whilst we're here, now so what this is a sales assistant. We built this for our sales team. Our appointment setters and also our closers. And this is literally SOS in your pocket. The full knowledge base, all of our services, our mission statement, our vision statement, our our growth, the learning, anything to do with SOS. This is also, it started as a user interface for one of our voice bots, which I can probably show you in just a moment, just as we kind of get out of here. But the idea is this is an interface. Not only can it's cloned to make outbound calls on behalf of SOS. Remember MedSpa Medi? MedSpa Medi was for MedSpas, but this is generally for SOS, our services, all of our services, our SaaS, our subscription model, are done with you, done for you, and do it yourself. But anything to do with SOS. And as you can see, slightly nicer UI. This is the kind of the hypnotic state that, a cursor mover, but you can see the highlights, the animation, some of the buttons, and this is very much achievable in these platforms such as Lovable. This is kind of a state where we will get today's app, the storyboard app, too, as well in part 2. That's what this is, and so our sales guys use it to help them with anything. This even does, whilst they're on the phone, it can listen in as a silent monitor and listen to the customer sentiment, idea, emotions, and it will suggest cards to help them sell, objection handle, tell them when to close, what close to use, what type of customer it is, maybe try this service, unilaterally sell, cross-sell, upsell. And so our sales team heavily rely on this as well. So it has two major use cases within SOS, and that's what this is, SOS Pulse. Sales Pulse. And the idea was as well, Andre, is to, it can be transferable. So it can help anyone's sales team. In the back of our minds, we really wanted it to be to help sales teams all around the world, or sales individuals all over the gaff. So that was kind of the idea behind this. And in fact,
and then I think,
yeah, go ahead.
Did you integrate 11 Labs into this? So I see there. On the same page, I was going to say, I think you integrated 11 Labs to make that actually a possibility for everyone, right?
We actually did. Would you? So this might be a nice kind of bow in it, an end to it. Is should we have a quick conversation with MedSpa Maddie first, or with SOS Sales and Support Agent?
Maybe the sales and support agent, or no, MedSpa Maddie would be fun. A nice takeaway here. We can probe her, ask her a question. And this is Tiggs prompting. Spent a lot of time prompting and building the knowledge base and the handoffs. This is a really good use case for AI, this sort of concierge assistant. And by the way, was done in the midst of their crossover to this like front end MCP solution, right? So Tiggs, I'll let you explain what's happening here.
No. Tix has definitely done explaining, yo. 4 a.m. in the morning, that's Tix shuts you off. You can explain, yo. How about that?
Okay, so I guess I'm explaining. Med Spa Maddie, she's programmer trained to do outbound calls and then also take incoming calls as well for med spas that are looking for AI solutions. And so maybe we can try to talk to her. She right now on the front end, what you can see is like an integration or MCP integration with Slack, a few others, right? Slack, the calendar to book calls as well. And also there's a whole slew of things on the back end here, as you can see. A system prompt, the first message, and then it's built in a way that or prompted in a way that the variables will use the dynamic variables in the system prompt to pull information from the uploaded CSV file or spreadsheet. And these dynamic variables, so that means that basically what we've done is we've added additional like mini knowledge bases for each of the prospects within that spreadsheet file, and the dynamic variables use that the prompt pulls from the dynamic variables in the spreadsheet. Wow, that was a tongue twister. So it's a very extensive prompt. It walks through the call flow. It walks through like there's a whole sales process which is included in the prompt with the objective of booking the call. And this is why we've been telling a lot of our team members, hey, the setter is going to become fully like it's the job that's most at risk because much of it can be handled through a voice agent like this, which can actually do the outbound calls and then take also the incoming calls as well. And so that's what you're looking at. Here is the system prompt on 11 Labs. And wow, it's scrolling longer than I can talk about it. That's crazy. It's quite lengthy.
Yeah.
That's really, really good. Yeah.
So this is demo data that's input at the moment. For example's sake, we're going to run it on maybe Claude 3.7 Sonnet, which is one of the best models to run these on for, number one, not only conversationally, but also for latency as well, and variety, diversity. So that's a good model to choose. Gemini is another good one, 2.5. Is it Pro or Flash or something like this? And then you'll see the temperature of it, things such as the knowledge base. This is pretty heavy, to be honest, this knowledge base. It's even starting to come out with some anonymouses. But, you know, you see the sort of test scripts are in there, NLP patterns, sales techniques, different courses, different tones of voice, sentiment mirroring, call intelligence, you name it. I would be here all day, but there's a lot baked into this. Fallback sequences, when to book, what cues to catch, how to mirror the customer's voice, etc., etc., etc. So let's have a look here. Even the services, you see, there's literally a whole, for each and every service, we've done a whole PDF document. So anyway, let's test this and then we can get out of here. You ready to speak to Maddie, or should I go ahead?
I think I'm frozen. I don't know. My whole my whole thing has collapsed, I think, for a second. So one second, we'll see.
Okay, let me see if we can get Maddie.
Hi, Dr. Steele. This is MedSpa Maddie from the SOS Voice Automation team. Just a quick one. I came across Dubai Marine.
Yeah, it's going to need to be you because I can't hear the volume. So.
Oh, 1 second. Because I think maybe I just been on too long. I can't even see my. It's funny. I can't even see my Chrome screen. I only see 2 small boxes right now. So that's all I got. Don't even see that any longer.
Okay, well, let's call it a wrap. There we go. There we have it, guys. Man, it's literally in 1.5 minutes. It's like it's 4 a.m. over here in London on a Saturday morning. Friday. This has been my Friday night from 7 p.m. until now, and this is this is definitely, I guess, a testimony to most of our nights, what we do, how we spend them. But it's been cool. It's been vibing. I've really enjoyed it. And I look forward to the next one. I look forward to bringing this app that we built today to completion. So we'll look here. In fact, are you still audible?
I think so, but I think I may be stuck with my face frozen. Would that be accurate?
I'm not sure, but I mean, we talk with our mouth. You can try speaking. Did you hear the bot when it spoke?
Yes, I did hear it. Yeah, we can try it.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Steele. This is MedSpa Maddie from the SOS Voice Automation team. Just a quick one. I came across Dubai Marina MedSpa and had a quick idea about helping you never miss a booking call, even during peak hours. Mind if I ask you something real quick?
Sure, Maddie. Can you tell me a little about yourself? Who are you? That would be great. You there?
I noticed your spa's excellent reputation online. I'm curious, how are you currently handling incoming calls during your busiest times? Do you ever find that some potential clients might slip through the cracks when your team is occupied with treatments?
Well, I guess we just hand it off to voicemail and figure we can get back to them when they call back. Or we can call them back.
I understand it might not be the best time to chat. I'd be happy to share how our AI voice solution has helped other premium med spas in Dubai capture every single booking opportunity.
Okay, go ahead. Do that. Can you hear me, Maddie?
Okay, well, Maddie said she said she don't like you.
Yeah.
Could you guys hear her? Could you hear Maddie?
Yes, I could hear her fine. I just don't think she could hear me. So I think that may have been the issue at the moment.
I've got an idea. I'm going to balance my headset because you're coming through here, right? So maybe that's why it's not picking it up. But if I balance this on the mic.
It's possible. I don't know. Let me try to speak loudly.
Possible. It's not possible. You're using the wrong terminology. It's absolute genius is the word you're looking for. I'm just saying. You ready? All right.
Okay, let's try. Is she playing? Because I can't hear her now. Hello? I can't hear her. Hi, Maddie. Can you hear me? Hello? Well, we can't hear her.
Okay,
So
well,
yeah.
let's call that a. So, yeah, I can't hear, so I can't even help you on that one. Unfortunately. But guys, it's been a great session. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed you guys rocking out with us as well. So many of you have spent time with us. Some of you have been vibing, some of you have been coding, and some of you have been probably vibe coding like us. But we did set quite a high benchmark in the sense of little micro tasks within the app build. A couple of easy fixes would have been just to wire up Superbase, pay them their £10, and get the app fully functioning. But that's okay. We've come further than I thought we would come in terms of the app build, and the rest is just pictures, colors, and pretty shapes. So yeah, no, I've had a great time today, guys. SOS GPT Vault, SOS Custom GPT Vault. Let me see if you guys have already seen that actually, but we'll bring it up. We'll bring it up. So we're gonna have one last look. So this is our website. This is our web page. But what we our subscription model, you'll find down. Oh, actually, we can play some of these. So these are our SOS agents. We've brought them to life. They're fully created and fused with our team. Some of them you won't know whether they're real or whether they are AI. But this is what we believe in. We start with a human heart and mind, end with a human heart and mind. And anything in between is just the process. And so this is what we do. We've built a fully infused AI workforce. And each of them have a particular task for startup founders and small businesses. For example, Essexia over here, she's our social media agent. Anything social media, from Blue Ocean strategies all the way to content calendars, 30 days, creation, blog posts, you name it. Then you've got SpiderX. He's a competitor spy, industry researcher. He collates and scrapes and all of these things in your industry, learns your competitors. He learns their adverts, what's working for them, sentiment, all of this, and packages it for you, so you don't have to spend years going through that graft. You've got you've got landing page. Guess what he writes? Well, of course, he writes landing pages. He optimizes, refines your copy, makes sure that it's high converting, suggests changes, refinements, and polish, etc. You've got Etienne Sean. This is who we rocked out with today. This who's been on display. SO agent Etienne Sean. He's our master coder and vibe coder. You saw some of his talents today. You've got Holly Woods. Holly Woods, of course, you guessed it. That's our movie director. You want to do a podcast, you need a UGC script, you need a product demo, showcase, YouTube video, you name it. Holly Woods is your girl. You've got Email Blaze. What do you think he does? Yep, that's right. Blazes up the emails. He writes your whole sequence of emails all the way from top of funnel through to conversion and even aftercare. So these are just a handful of some of the agents we've been creating and also brought to life. This is the interface behind the SOS GPT Vault. And so if you want all of these fully functional, highly tailored, and heavily prompted agents, you know where to go. You can use them within ChatGPT. That's my favorite, but I know Andrea likes using them within the SOS interface as well. This, to give you an example, I'll play one or two of these, and then let's call it a wrap and put the lid on it.
Oh, we can't hear it. I don't
Search and Industry SPI from the Save Our Startup Custom GPT Vault. Founders, I see you, stressing over your competitors, digging for intel, and trying to stay ahead without losing your mind. That's where I sneak in. I'm your stealthy sidekick, automating competitor intel and dishing out growth strategies faster than you can say market edge. I track competitor moves, spot industry trends, and turn insights into action plans that pack a punch, all in minutes. Spy smarter, not harder, baby. I come with the SOS Red Print, my step-by-step guide to uncover game-changing insights and fuel your growth like a pro. You'll be outsmarting your competition in no time. You can start using me now via the link below. Try me out, then spill your wins in the SOS community. I'm dying to hear how I helped you crush it. I'm pumped to see how I can power up your startup. Let's save it together. Hit that chat, say hello, and let's roll. Sound the alarm, yo?
Okay, Holly Woods.
Hey there, I'm Holly Woods, your SOS video director and podcast show producer from the Save Our Startup Custom GPT Vault. Founders, I see you, itching to launch a video series or podcast, but clueless on where to start. I'm your content strategy whiz, crafting shows that stick and keep fans glued. From show idea to series sensation, I've got your back. I map the whole journey, building full video and podcast frameworks, nailing short, mid, and long-form strategies, scripting episode flows and series arcs, and aligning it all with your brand and goals. I'll even repurpose content into microclips for socials. My trick, binge-worthy series that grow your brand. I give you a clear roadmap to launch and scale with ease. Plus, I come with the SOS Red Print, my step-by-step guide to content magic, tailored for me and all SOS agents. Start now at
Hey there, I'm Mailblaze 3.0, your SOS newsletter and email whiz kid from the Save Our Startup Custom GPT Vault.
Sound the alarm,
Founders, I see you, scrambling for newsletter ideas, fighting to stay consistent, and praying your audience actually opens your emails. That's where I zoom in. I'm your inbox sidekick, crafting niche newsletters that people can't wait to read. Inbox magic delivered, baby. I know how tough it is to keep your email game on point, so I've got your back with some slick automation and niche curation. I curate industry-specific content, whip up killer subject lines and body copy, toss in engaging intros and CTAs, and handle weekly, bi-weekly, or daily outputs. Your call. I even weave in the latest trends to skyrocket your open rates. My big trick? I take you from idea to send ready, your niche newsletter done. We're talking curated, high-engagement newsletters that make your audience click, read, and convert. Then spill your wins in this AOS community. You'll be an email pro in no time.
Okay. And so there you have it. Now, each and every one of these agents come with their very own comprehensive red print with all of their operating systems, functionalities, short keys, hotkeys, what they're capable of, guardrails, best use cases, ways to use them. Each and every one of them has their very own red print. And so as well as this, you get the customized agents, you get access to the vault, you get the full red prints, and you get to rock out with us in our communities, our workshops. We do a lot of live teachings, educational kind of remote settings. Today we thought we would vibe everywhere, so that was pretty cool. But do check it out. You see Save Our Startup. You have our X link. I know there's a lot of you over here on X, and we just want to say from the bottom of our hearts, we really appreciate you rocking out with us. We didn't actually know that the first one on X would be this popular, and so the love that you guys have shown, the energy that you've given, we'll definitely be back here to finish this. But in fact, this is probably let me see here. I know that's the whole masterclass, that, but you guys can go and check it out on our YouTube. We'll kind of play you out to. There we go. You're back. Welcome back. So yeah, just saying we're gonna play. Oh, where are we?
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, go ahead. Do you wanna any closing words, any closing thoughts? Whilst I queue up the so tempted to play Pixie's video, but okay. Guys, for those of you who were rocking out last Friday, we dive deep in with Pixie and Pixie Pixel. What do you think she does? SO agent Pixie Pixel. Her superpower is image prompt creation. Again, not Mickey Mouse image prompting. And I know the models are getting very smart and intelligent with this now. Pixie's been doing this from day. Pixie's responsible for the birth of herself. Imagine that. Sounds weird, but she is. Any images you need, you see some. Even imagery like this, the realism of it. This is all Pixie. You could type one word in, she gives you the full super prompts.
But if it was, it would have been built by the SOS GPT Vault by Save Our.
So I was saying that this is all Pixie that's created this imagery, or just with one word or one sentence, and she creates the whole super.
We can
Excuse
see
me?
the image. Are you sharing the screen as well? Because I don't.
That might help, right?
Yeah,
Do you
it might
think?
help. There. Yep. Now we can see it.
Okay, let's have a look here.
Now you can see me. Okay. Yes.
Let me see. Okay, there we go. So Pixie's responsible for imagery such as.
My fellow founders, you and I both know that just like our business, Rome was not built in a day. But if it was, it would have been built by the SOS GPT Vault by Save Our Startup. Get your access today. Oh, my fellow.
And, this is very achievable just by giving her one word. Of course, we spoke about context today. We spoke about context engineering. And sometimes context engineering over prompt engineering. Not everybody wants to do a master's degree in, prompt engineering. Now, Pixie will allow her to explain herself to you, and then you can see this time in last week. If you missed it, definitely check out the replay. It's on YouTube. It's over on LinkedIn as well. It's on Facebook too. Join our free communities. We have a free Facebook community as well as a free Telegram community where we do regular things like this, rock out, give away prizes, all of the things, that should be expected of a community. So please feel free. We extend a formal and informal invite to you as our friends and family to rock out with us regularly on these sessions. So what I'll do, I'll allow Pixie to explain what she does, and then I will play. This is the video. She created images in last week's live, and then in 24 hours, what we'll probably do with this app, we created a video. We created a video using Sora for a high-end luxury fashion brand. So that'll be good to play you out to, and then we'll call it a day. So Andrea, I'll play these two, and then you and I can have any final thoughts or words. I think I've got mine already. And then we can play out to the SOS video so people can understand what the Vault is and how it can help them superpower their business or venture. How does that sound?
Yeah, that sounds good. Let's go.
Awesome sauce.
Hi, I'm SOS Agent Pixie Pexel, your visual expert strategist in AI form. I don't just make pretty pictures. I come with a red print, a clear, proven framework that shows you exactly how to turn your ideas into scroll-stopping images. You also get copy and paste prompts, pre-built, structured, and styled for performance. Just grab one and go. It's like having a designer, strategist, and director rolled into one. Using me is simple. Got an idea? Just tell me. I'll turn it into a perfectly optimized image prompt, formatted for Midjourney, DALL-E, Flux Pro, and any other image model of your choice, with the right camera angles, lighting, color grading, and mood. Wow! Prefer visuals on demand? Use my prompt vault. Just copy, paste, generate. No design background? No problem. I handle the stylization, aspect ratio, cinematic depth, and even miniature scene storytelling. You stay focused on growth. I'll handle the visuals. From personal brands to product launches, I've already created hundreds of high-performing images that solve your biggest visual headaches. No more generic AI art, no more inconsistent brand feeds. Whether you're a marketer, solopreneur, or founder, I give you the power and ability to create branded, bold, conversion-focused content, even if you've never opened Photoshop. Let's make your vision look as powerful as it sounds. Let's get creative. You'd better sound the alarm, yo.
Okay, so that's Pixie. And of course, Pixie come out with the images, and we just couldn't stop at the images. We were having far too much fun as we have on this 8.5 hour live. Damn, that's a whole shift. I'm putting an invoice for y'all, all of you. But no, we appreciate you rocking out with us as well. I'm going to play this video. So this is Pixie's work. Okay, this is Pixie plugged into Sora, and this is where we speak so much. Last week we also spoke about, Andrea, you brought up tool stacking. I remember that was the first question you threw at me. And we spoke about combining tools to amplify their power, as combinations. And so Pixie plugged into Sora, Topaz AI, a few things, a few tools we use. The whole workflow's there. It is on social media. If you would like it, feel free, reach out in the DMs or comment on this post, and we'll ensure that it gets to you as well, so you don't miss out. But this is, tell us what you think of Pixie's work. And so there we have it, guys. This has been absolute. It's been a ball, mate. It's been an absolute ball, lads.
Well, I think we probably are gonna close out next video, right? The last video, or we're just gonna say our goodbyes here. I feel like we built a family in 8 hours, like a whole tribe of people, because that's what we want. We want people who love AI and want to talk nerdy, geeky stuff and problem solve. And if that's you, I think join our group. Even we have Telegram too. If you're enjoying Twitter, you'll enjoy Telegram, and it's really all just about AI. So we're gonna close out to a really cool video. Tiggs, what do you think?
Yeah, sure. Let's see here. What video did you have in mind? We've got so much at this point. We've got whole tool work-throughs. Man, I didn't even know we had this up. No code. Where would you like to go? Or would you like to simply play our Vault video so that people who weren't in earlier on could understand exactly what the Vault does and whether it's for them or not?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that, and then we can end the stream. And thank you everyone for being with us. A comment, say hello, introduce yourself would be cool. And we will follow you, get in touch with you, and invite you to join our group. It's all free and fun, and it's been fun. So thanks, Tiggs, for your vibe coding skills, and thank you everyone for joining us.
Thank you so much. Until the next time. We've been SOS. I've been Tiggs, the Wiser Tiger, Andrea Naomi, star of the show, Etienne Sean. Y'all better sound the alarm. Peace.
Hey there, and welcome to the SOS Custom GPT Vault. First off, let me say a huge congratulations for taking this big, bold step for your business. Seriously, you've just unlocked a game-changing toolkit that's going to save you time, energy, and quite honestly, a ton of stress. Whether you're a founder, creator, small business owner, or someone who's tired of spinning all the plates on your own, you're exactly where you need to be. This vault was designed with you in mind, and we can't wait to show you just how powerful it is. So, what's the SOS Custom GPT Vault all about? Glad you asked. Inside, you've got access to 11 custom GPTs, built to tackle the everyday tasks that keep you stuck in the grind. Think about it. Writing social media posts. Done. Building high, converting landing pages. Sorted. Crafting email sequences or lead magnets. Handled. Planning entire content strategies. You bet. This isn't just AI for the sake of being fancy. It's practical, proven, and tailored to get results in your business. And to make things even easier, each GPT comes with its own red print. Think of it as your playbook. These guides walk you through exactly how to use each tool, with real-world examples and step-by-step instructions. The idea here is simple. No guesswork, no wasting time. We're giving you the tools and the roadmap to make them work for you. But wait, this is just the beginning. Every month, we'll be dropping brand new GPTs, videos, and resources into the vault. That means your toolkit is always growing, just like your business. We've got tools coming for advanced marketing strategies, sales optimization, productivity, hacks, you name it. When we say we're here to grow with you, we mean it. Now, here's what I need you to do. Before you dive into the tools, start with this module. Think of it as your orientation to the SOS Vault. We'll give you a quick overview of each GPT, show you how to navigate the platform, and help you figure out which tools to start with based on your goals. Take your time, explore, and don't forget you're not alone here. Every month, we'll be hosting live workshops and Q&A sessions with us, the co-founders. You'll get tips, strategies, and answers to make sure you're getting the most out of the vault. And speaking of not being alone, you're now part of a community of like-minded entrepreneurs, founders, and creators who are all here to grow together. So don't be shy. Jump into our discussions, ask questions, share wins, and collaborate. The SOS Vault isn't just a toolkit, it's a movement. A space where we help each other build, grow, and thrive. All right, enough from my ads. Time for you to dive in and start exploring. Welcome to the SOS Custom GPT Vault. We're so excited to have you here. Let's make big things happen together. See you inside. Sound the alarm, yo.